to get into. Gonna blow my blues away. Talking camel walk, camel walk, camel walk. Got fun, making around, moving to the beat of the sound. Strut, strut your stuff, strut your strut, 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 camel walk, camel walk, camel walk. shape, trying to act casual. I can't stop, but end up in the hospital. Changing my shape, I feel like an accident. They're back to explain their experience. Isn't it weird? Looks too obscure to me. Wasting away, that was their policy. I'm ready to leave. I push the facts in front of me. Facts lost. Facts are never what they seem to be. Nothing there. No information left of any kind. Lifting my head, looking for the danger sign. There was a formula, sharp as a knife. Facts cut a hole in us. There was a formula, sharp as a knife. Facts cut a hole in us. Sharp as a knife. Facts cut a hole in us. The island of doubt is like the taste of medicine, working by hindsight. I've got the message from the oxygen, making a list, find the cost of opportunity. Whenever we close our eyes, looking around inside. Facts are simple and facts are straight. Facts are lazy and facts are late. Facts don't come with points of view. Facts don't do what I want them to. Facts are twist the truth around. Facts are living turned inside out. Facts are getting the best of them. Facts are nothing on the face of things. Still waiting. Still waiting. Still waiting. Still waiting. Still waiting. Still waiting. Still what you got at your boo. Papa sing, got at your boo. Mama sing, sing what you got at your boo. Papa sing, got at your boo too. Mama sing, sing what you got at your boo. Papa sing, got at your boo. Mama sing, sing what you got at your boo. Got at your boo and you keep on drinking too. Mama sing, sing what you got at your boo. Papa sing, got at your boo. Mama sing, sing what you got at your boo. Papa sing, got at your boo too. Mama sing, sing what you got at your boo. Papa sing, got at your boo. Mama sing, sing what you got at your boo. Got at your boo and you keep on drinking too. Sing, sing what you got at your boo. Papa sing, got at your boo too. Mama sing, sing what you got at your boo. Papa sing, got at your boo. Mama sing, sing what you got at your boo. Got at your boo and you keep on drinking too. got a jaboo. Papa sing, got a jaboo too. Mama sing, sing when she got a jaboo. Papa sing, got a jaboo. Mama sing, sing when she got a jaboo. Got a jaboo and you keep on drinking too. Timber before the sun go down. Get across the river before the bars come down. Drag it on down that dusty road. Come on, Jerry, let's dump this load. All in timber, oh, timber, whoa, this timber's gotta roll. All in timber, whoa, timber, whoa, this timber's gotta roll. My old Jerry was an Arkansas mule. Been everywhere and he ain't no fool. Working 922. Done everything a poor mule could do. All in timber, whoa, timber, whoa, this timber's gotta roll. All in timber, whoa, timber, whoa, this timber's gotta roll.
just realized that my music wasn't coming through. And I don't know why. I don't know why Spotify is no longer an active source on my computer. I don't understand why. I haven't even turned off my computer. It's just every time I restart, OBS, it's changed. Everything's different every single time. I don't really understand why. Actually, I don't know if maybe there was music coming through before. When I was on the pregame. Yeah, maybe there was. I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, here we are. Starting off the series, and it's Navi against Team Zero. Let me go to my stream manager real quick. I'll give you guys 10 minutes for your predictions. Not a lot of people here just yet, but more people will show up as time goes on. Rojo will be joining us later. We'll have a co-caster later in the day. But for now, just us here with Navi against Team Zero. 4 series today, so Navi Team Zero, Virtus Pro LGD, Zero against Spirit, and Spirit against LGD. But if John doesn't come on the line, maybe I'll swap groups. We'll have to see, I guess, where everything kind of falls. But we'll figure it out and figure out where everything's at. I'll send him a message. But get the ban of the Phoenix. Jakiro, Snapfire, we're seeing a lot of those bans. Sven getting first picked with the Beastmaster on the other side for Navi. Both these heroes very popular. Hoodwink spin in it quite often, almost every game. And when you do look at the statistics of it all, Sven is 20 picks, 10 wins, 10 losses. Actually, just a 50-50. Banned 9 times as well in a pick ban percentage of 96.67. The top hero by far, and they go the Enchantress. Enchantress has been banned a lot. Which isn't too surprising. We have seen Enchantress banned 14 times, picked only 5 times, but to an 80% win record. So we've seen ENG. It's been nice. It's been a solid hero. John still not live yet. I sent him a message. We'll see what happens. But yeah, then now you've got the Crystal Maiden getting picked up. Not a hero that we're seeing a whole bunch of in terms of picks. But it's been there every now and then. I think we've seen it like 4 or 5 times. 4 times, 3 wins, 1 loss. And the Primal's been picked 11 times. It's Sven, Jakiro, Hoodwink, Brewmaster, Primal is your top 5. Primal 8-3 in games. And then Rubik is also at 10 picks at 5-5. So getting that pick here for Na'Vi, which we've seen for this Na'Vi squad. Cannot be given Zayats this Rubik. He is very, very strong. Yeah, I wonder what time it is for John right now. It's probably about 8 in the morning, right? Eight in the morning? You said 8 p.m.? So, Rubik has a lot to steal here in terms of Crystal Maiden spells, some Sven spells that I like, and Crystal Maiden might be food now with this CK picked up. Uh-oh. I like CK. Has felt strong in the past. We've seen Chaos Knight only 2 times, lost 2 times, even though it has felt strong at times. It hasn't won games, which is sometimes the life of a carry. But then Timber saw getting picked up here, and Timber, a hero that is 1-3, that's losing a lot of games as well. So one of these 2 heroes is going to up their win rate, which will be good. Clinks ban, Slardar ban, Tiny, Monkey King, Weaver. We're not seeing any real Monkey King, and I could take a look. I would assume it's, yeah, Monkey King is the #1 banned hero, making it only to 1 pick, and it lost. And it was picked by Talon, and they lost with it. Ban that Kato mid. You want to protect this Timber Saw. We've seen DKs go up against Timber, and it's been alright. What do you think about Primal Beast this patch? Not that good for me for a first phase pick. Well, luckily it was a second phase pick, but I think it's alright. You know, in the right player's hands, it just offers up so much control and early damage with the right support as well. Like, you're throwing it here potentially with a Crystal Maiden, and I would say that you get quite a bit out of it. Because this is looking like potentially Sven 5, Crystal Maiden 4. And then you just go Frostbite and have Trample, and I think it's a decent lane. So, banning the Gyro. Looking at banning mids, and again, I do think that DK is kind of one of those mids that you might want to get rid of. They're not afraid, these teams, to throw the Rubik mid as well. And we saw that yesterday there too. And they go Grimstroke. So it will be a safe lane Sven, mid Timber, off lane Primal, Grimstroke with Crystal Maiden. And Was there like one Grimstroke pick? There's 3 Grimstroke picks. I don't think we've seen them on. They must have all been Group A. But Grimstroke's 2-1. CM goes laning against the CK. Looks like free food though. Yeah, you probably. I mean, you could still do either or, right? You could do Crystal Maiden 5 with the Sven. And you could do Grimstroke with the Primal, Inkswell with an Onslaught and Trample. Ember's good control here. Ember's solid mid for you. I actually really like this pick. Because you can get to those back lines. You can melt the Crystal Maiden pretty consistently. And I'm not sure you're going to get much out of the game as a Crystal Maiden. So, I like Navi's draft, and they've looked really good so far. You know, Navi sitting at 2-1. They are tied for first with Virtus Pro, who are also 2-1 after upsetting Team Spirit yesterday in 3 games. That third game, very back and forth, 61-minute game. So the group is close at the top. And Team Zero, they're really looking for a win here. They need something. Although 2 losses right now, they have not won a game yet. And it could certainly trend that way continually. They got destroyed by Liquid yesterday, and they got destroyed by Virtus Pro in Game 1 of their series. And Game 2 is a longer one, but Team Zero just have not looked nearly as good as what you've been expecting from them, considering that they're a TI qualified team. By the way, Mr. Vicky's, I don't know if you're a play on the chips, Miss Vicky's, but I'm a huge fan of Miss Vicky's. So we might see something different here, and Oreo Gaga Smurf, thank you for watching. Yeah, that's my wife. She's cooking up a batch right now. My favorite flavor is jalapeno Miss Vicky's. Great chips. Whew. Great chips. I think Neff's going to be joining us. Am I drunk? No, I'm not drunk. I'm actually... Oh, that's really loud. I don't know if that's loud for you guys. I'm actually dealing with a... We've talked about this throughout the last couple of days. I have like this weird red inflammation on my body recently. I thought it was a heat rash, and I thought I was getting some swelling from the heat recently, which it could be some of that, but I believe it is a stress-induced inflammation now, and I am just trying to deal with the pain because it truthfully hurts so bad on my neck, and it's affecting my ear, and like that, you know, when you can feel it in your ear, it just hurts a lot. But yeah, we're doing well. Here we go. Game number 1. PMA has looked really good, by the way. 70, I like 70, but he has made some very odd choices when it comes to laning at times. So really interested to see how he just lanes. Hopefully he keeps it a little bit quiet. Stress rash, yes, stress-induced It's pretty wild. It hurts so bad. And it looks like we're not going to get a lot of fighting. Erica's had some okay games, but Team Zero really need to step it up, as there's just been a lot of lacking from, I would say, mostly from the mid lane here, from the side of Team Zero. So Sanctity, whose best hero is this Ember, has looked really good. We've seen him have amazing games with this hero, and with Navi being 2-1. We'll have to see if they can continue the trend. And 70 not afraid to play this aggressive. The problem is he finds himself doing things like this, where he takes half his health in damage due to the fact that he's standing under tower and taking tower shots. That Whirling Death did do a lot of damage there as he stood by some trees in the mid lane, and we've seen some Timbers kind of lose some effectiveness without taking Timber Chain at all from mid. Their rotational abilities aren't really that good. Their escape abilities, if there's ever support rotations on them, doesn't feel that great. But beyond down here with Ponlo and Melody trying to just open up the lane, we've seen Enchantresses have two different builds. It's either the heal enchant build or the impetus build that comes through. You just want to output some damage, as Yuragi just have to be a little bit careful. It's just quiet. Oh, let me raise it then for you guys. I'll lower it in my ear. Let me know if that's better. I'll also raise it over here. Let me know if you guys can hear that better. So 70. Now, you know, only 5-1, not really CSing as well as he would have liked. Sanctity does have to be a little bit careful, but there are water runes available. Heal up a little bit. Just a couple of branches right now in a last-ditch tango for 70. Will refill that early bottle that he went to, and has his own water rune. If you had to guess what brand of water it is, I think truthfully the answer is whatever they drank in Waterboy, the movie, with Baba Boucher. Top lane, we've seen Beastmasters just be pretty oppressive with the cheapness of axes. And, you know, when you're able to maintain that mana and you see the Enchantresses going for that enchant heal build, which should sustain the lane if they do get trampled and got on. But 70 all of a sudden now forced to take that level in Timber Chain. Which good for him to, you know, take that and learn from the previous experiences that he's had in this tournament so far. Erica trying to fight PMA, but the Blood Grenade is now out, and Telekinesis. But all of a sudden, PMA needs to back up a little bit. He was hoping to maybe get some axes out there, and they just miss Erica. Zayats is a menace on this Rubik, man. First blood's going to come the way of 70. He does kill Sanctity. Hello, Neff. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you. You know me, just a gamer. Popped out of bed, got my Hot Pockets, and now I'm having your energy beverage here, everybody. That's right. You too could be featured on BCOP stream.
Definitely, definitely. Do you have a VLC player?
I do.
All right, I'll send you the link for the clean feed.
Excellent. Just like old times.
Hell yeah. Very easy. Don't have to do any obsing. Never missing any kills. Very, very fun. It's my way of casting. When I don't have to do anything, I love it. You know?
Reminds me of the old days with actually,
Perfect World.
were you doing those ones?
Ponlo?
Perfect World League, and then the you did upper division. This is what we did for lower division.
Oh, Yaragi's gonna die here. Oh boy. Yeah. I did do upper division. It was fun. It was when they were doing the subway concept. Sanctity might just die again.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That was such a cool studio design, the subway.
迟早派得上用场。
Yeah, it was.
Which draft do I like more? I do like Navi's draft more, but currently Sanctity got killed for First Blood mid. Who got First Blood? 17. So how you been, Neff? You were a traitor yesterday.
I would disagree with that. I got asked to hop on. Then I was told that you know, you'd replace me with Daynog, but I could be a third wheel. We could be a thruple.
I'm always down for
Instead. Not really my thing. Not really my thing. And then I found out Rojo Fireflu had replaced me as well. And then John said, "Look, Neff, I know you're looking for a rebound. Beakoff broke your damn heart." I said, "You know what, John? That's true.
Is that how he texted you?
You're younger. You're better looking. You speak more languages." And you know, I went for an upgrade.
So you're calling John an upgrade? That's what you're confirming.
Please
to me.
don't fire me. Please don't fire me.
Ask Neff about the new Burger King releases. Also, am I crazy, or does the stream title say Spirit Virtus Pro? Did I not update
It
it?
does indeed said that.
Oh, I didn't press done on it. Updated. I didn't press save when I typed it in there. Might be why we're not getting as many viewers as I thought.
Fake information in the stream title? It's possible. It's very possible.
My bad.
Yeah.
Quick pause. It's a good time to ask Neff anytime than ever. Oh, that was quite the crispy crack of a can there.
Yep. And that's right, everybody. Your cold ones could be cracked open at Beakop's stream, too. The low price of, what's your sponsorships going for these days?
Whatever you want to pay me.
Yeah, whatever you want to pay this man.
I will shout
Give him
you
your
out.
money.
I will shout you out on stream as a sponsor if you sub to this channel. And if you tier 3 sub, I swear to God, I will do more than that.
Lord, we followed on hard times. We're begging you, everybody. We're begging
We're
you.
literally internet begging right now during this pause.
They wanted to talk about the Burger King new releases. Yeah, there's a bunch of new spicy items on their release menu. They come up with 5 new items.
Did they?
Yeah, they did.
Damn. I didn't know that.
They have a fiery strawberry and Sprite.
A fiery strawberry Sprite?
Yeah, so it's like a strawberry Sprite, like a carbonated strawberry lemonade type thing with a little bit of a kick to it. They got like cheese fries, mozzarella fries with some spice too. Why am I talking about which one of you got me to do this? This is one of the viewers' fault.
Yes,
Burger King needs to pay good money for this.
Yeah, we don't just talk about new items. Although, however, I still haven't had dinner yet, so I'm looking.
Me either.
I will say, what's that food Twitch donation?
There's a thing like that? No, that's amazing.
Yeah, treat stream. You can receive food donations, which is hilariously awesome.
It is. I still owe you 2 bagels. I was foolish enough to strike a gamble with you about certain
Twice.
results in games.
正在扫描。
And you did so twice.
All right, we're back, but I can do a little bit of talking about the actual game here because we got North
fair.
American Dota 2 legend Ponlo on Team 0 here, it seems.
Yeah.
Big fan of this guy.
How big of a fan?
Actually not a huge. He's got very questionable choices in beverages. He makes the most incomprehensible tweets about the things that he's drinking. We're paused again. None of the words of the things that he tweeted that one time were in the Bible, but he was a North American Dota 2 player for a time. That does give us him a special place in my heart. And it makes Team Zero a North American team, which means I'm going to be rooting for them in this match.
I will say they have not won a game yet.
Oh. All right. Well, they qualified for TI, right?
Yes.
So they do have that going for them.
True. Very true.
It's not looking very good for my my NA Dota team here, Team Zero, after I hopped in here. Came in, hyped my boy Ponlo up. Haven't won a game yet. In true NA Dota fashion. Although, now it's looking pretty good. They beat OG today in ESB. So, NA Dota stocks on the rise, perhaps?
Potentially.
Potentially.
Somebody said, isn't Ponlo Singaporean?
The unastute viewer would say that Ponlo is Singaporean. The unastute viewer would think something like that, yes. But the educated Dota viewer would know that because he played on North America for Quincy Crew for a short stint, he is in fact North American. Next question, please.
Oh, sorry. By association, right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough.
Isn't Zero Chinese also wrong?
No, that's very right. That one we'll give you. That one's very correct. I'm not gonna let nephew lie to you here. They did qualify to TI via the Chinese qualifiers. So I can't exactly let you lie.
I can't even lie on your stream anymore. Times sure have changed. All right, so Beastmaster clearing out these stacks. This will probably put him to the top of the net worth. Hero has been absolutely amazing. The amount of damage this guy can do with Wild Axes and his Aghanim Scepter early on is absolutely insane. He can just rush Roshan too. I'm going to stop myself because there's a team fight breaking out here, B-Cup.
And mid lane, let's see if they could get anything more than just 70. 70 has a huge lead over Sanctity, by the way. 1,000 gold lead, which is pretty insane.
Yeah, I did turn your stream on while I was making my breakfast of Hot Pockets and energy beverage, and you were mentioning that 70 hadn't really impressed you that much, but that Timbersaw versus Ember Spirit matchup in middle lane, that's just rough for Ember Spirit. Really, you can't harass him out of lane. He just does pure damage.
Top lane, Erica, telekinesis, tossed up, but here's the Timber Chain, the Whirling Death. They have Yuragi, they'll get the kill. The double Chakram is really ridiculous, but a Fade Bolt kill there for Zayats gets them two, as they will silence up Yuragi. Another Whirling Death, Ink Swell, and a Chakram to kill off Yuragi. The trade is made.
Yeah, that's
really
just gonna snowball 70's game even further. Man, just popping off right now.
That is a good one to steal. And the Whirling Death. Zayats, I was saying this, and you probably heard me say it. Zayats is a menace on Rubik. A bona fide menace.
What's your timer on at the top? I was a little bit delayed.
I was gonna say that too. I'm at 10:15.
All right, I've reset mine. We're all good now.
Now I'm at 10:20.
I'm a moment behind, but we'll just chalk that up to you being like better and smarter than me, you know?
Okay, I can always pause for a second if you want me to.
Yeah, sure, do that. Just half a second or something.
All right, I did it. Yeah, I do that with Rojo as well, because it gets very desynced. That happens from time to time.
All right, so back on topic here. Speaking of stacks that the Beastmaster was taking, looks like Timbersaw is going to take some of his own, just further snowball his game. Neck and neck with the Beastmaster now. At the very least, this Beastmaster is going to be a big problem for them.
烈焰上塔
I
正
was
受到
mentioning
攻击
earlier, just the amount of damage that he does and the speed in which he can take Rajan is
烈
pretty
焰
insane.
上塔已被
Once he has that egg in him scepter, I would be surprised to see them position for that one right after he gets it.
We saw yesterday a Beastmaster have that Ags in like 11 minutes, and it's just so brutal to deal with. Beyond stunned up, Timber Chain, Yuragi on the run. But the Whirling Death from Zayats again doing so much damage. And they are trying to kill Beyond. He will trample, he will uproar. And the Stroke of Fate will slow down Yuragi, but Zayats has Timber Chain. They got 7E. Sanctity gets it. And Beyond is still on the run, and Zayats, he doesn't really have a lot of mana, but he has himself a Lotus Petal. Maybe he needs just a Fade Bolt, but he doesn't quite have the mana for it yet. Now he does. Meanwhile, Melody is dead to Erica. But man, Zayats, he is just, he's evened up this game.
烈焰下塔已被摧毁
There's something about a Rubik chasing down a primal beast. It just looks hilarious,
攻击
by the way.
What,
There's a small
stolen
wizard
Timber
hitting
Chain?
up in his face, yeah.
It really is so ridiculous. And Sanctity going Mage Slayer.
Yep. Right, Sanctity gets out of there. This is something that will shut down the Timber Saw and the Underlord quite a bit. The Mage Slayer coming out on the Ember. Just, you know, all of a sudden your damage output is just reduced by 40%. Should it be that high? In my opinion, no. It is a little bit ridiculous how good Mage Slayer is on Ember Spirit. In fact, you get this thing off so free onto so many people. At the very least, they reduced the duration of it a little while ago down to 3 seconds. But you used to have like 100% uptime on the Mage Slayer duration with Sleight of Fist.
Yeah, Mage Slayer is so ridiculous because at least before it got nerfed, it stopped you from blinking forever
烈焰
too.
中塔正受到攻击烈焰中塔已被摧毁
As long as Ember Spirit was on you with Sleight of Fist, you weren't going anywhere. You had that dot on you constantly. By the time it expires, another Sleight of Fist is back up. It's a miserable experience.
Uh-oh.
Unless you're playing the Ember Spirit, then very
It's a
funny.
very fun experience. So I have a question, and I'll wait till Beyond dies here from a Primal Roar and a Reality Rift, but they are looking to maybe fight.
受到攻击
They find the Crystal Maidens, easy Q, Frostbite, but the heal, the Fade Bolt comes in. They've got the Reality Rift again, Timber Chain across from Zayats, and they will Remnant forward, find themselves 7E, get a kill there. Zayats with the Shadow Amulet. I mean, this guy is truly a menace. It is so insane. I can't stop saying the word menace because that's truly what he is. It's so fun to watch. He is a... Dude, you talk about FY being a playmaker, but right now Zayats, he's looking like one of the best Rubiks I've ever seen. He's consistently just so good.
My stream was real pixely for a moment there. Sorry. A little bit taken aback by that one. But
How many
nice
pixels
bounty
per
rune
ring?
steal
正受到
Wisdom
by
rune
a Wisdom rune.
This
Right.
is why you can go back to John later.
Yeah. I see how it is.
Somebody said, "Is Navi or Navi is back, boys? We'll see." Slight, ooh, Remnant, even just gonna commit to it. Get the Crystal Maiden, get out of there. Has the Mage Slayer, going for the Gleipnir. This is Sanctity's best hero, and I don't know if you've seen him before on like IHC and Lil Gun, but an amazing mid player.
烈焰中塔正受到攻击
How much lag and delay is your stream having?
Not much. It does take a while for the stream to kind of stabilize at times.
I see. I'm wondering if you're better off sharing screen with me.
I could try. Let me know. I'll see if it affects my stream or not. And as long as this doesn't affect my stream, I can just do this.
Yeah, if your stream quality goes down, I'll give this another go. To see how many
and
viewers
I
complain.
have Nitro, so you should be getting a pretty decent stream from me. As they kill Pablo.
He's got. Whose Discord kitten are you?
I got it for a qualifier I covered recently. I will not say their name as we are not on good terms.
Noted. But there's the Roshan with the drums of Slom that I was talking about. It is ridiculous how easy it is for him to take that. I gotta say, if things like Firestorm don't work on Roshan anymore, should other abilities like Drums of Slom really be able to clear Roshan so easily? I mean, yes, you have to get the Egg and Scepter board, but I still feel like it's kind of ridiculous.
It's the Drums of Slom is just a ridiculous ability in general, truthfully. Oh my god, Zayat, stop. It shouldn't do half the things it does. Phantom's Embrace, silence onto the Beastmaster. 70 trying to Timber Chain away. As they've got axes and damage and a Remnant, the Chase, the Slight, the Searing Chains, and the kill from Zayats. As he's got another one with this Rubik. I forget what color that one is, but I believe that is a 6-kill streak. As Erica's going to be the next to die. And Crystal Maiden's in trouble. Sanctity is level 13 and not afraid of going under the tower.
Frostbite maxed out.
Oy. Well,
it doesn't matter.
Freezing Field, that sucks. Still dead.
I was gonna say there was a couple of Maelstrom procs there onto the creeps too, which just made it even worse.
Yes.
Plus, the thing doesn't give you armor anymore, so being able to drop that in order to reduce the Slayer Fist and right-click damage coming up from the Ember Spirit doesn't work. But you were in a desperate situation there on the Crystal Maiden. 12k net worth advantage for Na'Vi. Not what I would have expected if you told me these two teams were going up against each other. Like, Na'Vi is no joke, but this was a team that qualified for the international out of China here on Team Zero, and Na'Vi's running them over right now.
Dude, this iteration of Na'Vi right now has looked so good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is shocking how good they look compared to what we've seen from them previously.
Now we're back to 2013 Na'Vi, right?
I wouldn't go that far. Well, let's wait a little bit.
B-Cop's still bitter that Dendi isn't on the team anymore.
Sure. That's another kill on Erica. I'm trying to figure out what was the last thing Na'Vi, like... I guess they won Division 2 of Eastern Europe when they were going to get promoted before DPC was fizzled out. And ZZQ's dead, by the way. Ponlo dead, too.
Well, I can tell you that, recently I was managing Rest Farmers / Twisted Minds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Na'Vi Jr. beat us in every single match we played against them. We were able to take games off of any other team. We took games off of Entity, we'd beaten Mouse, like back and forth with a bunch of people. But Na'Vi Jr., we couldn't take a single series off of in the entire history of our team.
Damn.
Yeah, so I have a deep hatred for Na'Vi.
They've looked good, and the big switch is Nefrit to PMA. So.
Their actual Na'Vi squad, we haven't played against, which is Na'Vi Jr. that we were playing against, but the trauma rings in my head whenever I see the name now.
That's fair. Good enough,
Yep. All right, BKB finally done on the Primal Beast. With this kind of net worth deficit, I don't think that's going to be the difference maker, though. They can try.
This game might be over soon enough if they just go up on this high ground. They've got another minute on this Aegis.
You've got good AoE. I mean, between the BKB on Beyond here just being completed, Inkswell onto the Primal as well, followed by Timbersaw coming in with some heavy pure damage. You can kill these support / backline, but like you mentioned, with that Aegis, PMI getting up after you expend that BKB, you just have no solution to them afterwards. And it looks like they're just going to choose to wait this out. They don't want to completely waste their kit on this Aegis.
Probably the better choice, truthfully.
When I look at this Beastmaster slowly kill the racks, banging his drums.
Yeah.
I think of that SpongeBob scene. He's just standing there,
Menacingly. Wee woo, wee woo.
Wee woo, wee woo.
Yeah, I agree with that. You really are just standing there menacingly. Little drummer boy you are. Ponlo. They are also, I don't know what he stole. He stole Phantom's Embrace. So silence is there. Telekinesis has to kill that Phantom. Zayats will die as he's a little bit too far out, and they can't kill this Grimstroke. And now Sanctity's in trouble. He's Phantom Embrace, BKB, Primal Roar, stops the Pulverize, Freezing Field, and a Soulbind. But Beyond and ZZQ will die. They're just too far behind.
Yeah. Zayak finally punished for his hubris a little bit, but once Drummer Boy was back in the picture, made quick work of everybody.
夜眼军团
So
全面加入。
Erica, meanwhile, taking stacks across the map. Okay.
Safest place there is for him. Safest place.
Facts. Facts.
夜眼中塔
So they get another tier 3.
塔已被
There is no glyph here for Team 0, by the way. But they decide to back up. They're at that point where you're at about 1,000 net worth a head per minute. And when it's time to call it, that's usually the time.
I mean, just due to rubber band mechanics in Dota, a lot of teams throw by trying to push high ground, so you don't want to give it up that quickly. And you do have ways back in the game as Sven. Sven wins this late. Like, if you had a completely even
How
slate,
late?
I would say if things were like evenish at like 40 minutes, even with racks down, Team 0 wins this one.
They're going to try.
Did they get him?
Beastmaster.
No, CM blocked him.
Oh, no. Yeah.
How'd they get him?
PMA's dead. He's one of the bigger damage dealers. BKB, Uragi fighting, trying to at least. ZZQ will die. Well, back on the Grimstroke, BKBs are going to run out in a moment. Stolen Whirling Death. Zayat's here, just invis the entire time, helping to kill Erica. Timber Chain attempt to TP away, and will do so with no telekinesis and no stun. But Ponlo, he bought back. He's dead again.
I unfortunately got none of that is streaming out on my end.
On my Discord?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, all good on your stream. I tuned in afterwards.
This is sounding like a you problem.
It really is.
They get that kill. They're up 24,000. All they lose is the Beastmaster and now Crystal Maiden. Definitely dead on their screen. Primal Roar used, and you look at the damage that a Beastmaster can do. Truly ridiculous. But, oh, Timber Chain missed, and they called GG. They didn't show up, but Na'Vi wins and takes game number 1. Very easy.
Pretty fast first series.
First game.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, first game of the first series. I'm not surprised that this happened. I mean, you have a very aggressive lineup on Na'Vi. I mean, if you were able to draw this out to late game, Sven becomes a massive problem. I feel like he cleans up the majority of these heroes pretty quickly, unlike Echo Saber Daedalus.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he was never able to get there. An overwhelming lane from the Beastmaster. He ended up having crazy high net worth. All the stacks in the world made for him as well. And despite the fact that your Timbersaw, had a very good early game, they ended up shutting him down. I'd say that Zayak's rotation is pretty early on. I was catching some of it on my phone as I was making that hot pocket. Ended up playing a pretty big part in this game.
Yeah, you can't give him Rubik at all. Otherwise, you're just asking for problems. And game 1 goes to Na'Vi. So we'll take a quick little break because we can do those things. I mean, we'll see. You could still sit here, but if you want to go get water, or if anybody in chat you want to go get water, game 2 will happen in about like 7 to 8 to 9 minutes. I am obviously having some water as I am dealing with a heat stress rash.
Ouch.
It hurts so bad. And I'll play some music while we wait.
I am trying to figure out the whole stream thing. What's your clock say on your clean feed?
Where?
At the top, middle.
9:54. Now
13,
13:25, 6, 7, 8,
9,
yeah.
30, 31. All right, that's good. Hopefully it doesn't pause again. It's been a little bit annoying. I wish I was here for the draft. I would like to see how that went. I know that it started this earlier.
Where's John X Fire? I texted him and he did respond, but we'll see. He should be going live soon, right? I would assume. Maybe.
That was rough from Zuzuki. Look how much Zuzuki body blocked Sven here. I think stopped him coming in for like an extra 2 seconds or something like that. Pops the BKB, already sitting at half health, and just isn't able to get through Uragi here. And so much time running around with his BKB. And yeah, blown up. That was rough. It was their last way to get back into this game, and they didn't get it.
Somebody said Zayat smurfed that game. It felt like it.
I feel like really the one mistake he made was when he was a little bit too aggressive off onto that Grimstroke. Up onto the diving the tier 3 for that one by himself. Maybe a little bit much.
Forgot to play my ads. I gotta play ads, guys. I gotta make that money. I'm sorry. Gotta make that moolah. That kashish, as some would call it. I'm one of those people who would call it kashish.
Many would say that. Not me though. Anyway, moving on.
Wait, what? I don't know if they could hear the music. Who knows? Okay, they went to a break, which means I'm going to change to my screen because they have sponsors and I don't. And I don't show their sponsors for free.
And that's right, everybody. Your sponsor could be here on this very screen.
Dude, yesterday was very funny. I said it on stream. I was like, yeah, also, if you do exclamation point drops, you have a chance to win $250,000 in cosmetics. Dude, the amount of follows I got immediately and the amount of people just typing drops was so funny.
I was going to do that bit, like giving away a free Cybertruck after I hopped on stream with John, but the viewers were being too rambunctious to begin with. I didn't want to make it worse.
Fair enough. Ooh, my head.
Shopify vs. Boom is in Game 3 right now on ESB.
Holy shit. Yes, I will say, and it's a little funny that ESB was doing like talent announcements for community casters. I find that very funny. Like,
That
they
is hilarious.
They put in the effort to make a graphic for it, but they couldn't hire English talent.
I had heard at least one person had reached out to them, like asking about community casting, And they were just added to the graphic. Like they didn't say they wanted to do it; they were just asking,
Right.
and they they added them to the graphics and you didn't gas it.
I know who that is. We were in that phone call together, I think.
That's so fucking funny.
You still recovering over there?
Yeah, I was incredibly sick a couple days ago. I'm glad that I'm okay.
I feel that. Do you feel that?
Times Square, New York City.
Yes.
The Big Apple.
The biggest. The biggest of apples. That is what it looks like. The apple?
Incredible. Imagine being stuck in traffic here. Isn't it beautiful?
No, I don't have a car. I would never do that. I would never get stuck here in the Big Apple with a car. God, forget that. It sounds awful.
Police department really only like one or two floors. Everything else is a skyscraper. And there's like this is the New York City Police Department. Two floors to it.
This is New York. Yeah, basically. Oh, God. My body.
Incredible. Look at that skyline.
It is pretty beautiful. It's purty.
No, dog shit compared to the city I'm from, but you know, apples to oranges.
I was in Vancouver. I was
Vancouver's just better. Sorry, B Cup.
there.
It's just better.
I don't know about that.
Dude,
Well,
when I went to New York, I got
How long
bullied
ago
for
was
being
this?
Canadian. This was God, had to have been six years ago.
and you still would. Don't come back.
6 years ago. I ain't coming back. I went to a pizza place. I ate my pizza. I asked where to put the plate because, you know, I was putting it away. I'm being a polite guy. And I just start getting laughed at. They're like, you're not from around here, are you? Canadian, I bet. And the people behind the counter all start laughing at me. Just for trying to clean up after myself.
That'll happen. I will say, I was talking to some of my friends on my softball team, and they're Canadian, and they're from Vancouver,
Mm-hmm.
and they sounded very Canadian.
More so than me.
Yeah, you don't really have that Canadian, like, accent.
I can change.
You don't. They're very like. You can hear the O's and the you know, and
Yeah, it's
Oki and all that.
that's more of a thing over on the east coast of Canada, not the west coast. So I'm surprised that you said that they're from Vancouver.
Yeah, they said they're both from Vancouver.
Surprising. They spend some time living on the east coast.
I don't know,
Maybe it rubbed off on them.
but you could hear it like. How do you say pasta?
Pasta.
Yeah, see, they say pasta.
Pasta. Sorry,
Sorry, eh?
don't you know?
Just thinking about
Oh, yeah.
Oki over here.
Oh yeah. Telling me that all I'm thinking about is hockey. Hey, you being a bit of a Saskatoon loon over there, ain't you, B Cop?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm here from the beginning of the draft. I want to see how Team Zero does it when their backs are against the wall. You said that they haven't won a single series so far.
They haven't won a single
I'm pulling up
game
the
yet.
bracket right now. Not a single game?
Yeah, they have not won a single game yet.
All right, their pride is on the line here then.
Oh,
They're
Jesus.
on, oh my God.
It just gets loud out of nowhere. Well, you get to see the draft this time. If they let Rubik through, they're crazy.
I agree, but they had other concerns, and I don't blame them. They have been mind flayed by the Beastmaster in the last game.
Dude,
Cup.
mind flaying is such a wild thought. Like, you've been mind flayed.
Yes. This happens to far more Dota players than you would think. It's an epidemic. Many Dota players have weak mental.
I don't.
I, for one, have weak mental. I played that one ranked game with you. You did fine.
We had very weak mental.
We won that game.
We did.
I'm still thinking about it. Like, it's been what, 2 weeks later?
You want to know what's funny? You remember when you were giving me shit about
Yeah.
guy who said he was gonna post on Reddit because he said I was smurfing or boosting? I was
Yeah.
like, I'm on this account. I have 14,000 hours of Dota on this account. What do you mean I'm boosting?
Yeah, that was so funny. My friends still talk about that one to this day. Like, Beacup's so cute. The other guy, threatened to post up on Reddit, and he's like bringing it up weeks later, months later.
Meanwhile, that guy was a smurf.
Yeah, we literally was a Smurf. It was very funny. We all having a chuckle about it.
I looked at his account with his 60 hours on the game.
It's really funny how often things like this happen in Dota. Like, I'll be playing with some friends, and one of the enemy team will be smurfing. This specific situation happened to me. I was playing mid against somebody. I was losing the lane. I was playing against some smurf. It's whatever. It happens. Part of the game, everybody. Part of the game. But then, eventually he starts losing. He gets caught out of position. He starts doing some plays that he shouldn't be doing. No coordination. And he starts complaining about his team. Like, the man hopped on a smurf and then started complaining about the skill level of his team. It's like, bro, you did this to yourself. You made the sandwich. You didn't want to play in your own skill bracket. You're playing with people worse. You're hopping on an account that's worse. And you're complaining about the skill level of your teammates.
Facts.
Like, you just want everything to be perfect for you? You want the enemies to be worse and your allies to be perfect and you to like stomp your lane? No! You did this! Anyway,
Monkey King got picked.
Monkey
this,
King got picked.
This hero is banned. It's only been, I think, allowed to be picked once. And it lost.
Dude, you spelled my name wrong on your stream title.
Did I?
You've known me for like 10 years, man.
No, I didn't.
You did.
Oh, I don't know how to spell sensei. That's my fault. That's not a known you for 10 years kind of thing. That's a I'm just stupid and don't know how to spell. Because sensei is just a word on its own. There we go. I fixed it. You good there? We good now?
Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome. I'm dumb.
Smiley face. Don't worry about it. Okay, we got Phoenix and Dragon Knight opener. Phoenix, incredibly strong support. I'm a big fan. Monkey King, very silly, funny monkey hero. Jumps around, can't catch him, kills couriers the first half of the game. Very exciting to watch Beacup and Dragon Knight flex pick. So I like the openings for both these teams. I'm not surprised to see the Beastmaster banned. On the other side, it looks like they wanted to get rid of the Primal Beast on Navi, even though it wasn't that much of an issue in the last game, and now they follow up with a Dark Seer.
Will they just pick Rubik? Not yet. They're giving Team Zero a chance to be like, maybe you guys should ban this Rubik. Think about it.
maybe they should ban the Rubik. We're giving you one more opportunity. Really, you guys? Think about it. It's not like there's any amazing spells with Rubik so far, though. I mean, Dragon Tail is all right. You have to get pretty close to the enemies. Breathe Fire is also okay, but you're not giving up anything amazing so far. I think if they planned on grabbing anything that Rubik is really good against, they'll ban out the Rubik. But Team Zero really have to show up for this game.
Yeah,
I do
considering
like
they're
these-
0-5 right now.
Yeah, I do like these three heroes. Sand King Dragon Knight is amazing initiation, and Phoenix is great damage in team fight no matter what. This is a very solid first three heroes. You're basically able to come back at any point in the game no matter how hard you get smacked. Which has been pretty hard this turn for Team Zero.
Damn. Damn. Why you gotta be like that? You know they're getting slapped pretty hard.
You know, I gotta say it like it is.
That is true. That is very true.
It's supposed to sting a little, otherwise they're not gonna bounce back. If it didn't sting at all, then what would be the point of competition, right?
Of course.
No.
Gotta let the emotions be hurt. Sometimes.
Yep. Are there any Team Zero fans in chat? You guys have to be in shambles right now. Me antagonizing.
That's rude. That was kind of fucked up, honestly.
Listen, that's my North American hero Ponlo is on Team Zero. I expect them to bounce back this game, and they go for the Wind Ranger here. Also, flex pick. I've seen this mid lane in position 1. I think some people still run it in support, right? I haven't
yes.
seen support lately, though.
Yeah,
in the games that
I
I've
agree with
watched.
that. We've seen it
it's
like
very
once or twice support.
It's an overwhelming position 1. Obviously, universal hero. Build up lots of stats at the beginning. You go like treads, bracers into a couple other items. Does a lot of damage. Has a lot of HP. Also, you know, powerful stun and nukes within form of power shot. So the continuing with what I was talking about of, you know, being able to set up on almost anything and be able to find kills. It's all these things do scale into the late game reasonably well, and all flexible. I'm not sure how they round this one out. I think that they need a pause 5. You can put Phoenix in pause 5, but I think they'll probably just wait to see what Navi grabs and pick around that to go for Pango here.
Sanctity Pango. Uh-oh.
You think this hero is good still?
It always feels alright. You just have to be... I think you have to still be pretty solid with it. It's not a hero that just kind of autopilots.
Troll Warlord
That makes
banned out
sense.
now.
You know what I mean? Like, to make the hero work more so these days, you need it to be...
Mm-hmm.
Like, you need to not just be like, alright, I'm a Pango. I can just do this.
Yeah, the Morphling now banned. I guess it makes sense when you see the Troll Warlord gotten rid of. Kind of worried about heroes that jump around the team fight. It should be a little bit worried about on their end side of Navi, perhaps Aghanim Scepter Whirling Axes, being able to dispel a lot of what the both the Pango and the Darkseer have here. What's the main thing you'd be worried about if you're picking up if you ban out perhaps they want a Life Stealer?
I don't know, but Sven's still in here. He's still in the pool.
Yeah, Life Stealer and Sven are both heroes that play pretty poorly into the Trinidad the Ursa, which played pretty well in the lineup that Team Zero's drafted so far, so those bans do make a lot of sense. But yeah, in my opinion, last pick on Navi. Actually, they go for Marcy here. Interesting. Not what I would have expected, but somebody else who plays kind of poorly into the troll wood, the whirling axes and trolling on top of you just ends up being such a huge problem. They end with Spear Breaker. This is such an impressive lineup here from Team Zero. Like, the amount of early game strength, like nukes, disable that you have is insane. Yeah, you'd have to lose the lanes pretty badly on Team Zero to not be able to find kills like right out of the get go here. I'm concerned for Navi. This is a really solid draft on Team Zero. If they can keep up momentum. All right. Interested seeing where this one goes. Spearbreaker is probably going to cause a lot of problems for them. It's going to be difficult for the Marcy to find anywhere to farm if she doesn't have just like an amazing early game. Monkey King is probably going to do his thing, hunting couriers and stopping Team Zero from coming online that early. I know he's able to make it around the map incredibly quickly, but Spearbreaker has that problem as well. I definitely prefer Team Zero for this game. If this was like the first game in the tournament, blank slate, B-Cop, and you would just like, all right, who wins this? Showing me these two drafts. I definitely, Team Zero like 90-10. But given their performance so far, the fact that you said they haven't won a single game, it makes me a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I feel that. It's definitely making me skeptical. They picked up the Marcy at the end there for Na'Vi to blow up the egg. Like, they do have options for sure. And, you know, Team Zero, they just find themselves being sometimes a little bit overzealous. Yeah, my stream was laggy for a second. I dropped internet for 2 seconds, but we should be good now.
Excellent. Yeah, we'll see how
Also,
Na'Vi plays into this.
They're changing.
Go ahead.
Well, maybe they're not. It's an off-lane Windrunner unless they're changing 7E and beyond in terms of positioning.
Interesting. That's not the position that I said should be anywhere, you know, except for that one. Just to make me look foolish, I imagine.
This fast.
Players,
Look at the ground you can cover.
yeah, it is ridiculous. It's
so
so hard
dumb.
to actually catch him, even on like Spearbreaker. You have to know like where he is and where he's about to jump. Your camera has to be like right there due to the cast time of charge. You see him hopping over from one tree or to another.
So it looks like maybe mid Sand King. Which, how do you think that does against Pango?
It does fine. Sand King plays pretty well into basically everything. All of his abilities are great for landing. Burrow Strike, you know, decent damage, creep clear. Stinger is like Sleight of Fist, but better, especially with Caustic Finale. Hero's just great, man. I've been watching a decent bit of Sand King mid. Sumail was playing it yesterday on John's stream, and he ended up just popping off with it.
Granted, that
Basically
is
every
Sumail.
single game. Yeah. The King is in fact back, by the way. And I mean, Enigma Galaxy is doing great this tournament.
Yeah, they're having a great time.
Yep.
No miracle, no Kuro.
Many are saying no miracle, no Kuro. I'm saying that you know, Sumail is back. NA Dota Sweetheart Sumail. Much like NA Dota Sweetheart Ponlo is going to win this game.
This Windrunner doesn't exactly have a fun time in this lane, do they?
Not for the first level. Once you have a point in Wind Run, it's a little bit easier, but Spearbreaker Wind Ranger level 1 is a little bit underwhelming. You want, you know, point power shot, point Wind Run, just be able to get away with things in trade. And with no charge plus Greater Bash combo on Spearbreaker, you're basically just like a walking melee creep, level 1 on SB.
We'll see how this goes for Sanctity. He was getting beat by 7E previously, but like I said, there are times where 7E just feels like he can make over-aggressive moves. so balanced to just be able to jump into trees like this.
Yeah, take a look down here at the bottom lane. Not going to be a ton of action here. I mean, playing so many melee heroes into the Dark Seer is a little bit annoying, but DK does deal with it reasonably well. The extra regen from Dragon's Blood obviously makes it easy for him to come in and out of that creep wave and not get punished too hard with the ion shells on them.
Swap their lane, Navi. They threw the Dark Seer bottom. He was top for a second.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't seeing things.
I mean, yeah, they don't want to run the Dark Seer into the Wind Ranger. Not really a point in doing that. Nice pressure here by 7E on the Sanctity. And doing great in this matchup against Pango. 2 points in the Stinger here, so you have to be very careful about whenever you approach the creep wave.
You don't really have anybody who can lane reliably into this Sand King.
Mm-hmm. God, look at the damage we got from him. Sanctity is in such trouble here. Maybe one of the supports will die or walk back to base and TP mid to refill Sanctity's bottle, just because the amount of damage the Sand King's doing to you every time you approach the creep wave is just ridiculous. We'll have to see though.
Such a struggle. You have no, because all your cores are melee, so you're really kind of asking for a hurting.
Mm-hmm.
额外的小东西，努力的活吧。
ZQ. And Erica, we've seen safe lane Dragon Knights feel pretty strong.
Yeah. Which facet did he end up taking? I missed
I
that.
didn't see, but I assume
It's
yeah,
fire?
the
Yeah.
fire one.
I'm not a huge fan of this one. My favorite is the corrosive. They ended up nerfing the corrosive and buffing the fire after the initial facet patch because they were just a little bit unbalanced. But this one does farm reasonably fast. You have the cleave on your passive. Mm-hmm. It's technically the way to go when you're playing it as a carry. But I'm a big fan of the DPS and minus armor from corrosive breath. So when he actually opts to TP all the way back to base, and he doesn't have boots yet. And
Yeah,
P May's gonna do the
Ziox
exact
makes
same
that
thing.
rotation.
Yep. At the very least, Palmo is able to sit here and soak up a little bit of this XP. We'll see how much Sanctity is able to deny from him, though. And Ziox being a massive pain in the ass down here. Still not as much of a pain in the ass he was in the Rubik in the last game. But this is just how Monkey King support plays. You just be as annoying as possible for the first couple of minutes, and then in the late game, you essentially just perform as like a scout / lane cutter.
Yeah, you just get to be this gremlin.
Annoying little bastard.
I guess unneeded. You don't really need to be taking impetus too much as the Enchantress in a lane like this.
Mhm.
That build not really used too much anymore either, truthfully.
No, it's not. I mean, it is very good, but you just don't really have enough mana to be able to spam it out. Beyond, looks like he's going to be able to get away. Power shot coming up in a couple
Burning,
seconds.
And Melody's dead. Uragi on the run. Power shot
snipe.
lands. Ooh,
Oh!
that's really good.
We got the
really
young
good.
gun here, Beyond.
That's a good rotation from ZZQ.
So this is what we expected looking at the draft, though. I mean, it's still quite early, but there's so many overwhelming heroes on Team Zero that make rotations, do a lot of damage, get on top of these Na'Vi heroes. So they're gonna have to really make something happen once these lanes fully break down on Na'Vi in order to recover. And we'll probably see that happen in the next 2 minutes here. First power rune does go the way of Team Zero, so it's not really helping Na'Vi's case at all.
Yeah, and if you're rooting for Navi, you kind of want to use his first Rolling Thunder for something maybe in a side lane.
Yep. Well,
Instead, he just pushes
knocked
him
up on the high ground.
Yeah.
does he know? I don't think he realizes now.
Which, I mean, that's A lot of players have gotten better at that.
天辉军团正在扫描。
At not pushing him up onto the high ground.
No, at defensively pushing themselves near a spot where you'll get bounced onto the high ground.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many years of playing against this chain sit down on Pango is so annoying, and people have just gotten better at that countering it, as you mentioned. You play so many pubs against it. So 7-minute wisdom runes, and Zayak manages to steal that annoying gremlin gameplay, everybody, as Beacop mentioned.
Yeah, he'll die for this, but
You won't undo the damage of him taking your wisdom. Your ego, your pride is damaged.
天辉下塔正受到攻击。
yeah.
And
Call him
they'll be able
Gizmo
to.
because he's turning into a gremlin, you know? I'm a Mogwai. Oh, really? It's cool if you haven't seen that movie. It's fine.
夜眼上塔正受到
Well,
攻击。
love that movie. Gremlins 2, I think Hulk Hogan has a cameo. Or was that the first one?
Fuck that guy.
What?
I hate Hulk Hogan.
He's such a big wrestling guy, though.
He stinks. That's right, brother. I hate you, brother.
How can anybody hate American hero Hulk Hogan?
Because he's terrible. There's so
All right,
many better
buddy.
wrestlers.
Oh yeah, name 50.
The Rock.
The reason why I didn't say name 10 is because I know you probably could have.
Everybody from the 90s rosters. They're going for Erica. Rebound, unleash. That right click damage
天辉下
with the iron
塔
shell.
正
It's not
受到攻击。
easy to get that kill, even with the wall down. But eventually they do.
And it looks like they're gonna get 7E, so
Oh,
things
that-
breaking down for team. This is what I mentioned.
We see this happen like every game for Team Zero, truthfully. And they have this good start to lanes, and then
天辉下
it just
塔
seems to
正
fall
受到
apart a
攻
little
击
bit.。
夜眼上塔正受到攻击。
As long as this doesn't get to them, they don't crumble. I mean, they lose a tower from it. As long as they don't crumble from this one, though, again, they've got the heroes to be able to bounce back. It's not great they had their wisdom rune stolen.
宝贵的
Hell, it's awful they had their wisdom rune stolen. It is pretty important that they get their ultimates as early as possible, and this is going to slow that down quite a bit. But a couple of kills they managed to find alongside, like the Wind Ranger, the Sand King, will give them enough XP to bounce back from that one. 70s to make a rotation up here. This is a very dead Enchantress.
Yeah. Melody's gonna die, and they get that kill on the Enchantress. Place a ward down. Getting some vision. Over by the tower. And, you know, China early exit and TI confirmed? I don't think so. ZZQ's dead to Melody, so he immediately gets revenge.
夜眼中塔正
That's
受
how
到
it
攻
goes.
击。
You know?
Alrighty.
Oh god, here's the gremlin.
天辉上塔正
But
受到
again,
攻击。
I keep going back to this. I'm not just being the glass half full. They do have the ability to bounce back from this with the heroes they have. They're gonna go
Be a
on
kill here.
Pango
Oh,
mid,
gosh.
but no.
They don't have any follow-up damage after that initial burst.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fact that you lost both wisdom runes. You're 10 minutes in the game. Your SB doesn't have the ult yet. Maybe you had the wisdom runes. Things to be a little bit more your way.
已被摧毁。
迅捷。
I think you just need to give Ponlo a chance to get a little bit of XP. Zayak
夜眼
here.
下塔正
Yeah,
受
just
到
looking to
攻击。
boundless strike and kill whoever.
That's
Oh,
number
that
one, is it?
feels so bad. Dude, he heard the sound of popping a clarity. He was like, is joined Dota back? No, they're not. He's just here to kill you.
天辉
Oh my god.
受到攻击。
That was crazy.
Big power shot damage, but it's healed back up immediately from that mech.
天辉中
And yeah, underneath that level 1 sandstorm, it's pretty easy for all the heroes to just stay on top of you and punish you. I'm not crazy about this Max Burrow Strike and Stinger build. I mean, maybe they thought they'd be chasing heroes a little bit more than they are, but they're the ones getting gone on now, and you're wishing that you had more points in this sandstorm in order to punish that. Maybe farm up a little bit easier.
It's only 4 kills for Navi, but they're up about 4,000 gold. Marcy's
Yep.
getting a lot out of the map. Every core for Navi's getting a lot out of the map. So are their supports, truthfully.
烈焰上塔正
Dragon
受到
Tail, Power Shot, Burrow Strike. It does
And
say
Stinger
something
for
when you
sure.
need 4 heroes to kill an Enchantress.
Yeah, it
天
does.
辉中塔正受到攻击，
Yeah, this is very similar to how the last game went, where the side of Navi was just very overwhelming. Charge away.
Palmer will be able to get out of this one.
Took a left turn there. That was interesting.
And I mean, they could kill Sanctity here if they had level 6 on Pawn though.
Ooh. Yeah, if they just
But
had
without that-
Nether Strike or the Supernova on either of those supports, they just don't have it
天
yet.
辉
It's
下
13
塔
minutes
正
into the
受
game.
到攻击，
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
And I feel like this was just damage done to them by Zayak again. They positioned like 2 heroes onto their Wisdom Rune in order to secure it, but he just managed to snag it from them.
中塔
The crazy
Nice,
thing here
jump
too
up.
is now they go to the Unleash. 70 is 2 levels behind Sanctity, and he was dominating that matchup. Malice Strike, Primal Spring has level 6.
正
The
受到
Supernova looks like it's gonna get off. It looks like Zayas is dead, but he's able to get surged away.
Yeah. Mech heals him back up a reasonable bit as well. The DK rotates in with this newly completed armlet, but he's not able to do anything with it. It was your first Supernova. You forced to pop it defensively. You don't have this for your next fight. At the very least, you do have your Nether Strike available now. Hopefully they can turn this into something.
Hopefully, but who can you kill at the moment?
They're going to see all these heroes rotate up to the top lane.
You know, they have
That Deep Observer ward that Navi placed earlier
Yeah.
sees all the heroes rotate over into their own Wisdom Rune, so they're just going to back up and not try to contest it this time around.
they don't
Nice
have to
ward
make a
placement there
move.
by them.
They can just farm. Although Erica, he's got a decent amount of farm. It's not being shown just yet.
天辉军团正在扫描，
Like, what can he accomplish here?
夜眼军团
I mean, it looks like
正
he's
在
going for
扫
the
描
BKGB just to be able to sit in the middle of all these as the team fight continue to get his right clicks off. Ideally, you stay on top of Pango as he's rolling around or be able to trade with the Marcy. I'm being worried about being stun locked by the Pango in these team fights.
Truthfully, though, Marcy it does have a lot of farm. I'd like if they would click the Marcy so we could see the item progression.
All right,
Iron Shell,
they
they're
know
gonna
what.
go. They've got the
This is
wall
a bait.
down on the Erica. This is a little bit of a bait, but they don't have Supernova, and they will get the kill on Iragi. Rolling Thunder's just a little bit too late to save this Marcy. And
2
they're
seconds,
still
1 sec, he's got
trying-
it.
Oh, that's gonna be still a dead egg. Take some attention away so they can get the trade on the Zayats, but they deny. Actually, Beyond's got the deny on ZZQ. He ends up having the Spirit Vessel on him. They've got the Dragon Tail on the Dark Seer. They'll lose a third. 2 heroes are dead on the side of Team Zero. Maybe even this Erica and DK, which will fall eventually. But Epicenter not looking like it's doing enough here. Is Pango still staying on 70 with the Spirit Vessel. See how far they're able to chase as finally Phoenix is back alive, looking to fight once more. Swashbuckle, Shield Crash, Spirit Vessel once again.
Doesn't have
They've got
enough
the
mana
dust
for a
and they get
strike
the kill
low
on a 7-8.
I mean, Zanky just showing up late to that team fight. By the time he got in there, popped his ultimate, all the heroes were split up. Things were basically said and done there. So I feel like they, even though the trades look relatively even on paper, that one is a win for Team Na'Vi, in my opinion. Zanky's doing great, and 70's still struggling to get a foothold on this game.
It looked decent enough to, feel like there was more happening, but they got the deny on Phoenix. They were getting the control there. They took out the Marcy very quickly, but it felt as though the damage ran out.
Mm-hmm. I think that was just an issue of the Sand King not being there at the beginning of the fight. And he's such an important part of the initiation and damage. Like, it needs to be him on top of heroes in his sandstorm, punishing people when they go on the egg, right?
Ooh, committing a wall. Interesting.
天辉上塔正受到攻击，
Burrow strike. Not much going on. Zayats will hit him with the Boundless Strike. The Primal Spring that charges through the Burrow Strike up onto the high ground, but they're going to stick with him, and they do have this amplified damage. 7E is going to die again, and this is what we've seen a lot from 7E, is there's a Sunray up on the high ground with a vacuum to pull him back to Earth, and another Boundless Strike to get a kill on his easy kill. This is really just a rinse and repeat of Game 1.
Yeah, I thought Team Zero with this draft would be on the front foot a little bit more, but Na'Vi is constantly taking the initiative here. I mean, even Ponlo now being dove under his own tower. Pushed back away from the creep wave. They don't want to give them anything right now. And I don't think Erica finishing up this BKB is really going to be the answer for them. Like, he'll be tanky, he'll be able to stand his ground underneath like the Pango rolling, but then what is my question.
Seriously.
Everyone else on your team, I feel like, is going to just get melted.
Seriously. Alright, I'm going to do something. Just get me 2 seconds. And
Yep, 7E is finishing up this Yule Scepter.
宝贵的长金，
Neff has been silenced, everybody. I've silenced him for good.
What can you do?
Oh no, he's back!
Unfortunately, the Dota scene has to continue to deal with me, as you do as well, Rojo. As you do as well.
I know. I'm waiting for B-Cup has to introduce us, and he says, "All right, I'm here casting with my 2 least favorite people."
Whoa, I would never say that. If I was gonna say that about anybody, it would be definitely Lacoste. Just kidding, Lacoste. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't mean you.
We can make it work, baby.
I just miss you a lot. Another strike. Sanctity. Not looking like he's gonna survive.
Come on!
Shield crash is so stupid. Burrow strike on it too. Rolling Thunder. Supernova on the high ground. This is still so good though for Team Zero. They kill the Marcy again. They'll find PMA as Yuragi is going to try and fight. They've got the Wukong's command. They go after Erica, who's got a lot of physical defenses, but will eventually die after, which Yuragi and Zayats will fall. So 4 heroes dead on the side of Na'Vi after what looked like it was going to be a decent fight.
No one on Na'Vi has any business being alive. The fact that Sanctity got out of that one is bullshit. Pango needs to be removed from Dota. He is a stupid rodent, and that is the stance that I am taking from now on. Get him out of here.
Oh,
That
Sanctity.
character.
All right, that's a full team wipe. They're back. Team Zero are back.
It's so over. We're so back.
Yeah, it went from Jover to back, and once Na'Vi said, "I'm dropping out," they were just like, "We're back. We're back."
But I can also do this for you, Rojo. You can share the screen.
That works as well.
Taking Tormentor? All right.
Yeah, most teams that we've seen in these games always take Tormentor around 20 minutes. Especially since you're buying so many auras, it's usually pretty easy too. It gives you just so much gold value.
It's just a matter of being over in that position on the map instead of going out of your way for it. So you continue to put up pressure on the enemies. But after losing a team fight like that, everyone is going to reset around the same time and make their way over there.
Yeah, plus, you know, if you take it right at 20 minutes, you're gonna finish it right around the time Wisdom Rune spawns, so... The only way that becomes dicey is if, like, the enemy tries to, you know, walk on you. Then it can become quite scary, but... Usually both teams are kind of... It's a pretty risky play to make. You can definitely lose a lot doing it.
Yeah, all right, we get to quiz you now, Rojo. I'm not sure if you got to see the first half of this game, but I mean, look at these two drafts.
Mm-hmm.
Which one do you prefer? Be
天
honest.
辉中塔正受到攻击，
There's a right answer and a wrong
上
answer.
塔正受到攻击。
I prefer the Navi draft probably quite a bit.
All right, that's wrong. That is the wrong
夜
answer.
眼上塔已被
That being said, 70's in a lot of trouble.
If Neff
So-
says it's wrong, does that mean it's right?
Always. I mean, yeah. Sometimes.
This disrespect is just incredible. Feels like I'm Team Zero over here. A pause for laughter.
A team of one
Sorry,
or a team of zero. Ponlo, Boundless Strike hits the Phoenix on the back end. They've got the Wukongs, the Rolling Thunder controlling ZZQ, but the Icarus dive, the Impetus shot
Yeah,
will get
Fuzzy.
the kill as the Sunray starts. Oh dear.
But yeah, as I was saying earlier, or was going into this point with you, Rojo, like you have amazing heroes at taking team fights, catching people, and just doing huge amounts of damage on Team Zero. But very rarely have they managed to get the initiative. They got slowed down a lot by the fact that at 7 minutes, ended up losing both Wisdom runes. The Monkey King just being a stupid little gremlin as he does, snatching the rune in front of them, and it feels like they've never been able to fully recover from that. They took that one good fight as you hopped into the stream, but other than that, things have just not gone their way, despite the fact that, you know, it looks so easy for them to kill heroes with their draft.
It does, but I mean, I just think Darkseer and Monkey King are both extremely strong, and then those heroes are very high prio draft in pretty much like just very high prio in every draft. They fit very nicely into pretty much anything. And then on top of that, you have Pango, which is not quite as, like, we haven't seen it as much in terms of the prio, but it is still just Pango. It does Pango things. It's very tanky. It's not necessarily easy for them to fight into Rolling Thunder if they don't chainstone at the start. Going on to Erica as well.
They should be able to get this kill. They have the control, they have the damage with Unleash, and he tries to TP out, but will die. With the wall
This
placed down on
Lincoln
him.
is really good from Yuragi.
Math says, Neff, didn't know you let nerds in on the cast. Holy hell.
Not sure who that is. I don't think I know anybody by that name.
Damn.
I only talk to Snow Ryu casters. Sorry.
天辉上塔正受到攻击，
Technically on the talent list.
I only talk to unpaid casters. Sorry.
Hell yeah.
Not interested, Matt.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose money doing these casts.
感觉还不错。
If you guys want to sponsor the stream,
天辉上塔
please.
B Cop lets a little slop into my enclosure if you Twitch Prime.
Yeah, I add a little cheesecake chunks in there. Boundless Strike with the shards, Ayats, and the Yules there. They have the kill onto ZZQ.
下次下手可以出。
But
And again, this is just another thing that stops them from being able to take a team fight. They've just been down a hero as they move over the map and haven't been able to recover. Now, there's no way for them to be able to defend this bottom tier 2. 20 seconds without it.
Yeah,
Got the Phoenix.
also when I initially look at these drafts, the one thing that I seem to like also to favor about Navi is that they just have like their lanes are just so strong. All three of their lanes are incredibly good, and it's also a very good Enchantress game. Just in like this Enchantress just has so much value. I mean, you're dispelling a lot in terms of just Wind Run and Spirit Breaker, and in that off lane, the Enchantress is
Erica.
just good with the creep and
Oh
doing
my
a lot
God.
of damage on the Dragon Knight.
Dear Lord.
oh, good burrow strike. Supernova's kind of far, but it's not going to matter. Sunray's there, Yuragi's dead, so is PMA, and so is Sanctity. Another great fight from Team Zero.
I mean, fighting into them 5v5 like this is just, you know, a pipe dream. Sand King's able to interrupt your chainstone as a Spirit Breaker, and you have so much healing and, you know, big AoE damage coming out from them. They can't take fights like this on Navi is one of the big issues. Not when every hero is up.
Yeah, that's where this Team Zero draft is quite good. The team fighting potential is really strong by it. So
Team
if
fighting.
you can make it out of lanes, kind of like once you have your items, once you made it out of lanes, it definitely feels nice. I think 7E also went into this early BKB, which was definitely really helpful. It's hard for him to play without it. And I mean, honestly, mostly just having the Phoenix completely unchecked, landing Chain CC onto Yuragi, who At this point, I don't think he should be looking to fight. I think his itemization has been really nice, but it's 26 minutes. He doesn't have a BKB on Marcy. Really nice charge through on Palm though.
Oh, 70's here.
Yep. Speaking of Ponlo, do you like this Crimson Guard that he's going? I hate it. I'd much rather see a BKB on him. Just be able to charge through on these team fights.
Yeah, I don't particularly like the Crimson. I mean, I think Crimson, well, Crimson is very good this game. The only thing that worries me is that it's just going to get dispelled by Enchantress. That's the biggest thing that would worry me, but other than that, it is a pretty strong Crimson game. It completely nullifies. It isn't support Monkey King, but it means that the Monkey King ulti will literally deal 0 damage. And Marcy, obviously, her ulti is the basis of her hitting like 6 times in like a second. That's kind of the thing. So.
And being a cute anime girl.
Ooh,
Well,
charge.
yeah, that's more important.
Shackle, all connecting. Sunray, PMA's just dead. All of a sudden, they really do have the damage to kill off these heroes. Nether Strike, Rolling Thunder going to end in a second. Dragon Tail Throne. And they're up out of the high ground. This is insane. Look at where this Supernova is.
Yeah, I mean, when it's good, it's good. This draft is very good at catching people and taking fights. It's super hard to get away from. Navi's playing the game like incredibly well up until what they just did in the bottom lane, I guess, right there.
Yeah. Navi's draft is so good at doing like what I think they were doing initially, and then that bottom fight just completely like split the game open.
正在扫描。
The net worth is like, this is something that I've talked about recently, I think, with a lot of the like heroes that we're seeing, is that some heroes just get so much raw value out of net worth. Phoenix and Spirit Breaker are one of those heroes, Sand King as well. It is just like every little thing that you get on these heroes synergizes extremely well with their kit that's already really strong. Spirit Breaker is probably one of the best examples of that, where, you know, if you can get even to like 20k net worth on a Spirit Breaker, even though he doesn't have particularly like the strongest Spirit Breaker items, you become so tanky, your CC is so reliable. Phoenix, of course, I mean, a lot of times it isn't even items on Phoenix, it's just getting levels. So Max Sunray has the shard. Very hard to fight into just this ball.
Yeah, we saw the effectiveness of the Sunray in that bottom fight by the tier 2. I mean, when DK didn't die, then you had the Sunray healing up the DK and hitting like 2 heroes on the enemy team was very effective.
Zayat's getting a lot of information, going for Beyond first. He doesn't have an Aegis. They blew him up immediately, and now 70's in trouble, and they'll get 2. They don't have
Got 2
buyback.
split on 0.
They have an Aegis available on Erica, and he'll TP out, but they've got the Yules onto the Spirit Breaker that kills ZZQ. Everybody dies around the DK. That is going to really make chat start to think again.
Yeah. This cute anime waifu is hitting for 500. What's happening, guys?
That's the cute anime girl with the strength of a silverback gorilla archetype.
50 Marcy-sized gorillas or 1 gorilla-sized Marcy?
天辉上塔已被摧毁，
Which one are you guys winning against?
I think you're screwed either way.
中塔正受到攻击。
But I would ask for 1 gorilla-sized Marcy if I had a chance. If they could take down Harambe, I could take down a Marcy that is
Don't mention
gorilla-sized.
Harambe on this cast.
Too soon. They were just 2 split there. I mean, again,
Yeah.
great AoE abilities on Team 0, but when you take the fight in a couple different zones like you just did, Navi's going to be very, very happy about that one. So,
Yeah.
I think they should have just taken that. For second, Enchantress looked huge. That was messed up. Back on top, I think after you take the Aegis there, you just TP out on everybody. You be very careful about your positioning. At the very least, everyone is back up on the same time on Team 0, so it's not like they're going to get picked off one at a time like they were prior to that team fight at the tier 2 bottom.
Yeah, we're also... I want to briefly mention the strongest item in Dota 2, which I think we've seen quite a lot of. You might think it'd be like BKB or Pipe, which we see almost every game at very meaningful timings, but it's actually Ogre Seal Totem. That item is so absurd. He has one on Yuragi. I believe there's one on, I think it was Sanctity or PMA as well.
正受到攻击。
Yeah,
Everybody gets
Equiver on
this now.
Malady, which is very similar, but yeah, whenever, I feel like when people are offered Ogre Seal Totem, they just end up taking it. The item provides so much value. But on top of that, you do also hit the Marcy BKB timing. When they fought without it, they lost so convincingly, and then as soon as Team Zero split, they have the BKB. This hero feels so impactful. Nice stun from 7E.
But Zayats has the shard, so he boundless strikes, tries to get away. They've got this Spirit Breaker in trouble. They'll at least get that, and Zayats isn't even dead yet. He goes back into the trees. Burrow Strike hits 2 at the epicenter. Vacuum back. And BKB's been popped. They'll go to the Wukongs. He'll TP out. And meanwhile, Beyond... Ooh. He's able to walk away. Ogre Seal Totem. No, nobody's there.
We are now running into the no BKB on Spirit Breaker problem, though. He's getting Yulesed up when he tries to go in on something, and, at that point he loses his, it's not called Empowering Haste anymore. What do they call it, Roho? I'm so old. I'm so old.
Bulldoze, right?
Yeah, Bulldoze, that's the one. He loses his Bulldoze, and he's just caught out away from everybody. If he had the
Empowering
BKB...
Haste is a throwback.
Yeah, if he had the BKB, it would be very easy for him to just, oh, nice. Knocked out of the tree. He looks like a fool now. Wait, no, Beyond's a foolish one dying?
Beyond's kind of a ballerina. Spent so much time in the air dancing there.
Yeah.
I do think this is another thing that we mentioned, or, kind of what you're saying about the Crimson Guard on Spirit Breaker, is not only do they have a Purge pretty much always available in terms of Malady on this Enchantress, but they built 2 Yule Scepters already. One on PMA, one on Zayats. They feel quite strong on those heroes, so they're not really losing much value by having them. I wouldn't be surprised if the other heroes eventually build into one, like you see one later on Enchantress or one on Sanctity. So they're ending up with a lot of ways to purge this Crimson Guard. It's also so late into the game that, considering that Crimson is kind of like this raw value, it just doesn't feel like it's quite doing enough, I think, in comparison to, like, a pipe. There's also Nullfire on Zayats, which makes it even more difficult. Pipe would be nice in a sense, but I think ultimately, like, just having BKB on Spirit Breaker to play these fights so that you're not spending almost the entirety of your fight Yulesed. It's very difficult. It's also another very nice aspect of having the BKB on Spirit Breaker is that you can do really stupid things on the map, and you can just charge, like, you can just, like, place a ward in this, like, weird spot in mid and charge all the way through mid, and...
Or by camps places, and then you can charge, like, through BKBs on Marcy, disable her for a little bit during her BKB.
Yeah, but it feels hard to do anything with just this Crimson, even to survive, which is what you think it'd be good at.
There's the charge away, or at least a little bit of distance away.
Dear Lord.
And they will get the BKB, Supernova, Sunray, Wukong's used. They're trying to leave this fight for the moment. They've got the Force Staff out. They'll get the kill on the Zayats. They'll lose Pongo. Right clicks on a 7E, though, for an
7E,
Enchantress.
please.
Boy.
Melody, oh.
That's a
This is a
support
carry
Enchantress, right?
Right.
Yes. That is a support Enchantress.
I don't like this.
I know, I don't feel too good.
These anime girls are scary.
The funny part is, too, I think probably, honestly, maybe the second strongest here, or like one of the like stronger heroes out of these, 10 here, is also the Wind Ranger. I think Beyond was doing a lot of damage, is very useful with the item build. So it is kind of an anime diff here in terms of draft. There is a DD also bottled on Yoragi, notably. Could be a tiny bit scary.
Do you unleash for this? You don't need to, right?
No.
Got more than enough damage with everybody here.
Darkseer Shard is actually quite nice. A very annoying shard. Definitely undervalued, I think, in some cases. I think they nerfed it a little while ago, so it wasn't quite as oppressive as it was for like this random patch. Nullifier also, by the way, on Phoenix. Very interesting. I think that's a pretty cool adaptation there by him.
I mean, it stops people from getting out under Darkseer buffs. It stops them buying extra time with Yules.
Yeah, also gets rid of the lifesteal on Marcy, gets rid of Yule's Scepters.
Zayats, can he Yules? They've got Guardian Greaves, so Yules up into the air. Burrow Strike comes through. They've got the Sandstorm, but they get the kill on the Zayats. Now they'll look over the Phoenix. ZZQ is dead. Focus Fire onto Yoragi, who is dead so fast. Melody's going to drop here eventually as well,
Right.
Hurricane Pike or not.
Or she'll drop,
right?
right? She'll drop, right?
Right?
She has a BKB still.
Right? Oh.
Aw.
Oh.
She'll drop, right?
Right? Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Almost takes Spawn with her. Another kind of split engagement from Na'Vi. I think this is one of the difficult things about having like Monkey King Enchantress supports.
Sanctity?
Yeah, Sanctity just kind of in no man's land.
Feeding. Oh. Hey. Oh.
The little bit of vision with the focus fire there. I'm really surprised, honestly, at how strong Erica is. I mean, he's high net worth and high level, but usually Dragonite, for the most part, gets to like a certain point in the game where it feels like you aren't able to be the only source of damage, and he isn't. But he's doing a lot in these fights, and he's not losing like almost any HP. Standing in the middle of all of them. 7E also had a really clean engagement, so that was definitely a big part of it, is just the Burrow Strike, I think, initially landed onto 3 heroes. So pretty much an ideal way to start the fight. As I was saying as well, the Monkey King Enchantress, they're so strong in the early game, so annoying. Had so much impact by stealing the Wisdom Room, which I definitely saw and I'm definitely knowledgeable about. And I'm assuming did well in the lane, which I'm also knowledgeable about on Malady. But they don't offer a lot in team fights, outside of just the raw damage from Enchantress and outside of whatever wacky item you buy on Zayats, like the Nullifier, the Yules. Your kit doesn't do very much. And it's also very easy if you like are just in some spot to get stunned and die on these heroes. So, not quite the same scalars as Phoenix Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I was mentioning this again during the draft. Like, these heroes are always going to be useful. Even if you're behind, and always going to be able to take fights. Sunray and Supernova are just ridiculous abilities, and of course Spirit Breaker being able to make so many things happen on the map, move around. So, oh my god, look at this heart monitor that we have here.
Seriously.
This is what BCOP feels at any given time.
On the daily.
Yeah.
When he gets a message at 4:30 a.m.
Oh my god, yesterday was so stupid. If I don't think you heard this, but we'll wait for a second as it looks like Melody, BKB, Vacuum, Wall, Shiva's, damage on Apollo from Melody, Sproinking, healing, and now Sanctity's in. This epicenter is really off the mark. And now you jump in after the BKBs, but DK still has his Burrow Strike on a Sanctity. I feel like they've kind of run out of steam here. Nether Strike landing on the Marcy. Marcy still has Unleash, but isn't able to do anything. Chain CC'd constantly. Burrow Strike after the Shackle Shot. They'll get the kill on a Yuragi and eventually bring down Melody. They'll fight back. They'll try to get something out of this, but if maybe it's staying too long. Rebound in. No Unleash anymore. Zayats finally dies. Yule's up into the air. If they lose Yuragi, they might just call GG. And they will. And I don't know if we have the chat on, but I think that might be Team Zero winning their first game.
Zero fans, I'm thinking we're back.
Yeah. Wow. That was I feel like I came in and then said that I liked Navi's draft, and then they started losing immediately after. So I don't.
You're really good at that.
Incredibly stupid-looking analyst right here.
You've done it so many times.
How I feel about that. But I should never doubt Neff. As I've
remember
learned.
that kid.
That's also $20 in my PayPal account for praising Neff on stream. Thank you, Neff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the draft scaled very nicely into the late game, and not like the side of Navi's draft was just it's a little bit precise. I feel like Navi's done a really good job of closing out games. They've done a really nice job of just playing really well individually, playing grouped. But they definitely overestimated themselves in that bottom fight for sure, and then it felt like they had it was kind of awkward a little bit before that, and then as soon as that bottom fight happened, it just felt like they didn't really have the resources to deal with the items and the levels coming out from Team Zero. So you can't really if you're gonna pick Monkey King Enchantress, pick these really really strong lanes, buy auras, you can't be giving away those kind of free team fights.
Yeah, and if you're a Team Zero fan, I'm thinking we're back.
Yep. NA fans are rejoicing right now. Popular NA Dota player Ponlo popping off and winning his first series in this tournament. Bro, your thoughts on this?
I think he's the best.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
No further questions.
Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Mr. Vickies. You're now a sponsor of this event. Thumbs up. You've joined the sponsoring. Don't look at the bottom right of the screen. None of these. They have not sponsored me. Ignore those logos.
Yeah, we have some pretty well endowed sponsors here, including the people who leave BCOP stream on and walk away
Hell
or fall
yeah!
asleep.
Hey, that's a sponsor right there. I mean, you're getting ad revenue, so I'm in.
They're what really keeps the dream alive.
And if you have Twitch Turbo, don't spend your money on that. You're better off subbing. You also still technically give me ad revenue as well. Technically.
Excellent.
Just saying.
Twitch Turbo costs $20 Canadian a month now.
It's so expensive. It's so stupid.
Crazy.
Which ads are my probably least favorite thing in existence.
Yeah. It's like, oh, let's see what this stream's doing. You turn it on, you just get blasted with a minute of ads. Like, oh, well, I guess we'll do anything else. No, great platform, though. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Twitch, for partnering BCOP.
Thank you, Jeff Bezos, for personally funding.
Thank you, Bezos.
You know, I think one of my least favorite parts too is if you've ever like sometimes when I get Twitch ads, they'll be like annoying or they'll like buffer, which already when an ad buffers, that's like obscene. Should be illegal. But I'll like try to like refresh the page or like restart it by playing and then like pausing playing. And then it like refreshes the ads and you get another round. And it's I think there's like ad purgatory somewhere and they just decide to give it to you. There's some Twitch admin out there.
All right, I need to check if John needs me now that Rojo's back.
Did John message you that he needs you?
He has in the past.
He has.
Not this time though.
Well, until he messages you, you're staying here with us. We don't deal kindly to traitors.
Right?
You know what I say, Neff? I say I say we overthrow this B-Cop guy.
Whoa!
We take over this stream.
we take over this stream.
All right, you guys could do that. That's fine. Whatever you want to do, that's whatever.
No, it's less fun when.
Listen. These $0 are gonna belong to me and Rojo.
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
The 25 cents in ad revenue
Yeah.
is gonna fund my Taco Bell addiction.
Let me see how much ad revenue I've made so far. It hasn't updated yet since.
By the end of the
day
night, we're
one.
gonna get like 4 hot sauce packs.
It has not told me how much I've made in ad revenue yet. There is no update to it yet. However, I have made $17 in subs.
Oh,
That's at least half an Uber Eats meal.
Yeah, that's a little more than what my Taco Bell order costs. Just putting it out there, conveniently.
If anybody wants to.
I made it worse.
Start linking my cash.
It worked. That's right. We got another sub. Now we're at $19.
Yeah, they thought we'd be talking about Dota, but instead we're shilling for.
We're shilling for
6
Twitch
minutes straight.
Prime. Hell yeah. I mean, that's how you do it. It's the way it works, right now.
That's how you make it in the business. Nev did say PRP, but I think it's
Yeah,
really
no, I
funny.
know.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I figured I'd ask. Somebody said Otra Vele.
Voltarion.
I have no
That's a
idea.
Pokemon, I think.
What?
Sorry, that was
Voltron right there. The
Voltarion.
Yeah.
I was actually trying quite hard to learn Spanish for a moment,
Same.
which was about a month, and then I had to start working, and that tapered off pretty quick. Yeah.
I tried to learn Spanish as well. I had my last girlfriend was from Mexico, and I was trying to learn Spanish so I could speak to her parents. And I had already taken 8 years of French, and there's not like a lot of brain capacity left. and it was so hard. It was not sticking much, and yeah, I ended up not really learning it that well. What can you do?
Yeah, that's how it goes. Language is hard, especially if. And I feel like it gets so much easier if you have like a lot of friends who speak it, or if you are actually visiting areas in which people speak the language you're learning.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, Spanish is one of those things that you'll probably hear pretty consistently, so not that crazy in the U.S. But it is hard. Like language learning is hard. It takes a lot of time, a lot of dedication.
All right, guys. Bad news.
He's leaving us. I know he is. This guy.
I'm leaving you. John's hotter. He's younger.
Does John have his other co-caster there? Because if you're joining a TriCast, I'm gonna
No,
actually
he doesn't have
be
a
upset.
co-caster.
All right.
He didn't have a caster yesterday, which is why I joined.
Yes, he
And,
did. I saw you with 2 people.
Eventually, he did.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, our history means nothing. Neff and I.
This guy is.
He just throws it away on a whim.
Listen, ever since you started playing a certain game, Rojo, there's just been animosity between me and you, completely from my side. Completely one-sided animosity. Let me make that clear.
Does it have a 3-letter acronym?
Maybe.
Minecraft.
There's several games, so Rojo knows what he did.
Is it Minecraft?
No, he's based for playing that. Play Minecraft, everybody. Anyway, if I get thrown out, I may be back later.
It's disappointing enough.
he has the little like baker's cup. Wondering vagrant. Outcast, please.
I am a Ronin. I am a co-caster without a master.
Yeah. Go make your money with John X Fire. We know he pays you more.
At the end of the night, I'm gonna have more Taco Bell hot pocket packets than Rojo. You'll see.
You just eat the sauce. That's it.
That's all we can afford.
Yeah, that is all we can afford on this stream.
The winters are harsh.
Yeah, that's why we go for fire sauce after a while.
Yeah, we play.
Keeps us
we can't
warmer.
afford decks of cards, so we play with the various hot sauce packets.
Yeah. Actually, my Szechuan McDonald's sauce does 5 damage to your hot packet from Taco Bell.
To your Diablo sauce.
Yeah. Ooh, your Verde. Your salsa verde.
But that one costs money to pick up.
Does it?
Yeah, that one costs like 50 cents or something.
What the fuck? Fuck that. I don't need salsa verde for 50 cents. I'd rather have it dry. This guy leave on us? Oh.
Hello?
Did your Discord crash like mine?
No.
My Discord we got all weird for a second.
You were like talking and then
Nothing.
I said the thing about 50 cents and then you left.
Oh, I said
I thought you were gonna go through a ride or something.
I said I would
Sweet.
never pay 50 cents for that shit. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's
For
crazy.
salsa verde? 5 maybe.
They also get out a saw and extract your liver for each packet that you need.
What is this, Repo Men? Jesus.
That's what it feels like, at least.
Now it's time to delete Neff's name off the title.
It's like deleting like your old Instagram post. Delete the VOD of what Neff was in. It's too painful to look back at.
Yeah, get him out of here.
We don't need to even beak up.
We don't.
We're perfectly funny on our own.
They have a verde avocado salsa that costs money. Interesting. I've never had it. I don't eat healthy Taco Bell. What
Yeah,
city?
I'm gonna talk about that. Low calorie Taco Bell diet.
Oh, my head. I have such a headache. Ugh. I was really hoping that might be a 2-0 because that would mean we would technically start the second series sooner and the day might actually end earlier.
Yeah, I mean, you did just spend what, a game and a half in a call with Neff? 2 games, I guess.
It felt like forever with him here.
Yeah, the old ball and chain.
Somebody says I'm eating T-Bell right now.
Oh God, it's calling to me. I will at some point be dipping out of the cast during a break to go draft a Taco Bell. Just to be clear.
Bwong. You gotta hear that bell.
Yeah, I try not to eat fast food too much. I mean, I really don't. But so I like usually like I'm like, oh, I really, want whatever it is today. And then I try to like push it off for a few days, and then I'm like, wow, I've been so good. I should go get it. Which I don't think really accomplishes very much at the end of the day, but it makes me feel better when I do it.
You've got young person metabolism still. You can get away with it.
That is true. It also, my ADHD medication like really suppresses my appetite. So sometimes I'll just like not want to eat for the entirety of like the time that I'm working, which isn't great. Usually I do end up eating like something, but I just don't feel like the desire to.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so then by the time that like, I don't know, I just get off my shift and it's like 9 or 10 p.m. I get quite hungry, quite ravenous, if you will.
Ravenous. Solid use of vocabulary as we're into a draft. They should have just picked Rubik. Navi would have won if they picked Rubik.
That is true. I am convinced that guy, that Zayats, is unbeatable in that hero.
Game 1,
He makes it look
again.
so clean.
It was so
Oh,
disgusting.
he did it on him?
He danced on him.
That guy does some really impressive stuff. Big fan of his. Yeah, I can't believe the one time that we saw Monkey King make it through the draft on this stream,
It
actually
lost.
ended up losing.
Yeah, it's 0-2 in the tournament right now.
Which is so interesting. Phoenix.
Again.
I love Phoenix. I think that this hero is starting to get the recognition it deserves. That being said, I'm really shocked if you're Navi and you don't just like press Snapfire. Because it's weird. I feel like we've seen people drop Cryo and Snapfire, but that hero is still really strong, at least in my opinion. And it was being banned for a decent while, usually in like a second phase. Actually, go for Jakiro, so not quite the same, but it is a very strong hero. So I guess I'm not that surprised. They'll probably get rid of it now. Hoodwink and Sven still left in the draft, which is also interesting. Team Zero did elect to take the Phoenix over Hoodwink or Sven, which I can actually understand over Hoodwink a little bit, even as absurd as we've seen the hero be. Phoenix just adds, like, offers a little more utility if you don't end up getting a lot of net worth. But Sven has felt very, very good in all the games that we've seen it, and it makes your draft just annoying in the sense that, like, you have to play around to counter a Sven, because if you leave him uncountered and they just put him safely, and then it feels like this hero is like unstoppable. And if you play to counter him, as we've seen like Dooms come out and stuff pretty early to try and deal with like the Warcry and preventing his healing once he starts getting, Mask of Madness and all that.
Right.
It's like they just put it 5, and then suddenly, I mean, yeah, you're good against Warcry, you have the Purge creep, but then he just buys Shard at like 16 minutes or, after his first item. Suddenly undispellable. Hero provides a lot of raw value. Is notably still not banned, so could look for it on Team Navi if you want. Could still look for the Snapfire, Rubik as well. But I'm a fan of locking in Sven, I think. Spiritbreaker, very interesting.
Back-to-back SP games. Which, we're not really seeing much of Spiritbreaker. But back-to-back games. See if we can win 2 in a row, or if Team Zero win their first series.
Yeah, it is. Spirit is just one of those heroes that, even though we felt like it didn't, like, we feel like the build wasn't incredibly strong in it from the last game, didn't have a ton of network, didn't get to do Spirit Breaker things for a lot of the game, it just does so much at a certain point in the game, just the speed KB, piercing stun, even landing just a few charges through a team fight can absolutely devastate the enemy team. It's also can be quite annoying for Phoenix in a sense. It's not very strong into Phoenix in lane by any means, but just being able to charge him across the map, get on top of him early, burst the Phoenix is one of the easiest ways to deal with the hero. Primal Beast as well is kind of Spirit Breaker that just, you know, needs more items and does more damage.
It doesn't charge as far.
Yeah, charges far, does stupid shit all the time. Does way too much damage when you think it won't.
We've seen players just that like collapse who just know how to like onslaught and trample and pulverize just to have this crazy amount of like control. That
Yeah, and we've also
unbeatable.
seen, I think we saw New on LGD where he was like, it was like 6 minutes and he's like walking between the tier 2 and tier 3 in the bot lane. I think he ended up killing like, I think it was EZQ actually on the Jakiro, but either way he ended up killing a Jakiro, like killing a creep camp, getting the wave, and heroes rotated on him, and it was really absurd just how much this hero can do early, but it falls off really quick without items, just because of the nature of the hero. They also ended up going for Wind Ranger, looked quite good on Team Zero. I think Beyond played it really nice. It was interesting he went Guardian Greaves, but still had an absurd amount of damage by the time he did hit his items. And it's more flex, so can't hurt to have that in a draft.
Darkseer picked again. This is the third straight game. I think we're seeing Darkseer here.
Yeah,
which
this
is
time
surprising.
I definitely think Darkseer has, I mean, Darkseer always has a lot of value, but Darkseer is specifically quite good into these heroes in the sense of they all hate being vacuumed. Primal Beast to some extent is like whatever, but Wind Ranger and Phoenix absolutely do not want to be caught by that spell. And the other big thing is that your damage on Team Zero is actually very, very heavy magic. And Darkseer is one of the heroes that can get piped the earliest out of, probably is the hero that can get piped the earliest, because he still farms so well just by having Ion Shell. So you could run into early damage issues if you don't address this Darkseer. There still is the option to go for Enchantress if you think you want to play that into the Spirit Breaker Darkseer. Usually feels quite nice, but it does mean they'll have to play the Wind Ranger in a core position in that case. And it is a little bit awkward into some of the damage that Navi has.
Sven making it this late is so absurd to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like this as well. I was kind of thinking that rather than going for like the Enchantress, you can also go for position 1. Sven doesn't actually do that incredibly well in this lane though, is the only issue, but it should be fine. Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, they're not particularly that strong in lane until randomly they just walk in their tower with Ion Shell. But if you play neatly around the waves, if you have a nice support like the Phoenix, which I would assume would be going bot, it's kind of hard to not come out of the lane with a decent amount of net worth and resources. So Sven will do quite well, has a very nice matchup into CK naturally.
Theoretically, Sven could still be the 5 though, right? Like you could go mid Windrunner, off lane.
I suppose that could be annoying. They also can still play the Wind Ranger mid and the Primal off lane.
Mm-hmm. Or even, they showed that they play Windrunner off lane and they could do Primal mid if they wanted.
Is that not what I said?
No, you said the opposite, did you?
Oh, I thought I said...
I think you said Windrunner off lane, or Primal off lane, Windrunner mid. I don't know.
Oh.
I think
we're both stupid.
knew what we wanted to say, but we're... I'll say at least I'm stupid.
I'll say I'm also stupid. Anyway, they think they're looking for an offlaner, so they actually think that... That's interesting. They banned Underlord Brewmaster, so they think that maybe it's a Wind Ranger carry with Stun support, and so they actually do end up going for Sand King, so it looks like their read might have been correct. It could also be Wind Ranger support, so this is one of the things about Wind Rangers, it just goes in so many different positions. I still don't even know where it's going. So that is a nice thing for Team Zero here. That being said, Na'Vi has a very solid core draft. They could pick up Pango again if they wanted. I don't like it as much this game, but it's generally just a strong hero. Not exactly sure what they're looking for in a mid laner here. Jump is nice, but you could be caught out really easy, so Sanctity is going to go for the Lina. We saw him have a really good performance, but that was into a Huskar, so a little bit of a caveat there.
He played really
This time
well,
into
though.
Sand King. Yeah, it looked really good. His Lina looked very good. I do think that this hero can have some issues into heavy stun lineups, because Lina can't afford to get BKB early. She has to go Gleipnir into BKB, or else she has literally no damage.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can get caught early, if you can do stupid Primal Beast Wind Ranger Sand King things across the map, Lina's game can be a bit hard, but she'll have a really strong lane. Sanctity played it very well. Good mixed damage into their lineup, kills the egg really fast. I actually am a fan of the Sanctity Lina in this game.
Yeah, because they needed a way to focus the egg. They didn't have that yet, and this gives them that opportunity. So they just didn't have anything. They didn't pick up the Snapfire. They didn't... that's one of the reasons that I think they went to the Marcy last game, even though I believe Sven was available.
Yeah, the Marcy, it looked so good, and then towards the end of the game, he just got focus fired, and it felt like he couldn't do anything. He got focus fire Spirit Breaker charged, so I guess Lina fulfills a similar purpose. Can be ran down by Wind Ranger in a similar fashion, depending on where it goes.
The chain CC on the Marcy last game was insane.
Yeah, there is a lot of chain CC as well in this game from both teams, so teamfights can play out in any number of crazy ways. I still do think that the early pipe from PMA on Na'Vi could be a very big deal, but you have to be really careful with these early rotations from Team Zero, especially when you're dealing with these Wind Rangers, Sand Kings. Like, it could be Sven support, it could be, any of these heroes have very strong early spells, and Lina can struggle into being rotated on pretty heavily.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to look to try and stop that on Team Na'Vi. I think if you can just hit your BKB timing on Lina and have pipe while CK is farming, it's going to be... I think their draft is going to be a little bit better at that point in the game, but I'm hopeful for Team Zero that they can, bring it back and get a series under their belt.
Yeah, just start them with anything, get yourself one, but beating Na'Vi, who are top of the group right now, like, things would really start to shake up a bit.
Yeah, Na'Vi is definitely hoping. They're obviously hoping to win, but this game has a little bit more weight, I think, than most of the ones that they've played. They have a good draft to do it.
后战斗开始。
Any smoke catches? I will say, so far, games 1 and 2, 70 has one mid, but he's given it back.
He's kind of charitable that way. 70. He's very strange. He's a very strange donor,
Yeah.
He likes to... He is so good, and then he likes to just, walk under your tower or make this, weird rotation that isn't on particularly any timer. And either he gets this really impactful kill, or nothing happens and he, ends up falling, 600 net worth behind. Just from that play. He's very interesting to watch. I like watching him a lot. I just hope that in a game where the lane could be quite difficult for him, that he doesn't struggle to get even further than that.
Even in the last game, he was 2 levels behind Sanctity. At level 8, Sanctity was level 10.
Really nicely played by 70 on these early waves. I think he has a really good understanding of how Sand King is supposed to lane, which is not a thing that a ton of mid laners have. So his unique perspective is quite nice here. He ends up winning a trade into level 1 Lina with Sandstorm, which is not something you'd expect. He bought a sentry at the very start, placed it on pretty much the perfect edge to kill the sentry ward from Sanctity. So definitely mitigating his losses here. Actually comes ahead of Lina in last hits. Does have decent denies on Sanctity here. But quite refreshing to see just the, what he can accomplish with these weird mid picks. People might not be as experienced on.
Still trying to see if Sanctity can kind of open up a little bit in terms of CS, because he'd start 2 and 3, but now he's gotten a bit of a wave under his belt.
Yeah, the harass, once he broke Sandstorm, he had it in kind of an
ZZQ?
awkward position. Yeah, ZZQ. Ooh, just so close to level 2 there.
He really could have used it, would have been able to Icarus dive away potentially. Still would have had that blood grenade on him with the little bit of health that he had left, but ultimately ends up dying for first blood.
Still doing quite well on Erica. This is kind of the Dark Seer Spirit Breaker thing. Pretty getting this kill is really nice for that lane because you're not expecting it. You're expecting to usually just drag waves and be silly and get your trade farm between the heroes. So it's nice to be even with the Sven. It's nice to get a kill. That being said, Erica is still hopefully going to have a pretty decent game here, regardless of what happens in the bot lane.
The side lanes have been probably the better part for Navi in the first 2 games, but if Sanctity can get off to a good start, especially on this Lina, we saw him do it last time when he played that Huskar. He was able to just move around the map and burst some heroes with Laguna Blade, making it look easy at times.
Yeah, this game looks definitely harder for him to do that. I think ultimately, even if he doesn't come out of the lane stomping the same way he did, his ultimate goal is just going to get to that Gleipnir BKB timing because he's going to be very difficult to deal with at that point.
Right.
But he's not... He's doing well against the Sand King, but I think 7E is actually doing a very nice job of kind of mitigating how difficult this matchup could be. And ended up getting pretty decent CS. I think he's stacking as well for himself, or might at least attempt to.
CS is really good for Navi on all 3 lanes at the moment. And if Yuragi can get off to a decent start, he'll be happy. But these 2 heroes aren't exactly the easiest to kill up here top. You don't really have that opportunity to just kind of blow somebody up as quick as possible. At least not yet.
They're nice into the Jakiro that they can't. They're pretty hard to kill, and we've seen Jakiro and Malady on the Jakiro do some pretty nasty things in the laning phase. So nice to get away from that, feel the pressure a little bit alleviated in terms of dying, but in terms of laning, Yuragi is still very happy. I think he needs to get off to a pretty decent start because he doesn't have the easiest CK game. There's a lot of clear for his illusions. There's a lot of ways to mitigate his damage through Warcry, through Windrun, through Fire Spirits. So not really an easy task for Yuragi, but when you can hit your timings, and if you can hit your timings along this kind of dual carry of Sanctity, with some auras coming out from PMA, I think you'll have a nice little ganache, a little dish that you've cooked up.
I'm a big fan of ganaches.
We got no time for this, Hootie. Let us
And
in.
I'm a big fan of Lyrical, who is rating with 389 people.
Ooh.
Thank you very much.
They might still have Twitch Prime to speak up. We need to chill again.
We have to chill again. They might all have Twitch Primes.
Honey, it's chilling time.
Honey, have we chilled? No, not yet. Thankfully, man, he's been landing a lot here on 70, but just hasn't quite gotten the kill just yet. But net worth wise, he's doing really well.
Yeah, it's costing both of them a lot of resources. It's funny because Sand King is one of these heroes where the Century battle is so prominent. He's ended up maxing the Sandstorm, which is not typically what we see from Sand Kings, but he's pretty much been forced to. So he's ending up maxing the Sandstorm, which means that both the mid laners are just buying sentries when they can and then trying to stop the other from killing it.
Let me just be able to survive here and try and farm charge from behind those. That's not on his typical hero. He's on this Spirit Breaker this time around. Onslaught, trample away, but they will get this kill on a Beyond, and that will be a second kill. And Navi with a 2K lead, despite the fact that it's been a quiet game.
天辉上塔
Yeah,
受
just
到
pretty consistent CSing, nice laning. They don't have a lot of threat in this early game on Team Zero if they aren't like really landing everything. I mean, especially in like this top lane, they don't really have good threat onto CK Jakiro. It's such a strong lane. One of the two things between Chaos Knight and Jakiro is that between the two of them in the early levels, they have almost like 1600, like 2000 HP just from their base HP, and
Oh my god.
they have stuns and a lot of damage, so they
I
can
don't know
walk
if I've
onto the
ever
Wisdom Rune.
seen a 7-minute rune fight like this. Is Erica is actually the one who picks up the Wisdom Rune, and the supports get traded.
Yeah, I mean, very nice for Team Zero here. I think we're gonna start seeing a little bit more of this. I think anytime that you can rotate heroes to prevent this Wisdom Rune from getting stolen, it's definitely worth it. Fortunately, he sees Malady on Erica.
He got the
But
Wisdom
doesn't
Rune,
want
which is
to go
kind
for
of
it.
value, but how much time
I would
up
say
here
it's good.
is a waste? Like, when does it start feeling like a waste of time?
Probably about now, but I think it's okay. ZZQ is getting solo levels in the bot lane. You're playing against the Darkseer, so he can't particularly like take your tower, just expanding his own lead, which can be scary. Goes and hits the jungle, so it doesn't feel horrible. ZZQ falling, or potentially falling. Looks like he will.
He's very dead. You could have stopped there. Uh-oh. Hello?
Oh, and they take a big stack. That's actually a pretty big deal. They had a really big stack behind that tower.
My stream froze.
Oh, it was like a 4 stack of. It was honestly really nice. I'm sure PMA is feeling himself after that one.
Oh no, my program froze.
Sitting really high on the net worth, 4.8k, because of that stack, because of these kills that he's kind of randomly been gifted. Erica is still having a great time, which is your kind of beacon of light here for Team Zero.
1 second. Sorry, everybody. Hold on.
Hold on.
We're holding.
But-
We're holding.
I think this pipe is going to be a really big issue for Team Zero. Palmo as well. Caught without the wind run, dies to Yuragi.
Interesting.
Handing over a lot of free kills on Team Zero this game.
Clean feed. It is broken.
Broken, much like Erica is
Oh,
dying in the bot
no.
lane as well.
Don't say that.
ZZQ, Icarus dive into the TP, so manages to live but doesn't get a lot out of it. Rotates Yuragi into the bot lane. They are going to get this tower kind of early, except looks like they actually don't want it. Maybe they're afraid of a rotation coming out. So they send Yuragi back into the top lane. Getting gone on 7E does end up falling to Sanctity, who has not a double damage, but does have Malady, which is essentially double damage in a hero.
This is wild. I can't. Maybe I'll have to. Let me open the program as administrator because it's just not working for me. I can't.
Yeah, I'm trying to give the how people used to gather on the radio and listen to baseball games.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to have that effect,
Okay.
except a little more annoying.
Yeah, it's telling me fail.
Really nice double shackle shot. Aren't really able to get anything charged through onto Sanctity. Almost catches something. They're just gonna go with Malady here. Good rotation. He actually did have a killing spree. Ends up going to pawn low. Nice rotations onto the rune from Team Zero. A little bit of life. That being said, you are sitting at 6.1k at 10 minutes on PMA in terms of the net worth. He almost has a pipe at 10 minutes. He's 50 gold away.
We're back.
That is pretty terrifying.
What time are you at right now?
I'm at 32, 3, 4.
All right, I'll pause
5.
for 2 seconds. And actually, I paused. You said you were at 30 something.
41, 42, 43,
All right.
5,
40
6,
You're at 10:48 now. 9.
1, 2,
Yeah.
1052,
Yeah, okay,
1053.
cool. We're back.
We're so back.
Let me raise the volume back up. We're good. I'm sorry. You guys could refresh your page, but we're finally back here. Oh no, I froze again.
It's you know, it's not funny, but
天辉上塔
it is funny when you
受
say
到
we're
攻
so
击
back. 7E, by the way, in this game, he's sitting at 4k net worth on the Sand King, which is the lowest of all the
天辉
cores.
团全面加固
Not far
天
ahead
辉
of him
上
is
塔正受到
Beyond,
攻击
who's getting charged on in the top lane from Zayats, who has level 6 on Spirit Breaker. Sanctity came here as well, but they missed the LSA, so he might not go down if he's lucky. Charge should be coming back
Oh,
up soon from
Malachi's dead at the same
Zayats.
time.
The Surge was just enough, ends up giving the kill over to Sanctity, so a little bit of control there to funnel net worth into their mid laner.
Oh, now you're just ahead of me.
Oh.
What's your time at now?
3, 54, 55,
Oh, I gotta get it.
56.
Hold on.
天辉上塔
Oh,
Just
yeah,
clean
I think
feed
I should be
things.
there. Yeah.
夜眼
I
下
think we're good.
塔正受到攻击
Perfect. PMA, he is trying to take these stacks of the
Shackle?
Ion Shell. Actually very good at doing this on Darks here, but they're a little bit overextended. They're hoping to catch something with Erica, but looks like he's just going to clean up the majority of the stack. 7E.
They've got Beyond's coming off from the left. Oh, good ice path. Jesus,
Oh, the
70
pipe.
dead immediately. And now they're gonna look to get Uragi. LSA lands. They'll kill Uragi. Zayats is dead. Beyond falls. And it's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, this is almost terrible for
No.
almost terrible for Team Zero, except Uragi ends up going down to a poorly timed armlet toggle. Looked like he went down to either a last take of a Fire Spirit or maybe a Blood Grenade, perhaps. So I don't think he either recognized that he had it on him or thought that he needed to toggle at that moment to live, which he might have. So them getting that kill is a really big deal. Still doesn't necessarily save the game state that they're in. The damage felt really kind of iffy once that pipe came out from Darks here. They were really overextended and you aren't able to get anything out of it. 7E is sitting 2,000 net worth below Sanctity, 3,000 net worth below PMA. Smoke onto Erica. Really nice storm.
Splits on
受到
these.
攻击
Yeah, really good stun there. The splits on these net worths are
天辉
really
上
just
塔已
so
被摧
rough.
毁夜眼中塔正受到攻击
Like, the difference between Sanctity and Sand King, 7E, is huge.
And Sand King, I mean, he's probably going to end up getting this blink. I'll assume he'll also go for something like a Yule's this game, which would be quite strong. So he doesn't need a ton of net worth to be useful, but the levels definitely hurt, and the timings definitely hurt. Even if you don't need as much net worth, he's not able to get them necessarily at a meaningful time as of the moment. Still sitting 400 gold away from the Blink Dagger.
一分天眼
Gonna be hard to make moves on Team Zero for quite a while, so I think you're looking to power farm with Erica. Hopefully 7E can catch a few of these stacks. ZZQ. Get a little bit of net worth in the side lanes. Slowing down the game is the name of the game for Team Zero. Navi, meanwhile, gonna play around their timings and around their combos.
Yeah, Shackle when you're surrounded by a tree, that's going to be a little bit rough, but they can't really contest this just yet. 7E
天辉上塔正受
back into the Sandstorm, LSA missing.
Yaragi's actually really low. I have to end up using the pipe actually to save him. Really awkward engagement from Navi. It doesn't end up hurting them so much, but it doesn't feel nice. They give some breathing room over to Team Zero, and specifically Erica here and Beyond, who are just soaking up the sun on the other side of the map.
The one who's closest is Erica. If you're Navi, at some point you got to think about just going for Sven instead, right?
攻击
You definitely think about it, and I really thought that he was going to go for right click Lina on
攻击
Sanctity as he did yesterday, but he opted to go for Magic Lina. Building into the Ags, really nice chain stun onto ZZQ.
Yeah. Back, it still takes a lot to kill a Phoenix, though.
It does, and you, on the opposite side of the map, you trade tower and a few waves here from Erica, but overextending, definitely being greedy here to try and go for these ancients. Thankfully he's fast enough. They don't think they'll be able to catch the vision onto him, so actually he ends up wasting a lot of time from Navi.
No. Take the right turn into those trees, and all of a sudden, you get charged. then you're kind of between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, 7E, kind of looking on to Sanctity. I'm really curious as to... Oh,
Draghi?
that's a lot of
Found
damage for
Erica.
Yuragi.
And Melody not there in time. They go for Sanctity. They get this kill over mid. You said you were wondering if they would go for him, and now Yuragi's actually the one who's in trouble. Charge is coming through, but the Pulverize connects. I freeze for a second. The power shot hit. I have no idea if he died.
He does end up going down to 7E there. PMA comes in on the backside. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get there in time to use the pipe to save him. Gets a kill onto 7E in return with the vacuum there. Trying to chase on W Zayats to get something from this overextension. But overall, the ultimate thing that happened is you lost your 2 cores, and you also lose W Zayak after Beyond gets a really nice onslaught onto him. So really, I mean, really nice recognition, I think, by Team Zero overall to go for that, especially considering that they didn't have the Sven, so you might not have been expecting it on Navi. You end up losing a lot of net worth lead that you had here. You lose a lot of time on the map, getting valuable vision, getting valuable kills on the side of Team Zero, hoping to just stay in it for now. Working towards BKB on Erica. Working towards Yules on 7E, who is still quite far behind on the Sand King. Ags is finished on Sanctity, which is going to be a very meaningful power spike for them. That being said, it could still be hard
What time are you at?
to land kills. 45.
Okay, hold on.
6. They're going on to the Sand King. Instantly we're 7E.
Alright, I'm at 49.50. 1, 2.
Okay.
Alright.
I'm a little bit ahead. I'll try to pause.
I can. It's up to you.
Okay, I'm at 18:01.
There we go.
Okay, it turns out I can't do the pausing thing. That's a B-Cop exclusive.
Yeah.
That's a premium feature.
That's a premium feature. I'll skip forward a little bit. I'm at 17, 18, 19.
Give me a quick sec. I'm at 26.
Okay,
7.
I'm like a second behind you. Alright, that's fine. As
That's
long
fine.
as I don't lose connection again. I don't know why I'm losing connection today.
This was happening to me yesterday. Yeah.
So far, so good, though, as we're back again.
We're so back.
We're so back. 3K lead for Navi, though.
They do have a BKB finished up on Erica, but it looks like the Roche is... It's going to be tight. It's a pretty
Yeah.
close timer here. If they go straight into, they might be able to catch it, but I don't think they are. BKB finished from Beyond and Erica, so honestly, I'm still looking for a fight. There's no mana on Sanctity, but they don't know that quite yet. Our Team Zero are going to be able to read Navi running away here. Oh, they're kind of staying.
Yeah, Yuragi might have made a mistake by doing so, but he pops that ult, the Storm Hammer on the PMA, pops the pipe. They've got the Macro Pyre down as well as the Ice Path. Sunray from ZZQ. Not a lot of damage done here from Team Zero. And the BKB is going to run out on Beyond, so they might be able to even turn this. Not a lot of mana left on Sanctity, though. God Strength, Supernova, charge in. They'll retreat off this egg. Looks like they'll lose at least Malady. And still the chase is on. They just need a charge. Yuragi doesn't have a lot of life to work with here. Feels like he is always just on the edge of dying. Oh, no, Sanctity. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Now he found him. Paulo had a TP.
Yeah, probably just was skeptical he wouldn't get it off. Not really much of an engagement. You lose the supports on either side. It looked like there was going to be a lot happening, but both teams kind of end up respecting each other's cooldowns. Walk away relatively unscathed. You did still get the Aegis, which feels quite nice for Yuragi on the CK, but he's falling a little bit behind in comparison to Erica. Not an easy matchup necessarily for the CK either. This hero kind of harkens on being ahead. Quite important that this hero is and currently isn't ahead of the Sven. The Warcry is a very nice way to mitigate the damage from CK, and it obviously has illusion clear. Early BKB, nice carry matchup here, so not feeling too bad if you're Erica. Do have to worry, however, about getting chain CC'd, potentially taking a lot of damage from the magic that can come out from Sanctity. Gonna start the Tormentor right in front of their face, basically. Are gonna get the Wisdom Rune.
Ooh, Nether Strike. Erica, BKB. The damage on Azaya. It's trying to survive, but the Laguna Blade, ZZQ's dead immediately. They'll end up trading this Spirit Breaker. Yuragi? Hello? Where's your team? 70. LSA is going to miss. Yule's up into the air. Blink away. Really well done there by 70.
Yeah, nicely played by 70 to not give away another unnecessary kill. They do end up getting the Wisdom Rune and getting a kill, so feels still vaguely worth it for Na'Vi. But you're not increasing the pace of the game very much. Still feeling a little bit awkward on your Ragi at the moment. But there shouldn't be any good way for Team Zero to get on top of you and win this team fight without BKB or God Strength. Nice vacuum.
LSA. Whoa, gosh. Desperately needs that Sunray. Find Ponlo. 3-second stun, Ice Path, and the Reality Rift to pull him back into it.
I don't know what he was doing there. Quite frankly.
Dying.
I don't know. He just kind of found himself in the middle of a bunch of heroes. Was also kind of on top of vision. So they kind of... It's really funny because Navi's just been kind of playing this like slow... You know, are we going to go back? Are we going to commit to this? Team Zero didn't quite think they were, or didn't think at least that they can contest it, which is probably the correct read from Erica, who has the God Strength and the BKB back up. Didn't at the moment.
I am frozen again. This is killing
They're
me.
going to try to get Zayats here.
This is so frustrating. I'm going to message them.
Is your stream?
All right, we're back. It loaded back up this time. It reconnected. I'm at 23:05. 6.
I'm at 12. 14.
Okay, let me jump
16.
forward
It's
then.
like, yeah, quite a bit ahead there. 21.
Can you do something for me? I'm at 26 now.
31. 32.
Yeah. We're on. We're
Okay.
on. We're good. We're perfect. You get their own Torm now.
They can, which is nice. Taking 2 Tormentors is a lot of net worth. Quite nice to pump it into the supports as well. Even in the PMA, since it goes to the bottom 2 net worth. Or the bottom 2 net worth that don't have... Wait.
50-50
Why does he
of
get
the
a
bottom 2 net worth. Yeah.
Does Yuragi have Shard? How did PMA... I guess... Oh, he probably got the net worth from...
The Shard.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. And then he hopped to the highest. It's a little bit inflated. But he is still extremely farmed on PMA. Had quite a good game here so far. 70's recovering nicely. I'm not quite feeling the impact yet of Sanctity's Lina here.
Ooh.
They're
Yeah,
trying to go
course.
onto him.
Uses that Ags to just fly away, and also that Obs in a decent spot from Ponlo. Ragi looking for potentially the position to jump in. They've smoked up his 4. The tier 1 tower, 24 minutes still up.
Nice Yule's really good charge.
Yeah, good charge from Zayats. The Burrow Strike away, getting some distance, but the Laguna Blade forcing the BKB from the Sven and a TP out. They'll get this kill on a 7E. They'll at least get that for now. TP out from ZZQ. But Sven able to escape trouble and harm for now. They're looking for the charge on the Beyond, and they are going to catch him, so they should be able to stick with him for a little bit as he has to back away through that gate and make sure he doesn't die.
Breaker is so comically fast with this facet. When the charge lands, you just see him like zoom around for a second. I think most of the time it's even catching him off guard, how fast he is.
Yeah. I enjoy it, though.
Yeah, I love it. Magic Lina is really interesting. I definitely don't think we see it as much these days. He also didn't go the slow burn facet, which is what you would assume people would go on Magic, but it makes sense considering that you want to burst on that hero. But Magic Lina in general is a pretty hard scaler. It hits some timings, but the more that you get on Magic Lena, the more that like it kind of grows exponential as your items become more and more, as your levels become more and more. So kind of like similar to the SF that we've seen from Sanctity, except you're a little less burst heavy, but you have a little more avenues to survive and be annoying, push out waves.
Mm-hmm.
It serves a similar purpose, definitely did well in lane as well. I'm wondering if the right-click Lena might have been a little bit stronger at this point in the game. Which is kind of the timing I think you would want to be playing around.
Shackle doesn't connect on anything. Good vacuum wall, Jesus. So much damage on a Beyond to start that fight, but Zayats is dead first out of everybody. Yule's up in the air, 70 in some trouble. Sandstorm, God Strength, fighting Yuragi, BKB. That gets popped. 70 ends up dying. They'll go for the Jakiro. Melody falls next. And they won't be able to kill this egg, so Yuragi without the BKB now needs to run. LSA connects here, and then the Dragon Slave on Apollo. Stormhammer on the Darkseer. They kill off Beyond. They'll get the kill on a PMA, not before losing Ponlo, though. And it's a 3-for-3 trade. They didn't get Yuragi.
Yeah, they didn't get Yuragi, and they didn't get Erica either, so interesting that both position 1s in this engagement live. Net worth did favor Team Zero there in terms of the fact that they are behind, but definitely you got the net worth on pretty value heroes in terms of Sanctity, in terms of Yuragi here, hunting Erica.
Ooh. Charge in, Laguna Blade used, Nether Strike, and now the Stormhammer. This is a problem. Sanctity went for it, and now he's going to get tipped. He's dead. Epicenter used right on top of Zayats. They'll get a second.
More important than him dying is him being tipped, I think, is the takeaway here. Big mental damage inflicted. Definitely overzealous, and you can see the Observer is hovering over the Dandelion Amulet there. Does absorb 300 damage of the magic there, so kind of not something you'd ever see on Sven. Probably was his best option. Ends up taking that and surviving very, very slimly. Turns into a pretty bad play there. Losing the Spirit Breaker and the Lena. Two heroes you desperately want net worth on at the moment. And in that last big engagement, we could see... This is kind of also one of my trifles with... Oh, they're going on a Malady.
Yeah.
A decent ward coverage there.
They've got the Guardian Greaves, Macro Pyre drop down, BKB popped by Yuragi, but it also popped by 7E. They'll blow up Ponlo, the charge is in, and maybe PMA finds an opportunity to go into a vacuum with no wall, because it's already dropped behind them. But they don't kill the Phoenix, and they lose Zayats instead.
Yeah, I will say as well, as poor as Team Zero have been doing in some of these games, how difficult some of them have looked, Erica's, I mean, this guy's really good. I think he's been quite consistent in a lot of these games, and he's just, when I'm watching him fight, I'm very impressed by how patient he is. In that last engagement, it could have been kind of dicey, but he ends up harpooning a like 900 movement speed Spirit Breaker, doesn't get charged because of it. He saves his BKB for a long time if you watch him in these fights.
Oh, Yuragi?
Yuragi is straight in. He doesn't have BKB. I almost wonder if they could have turned, but I think it's correct to just get out here. Nah, he's chased by PMA.
Oh.
Well,
Vacuum.
there's a cliff there?
Into a weird little spot. And now the buyback's going to be committed. The BKB as well, but the Ice Path now pulling him back in. Gale Force, charge in. Nether Strike? No. Not committing onto the Sven. All this...
Buyback out from ZZQ.
You know, all this happening and Na'Vi losing that last fight, they're still up 9,000, but it feels like Team Zero have control a little bit.
Yeah, all their cores are getting very consistent net worth, and the Tormentors also did a lot to give them this kind of lead that they've been in. Sports are ahead by a little bit, so they're just keeping their net worth up very well, Na'Vi, which is definitely commendable. That being said, they don't have a great answer to Erica, which is what makes this feel less impactful. Go right on to Zayats.
Yeah, they always want to get this Spirit Breaker, but they lose Ponlo first. Supernova behind the lines. They've got the Pulverize, and it looks like Yuragi, who's trying to run, just barely escapes. Erica still has this Aegis, so he's not afraid to run at these heroes, but Maybe they re-engage on the side of Na'Vi with not a lot of health left on Uragi.
塔正受到攻击。
Yeah, the Darkseer Fart Cloud was doing a lot against this one. Very annoying, actually, for that hero once his BKB runs out. Because the Darkseer Shard, really the only thing that it realistically does, even though it does technically do damage, is it has a really high slow number. So it's really difficult to chase into, which Surge is already quite difficult to do that into haste. So it does mean that Uragi gets out. Still don't manage to pop the Aegis here, so kind of I feel like we've seen so many engagements this game and like so many, teams going on to each other that haven't led into particularly that much. Usually just the trade of like 1 or 2 kills, maybe support going down.
If you're Na'Vi, how do you close out this game, though? It seems like they're struggling to just take clean engagements.
I think it's going to be a lot of looking for just burst. Once this Aegis runs out, the Sven is susceptible to being bursted. This is one of the benefits of Magic Lina, even though I am a fan of the right-click Lina, as I said this game. Magic Lina, the one thing that it does is burst, and it does it very well. So there's always an opportunity to get yourself back in the game if you can catch the Sven either after the BKB or before the BKB. Definitely going to have to play around buybacks for Team 0, just to be careful that Na'Vi can't get what they want and try to end the game. So I think it's definitely going to be a kind of cat and mouse game here for a while until Aegis runs out.
天辉下塔正受
Data
到
is finally finished on Erica, so not necessarily not able yet to mitigate the being bursted or part or issue, but does still have the Aegis for a little while, and the Daedalus we've seen on Sven is quite absurd. I think, I think ultimately you're going to be looking a lot at Zayat's. You're going to be looking a lot at these Ice Paths and at Sanctity and how his spells land. Getting rid of even one single hero on Team 0 can mitigate their impact a lot in these team fights. I think as well, 7E, he had kind of a rough early game, isn't still the highest net worth, but in these engagements he's been really annoying. I think kind of a weird thing, but he is like oddly so good at using Yules. I feel like he's been like he's like Yulesing and then blinking out.
到攻击。
He's kind of going in, Yulesing, BKBing out of it.
Right.
He's being very annoying, and it's actually causing a lot of issues for Na'Vi. Another thing that Magic Lina can struggle with is kind of being
被摧毁。
CC'd or pushed out of fights. You're kind of in and out on Lina in this sense. In Magic Lina, you're kind of or in right click Lina, you're kind of committing with BKB. Magic Lina is you pop the Ags, get a spell rotation, kind of blink out, throw a few stuns from a far distance. So if you can have 7E just kind of being a nuisance and preventing you from doing that, then I feel like Erica is pretty unchecked here. Still 14 seconds on the Aegis, so I think they're trying to time it.
夜眼下塔
We really,
It's kind of doable here.
we really haven't seen them be successful with getting eggs either.
Yeah, the Magic Lina also does struggle at that since she doesn't build a BKB. Walking straight into a ward on Uragi. Is that legal? They might have thought it was an illusion, I guess that's why. Now the Phantasm comes out.
Yeah, now they burrow strike onto an illusion. They've got their own Ob Sentry down in the lane to try and see this.
Yeah, camping the high ground with gems, so it looks like Na'Vi are just gonna opt to give this away. Could maybe look for Tormentor, but it feels a little bit too risky by Team 0, so just standing on top of their vision again. Little bit far out this time.
Charge in, LSA, Reality Rift, they've got the Nether Strike. Do they have the control to BKB? The God Strength is pop, goes for PMA. Guardian Greaves, wall is down, Supernova used. They'll go for Uragi, they'll get the kill there too. 2 heroes dead, even with no Aegis. Just feels like they can clean up so well in a third in Milady. And
下塔正
now they're on the high ground.
天
At
辉
least for
军
now
团
he is.
全面加固。
Well, one good way to deal with the burst coming out from Lina is to supposedly stand on top of each other and hope that he doesn't land Laguna on the right target, because it looked like he completely whiffed it on Sanctity. He hit the LSA and the Dragon Slave, but actually ended up hitting Laguna onto a different target. So wasn't able to burst the Sven. Erica, once he gets into that initial part, gets the BKB, feels so hard to deal with. Almost level 25, has a Satanic. Not quite sure what you're gonna do against this, and especially it feels that they're trying to go onto Erica and trying to burst him, and then ZZQ is just egging, pressing Sunray on top of it, and it makes it that much harder to go.
眼中塔正受到攻击。
You know, what point is, like, I don't even know. Navi, they were up 10K, and it felt like they had lost the lead on this game. But now they're only up 3,000, and it just feels like all Team Zero.
Yeah, it's one of the nice benefits of Sand King and Primal Beast as well, is that even though Primal Beast is like 6,000 less net worth than Sanctity, he feels a very similar level of impact. Even though 7E is 1,000 net worth, exactly, behind Lena, that's kind of cool. He still feels extremely impactful beyond...
Fine for now. Pipes there, Burrow Strike, Yuragi with the BKB, Laguna Blade hits, they finally get the kill in the Beyond. They have the silence on Erica, who's chasing down Yuragi. Epicenter, the chase is on to try and get the Lena, the Supernova. They get the kill in the Sanctity, they look at Yuragi, both are dead. They'll try to complete for more. They'll buy back on Sanctity. Erica, they've got Vision. LSA, Dragon Slave, charge in, Glimmer Cape, they've got the dust, they'll look at Melody, they'll get the kill onto the Jakiro. And they are not accomplishing enough damage on Na'Vi. Not at all.
Sanctity has definitely fallen off quite a bit in this game. The buyback hurts even more because he's not going to be able to really get to this next item that he wants to, not being able to break any thresholds, any burst potential, which Erica is doing quite well. Really nice mech timing there from, I believe it's Palmla who has it, saving CZQ on the Phoenix.
Maybe getting
Punch
70
back,
here,
goes
alright.
7E.
But they bought back on Yuragi, like this is full commitment here from Na'Vi. Charge in, LSA, they've got the control, they'll get the kill and beyond. He doesn't have buyback either.
受到攻击。
So at least they've got that going for them, but they would really need to push in. That being said, Roche is available.
Yeah, Sanctity's buyback I definitely think was premature. Could be a really big deal here. Lena is, as I was worried about with Lena in any form, is that sometimes when she gets gone on, she has no way of realistically surviving, especially when there's a chain stun coming out from Team Zero. So now you have to choose, are you giving Aegis to Yuragi, who's your strongest hero? Are you giving it to Sanctity, because the game could end very quickly if he goes down? I would imagine Aegis to Sanctity, Cheese to Yuragi, but they're going to go the other way around.
And Ag's Blessing to Yuragi as well.
Ag's Blessing is actually
given
over to Malady,
Jakiro, yeah.
which is cool. I think I agree with this. They're kind of running into damage issues against this Sven. So giving your Jakiro 4,200 gold inflated is going to be quite nice for doing so. Palmo narrowly avoiding.
For now. Yeah, he's out.
Looks like he's safe.
Surprisingly enough, he gets out of that one. But able to win run the opposite direction of seeing the Darkseer. And I mean, the biggest thing here is Sven is 8,000 net worth up on anybody so far.
Yeah, he's reaching pretty critical mass here. I think this Jakiro Ags will help a little bit. You're heading as well into a 4-star formality, so hopefully you can attempt to kite this Sven. Not easy though, and it doesn't feel like the damage is quite there at this point to burst Sven anymore. He's now sitting at 4.6k HP. Very high armor numbers when he presses the Warcry, has the Satanic, so lots of tools at his disposal to avoid dying suddenly. Not necessarily the same can be said from some of the cores on Na'Vi, specifically Sanctity here, and even the Jakiro, who you're hoping is going to deal with this Sven, can die pretty quickly if he's not careful.
一眼军团正在扫描。
They don't have the buybacks available on the side of
天辉
Navi, so maybe Team Zero are looking for their opportunity to take a fight. Yuragi getting his shard now.
Yeah, when you end up... They have this kind of weird timing. When you buy back to get the Aegis, it feels good because you're denying Aegis from the enemy team, and potentially you have a window to punish. That being said, since they don't have buybacks, this can happen sometimes where you have to wait, essentially, just for your buybacks. You're pretty much just using this Roche as a stalling method to try and get a little bit further into the game, maybe make it a little less scary to play out the map without those buybacks. Because if you don't have the Aegis here, Team Zero is going to be hunting you relentlessly. Now that there's Cheese and Aegis, they feel a little bit more, a little more afraid.
Right.
Playing a little more reserved on their side of the map. That being said, there is also another weird timing where once Aegis runs out, you have about 2 to 3 minutes where you can potentially lose the game. And then you have to end up playing safe. Team Zero probably takes up a lot of the map during that time period. It's a little song and dance here, considering they were kind of forced to use the buybacks and chose to.
All that, and they've got themselves a 9,000 net worth lead, but I'll continue to say it. It feels like the game is in Team Zero's control despite this fact, and a lot of that is inflated due to the fact that they got the Ag's blessing on Jakiro, but, it's still an Ag's that does a lot.
Yeah, that's true. The net worth is a little bit closer than it looks because the Ags is still quite useful, but more net worth than it seems. Going on to ZZQ, so pop his Aeon Disc. Really good pickoff.
Silence and then maybe kill him here, but he gets to get hit by that Laguna. Vacuum back, Macropire down, BKB is popped. Gonna run out in a second with the buyback being used by Zayats as they'll look over at Beyond. They've got themselves the normal punch, the epicenter onto this Jakiro power shot and the damage. But Force Staff, Guardian Greaves still alive, Ice Path down, and he finally dies, but Yuragi's gonna lose this Aegis. LSA, Supernova, it's just zoning out Sanctity. PMA is dead. He's got buyback. Yuragi pops the BKB. Still trying to fight here, but it looks like he might die a second time. The LSA, oh, the damage not quite enough. Stormhammer and the kill. Dead for 2 minutes, as now they'll look towards the rest. Shackle connects on Zayats as he'll charge over onto this Windrunner. Vacuum onto everybody. They don't have a wall to follow that up. They'll buy back on the Windrunner. PMA trying to run. Laguna Blade, Dragon Slave's not going to be enough, but the Yule's up into the air. PMA in trouble with the normal punch out of the Sven. They'll get the kill there on the PMA. He's dead a second time. Onslaught in. Lincoln's pop. Sanctity in trouble. Havoc Hammer on him. Icarus dive. They're trying to just stick onto the Lina. They drop a sentry. They'll get the kill. He doesn't have buyback. And this is looking rough for Navi.
Oh, they disconnected, so it seems like they called GG. The chat was off.
And Zero take the series 2-1.
Yeah. Imaginary G's dropped in the chat. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the things that I was talking about did kind of end up coming to fruition. It felt like Sanctity wasn't quite able to have the impact that you were hoping towards the end of the game here. Not enough damage. And Erica, I mean, I think he played the game very well. He has a very strong hero that they let through in the draft on Navi, and ends up just kind of running away with this one. It felt like you have 4 heroes with incredible utility, and then you have this extremely farm Sven. So not often that we see 4 Protect 1 these days. Kind of felt like it this time. And this time it worked. I think Sven in this current patch is an excellent hero to do it. And you kind of just, because of the way that you drafted into this Sven with the CK, with this Magic Lina, kind of end up tapering off into the late game, not being quite able to finish him off in any of these fights.
Yeah. And
really nicely done by Team Zero.
Now it finally gives Team Zero a win. They're now 1-2. Navi dropped to 2-2. It doesn't allow them to win the group then. And it does shake things up a little bit as that first series goes the way of Team Zero. But we should have a little bit of time between the series if you want to go grab yourself some water and a little bit of a snack.
I do. I also need to feed my cats. We'll be back.
All right, I'll be back as well. I'm going to change the title. There you go. All right, I'll be back in a little bit. I'll play some music while we wait. And I will play this.
Taking my time, choosing my line, trying to decide what to do. It's time I sling the baskets off this overburdened horse. Sink my toes into the ground and set a different course. 'Cause if I were here and you were there, I'd meet you in between. And not until my dying day confess what I have seen. My glance is always darting as I stroll the avenue, avoiding all the obstacles that terrorize my view. If you are there with me, I trust you to lead the way. When you're not, I follow you and always go astray.
I'm back. Sorry about that. We're drafting. I gotta change the stream title. Did I change the stream title already? I did. It's Virtus Pro against LGD. I took a shower quickly enough. And now we get to see Sven again. Okay. Yeah. Took a quick shower, rejuvenated myself, ready for this one. If VP wins, I can get you another sandwich? Hell yeah. We'll see if they do win. They're up against LGD. Virtus Pro, who yesterday beat Team Spirit, so they are on the up and up as they are 2-1, looking to get to the top of the group by winning this one. And definitely didn't enjoy such hour. It's kind of tough for me right now. I'm dealing with a I don't really know what I'm dealing with right now. I haven't gone to the doctor yet about it, but I believe I have a stress-induced heat rash or something like that. And they go Phoenix, first pick on Virtus Pro. So my showers are very rough right now, let's just say. See what these picks are. They get rid of the Beastmaster, which definitely is something you want to get rid of, as we've seen how strong that hero can be, especially when it gets itself to like a 12-minute, 11-minute Ags. And Void Spirit is an interesting band, that's for sure. We haven't seen much of Void Spirit in this event at all. But they go to the DK after banning out that Hoodwink, which makes me feel like the sound is kind of behind here, just a little bit. A lot of delay between those picks, and the sound and the pick showing up. They go, ooh. So SF Sven to start this out seems pretty crazy. And Spirit Breaker again seems to be the trend so far today. But Spirit Breaker, SF, Sven, get him out of lockdown with the 2 heroes. SF doing a lot of damage. Maybe Tiny's not available, but Avalanche toss in a Requiem we've seen a couple times feel very strong. See if we get something similar in terms of lockdown into a Requiem. Like I said, Rojo will be joining us again, but he went to go pick up some dinner. Okay, SF also does not want to be up against Spirit Breaker. That is very right. What do you pick up here if you're Virtus Pro? Because right now I really do like this LGD lineup. You need a little bit more lockdown here from the side of Virtus Pro. Right now all you have is Dragon Tail. We've seen Ember feel pretty strong, especially Searing Chains. And another Darkseer pick. We are seeing Darkseer constantly. Definitely not heroes that enjoy going up against Vacuum Wall for the side of LGD either. But constantly seeing this combo. Offlane still available. Brewmaster is still available for you. If you're the side of LGD, if you want to go Brewmaster route. But Underlord banned out. That's been a very popular one. Primal Beast is also banned out. They end up going Nyx Assassin. Something they've been liking, something that can kind of move around pretty freely. Get that Vendetta as early as you can. Is going to help you here in blowing up the SF, but both Sven and Spirit Breaker are going to feel pretty tanky against this Nyx Assassin. Though with the cleave on Sven, you need to be careful, as Nyx Assassin could walk into the cleave, spike Carapace, and kill you off, and that's why they're going to change their one position and go to a Troll instead. So, swapping the Sven out, now you just get that high armor, which is always great. You usually just go 404 anyway when you're a support Sven. And this Troll is allowed to kind of live a pretty long time here in these fights, and a hero that does well in getting the egg as well. But Nyx Assassin, if you can get that Vendetta, Impale, a little bit of lockdown with, say, a Vacuum and a Dragon Tail, yes, they can lock him down, but maybe they have to worry about the SF too, so you're probably going to need another stun. Probably, I mean, you're definitely going to need another bit of lockdown here for Virtus Pro. Now you go Pangolier on the side of LGD. So LGD mid Or no, LGD off lane is going to be Pango, mid SF, safe lane Troll, 4 position Spirit Breaker, 5 position Sven. To which the response is Puck, which does offer you that lockdown, throws DK into the safe lane. We've seen DK in the safe lane feel very strong. It's no surprise that we're going to see it again here. Yeah, it does kind of feel like 5-core draft for LGD. At least from what we've been seeing so far. So we'll see how this ends up going. Game number 1 for these two teams. And LGD, they've been very hit or miss. They're 1-1 as they got 2-0'd by Na'Vi, but 2-0'd Team Zero. On the side of Virtus Pro, they 2-0'd Team Zero as well. They got 2-0'd by Na'Vi as well, but they 2-1 Spirit. So, you know, things are pretty equivalent based on results, minus the Spirit result, which looks really good for Virtus Pro. That happened at the end of yesterday, that 2-1. Puck, you know, not dealing with a lot of lockdown here, so a very elusive hero. There's no silences here. Puck should be okay. There's no real Orchid builders. Stormhammer is an easy stun to dodge with phase shift. See if Puck can just kind of get out of control here and maybe even be everything that Virtus Pro needs in terms of control, especially early on. Having a good mid lane, if they can be what changes, makes everything pretty easy overall. So we'll load into game 1 in just a moment. There we go. We're paused anyway, which is fine. Just 1 minute for notice. Okay. Take your time. We'll be here. We'll be around. Go when ready. All right. So, ready to go, ready to get underway in this game 1 between LGD and Virtus Pro. If we see First Blood. Echo, who's been doing very well. He'll be on this mid SF. No surprise, but he's going to be up against this Puck. We'll see if he's able to work well against this Puck.
30秒后战斗开始。
In terms of drafts, I mean, I do like that the Puck doesn't really have to worry about too much. But I think late in the game, Troll might be able to get away with a lot. They can get rid of the Phoenix Egg. LGD, their team fight gets so much easier for them. But there is potential protection here to make sure that that doesn't happen. Sunray be very rough to deal with from Phoenix. We've seen in lane Phoenix can be very strong, but Squadix up against Echo here. This is a matchup that I want to say that Puck kind of has to get off to the races on, as Puck, to me, feels like the hero to beat for Virtus Pro. So, Innocence coming over, finding Dr. Bum, throwing that stun out as he's trying to drag this creep wave all the way away. Gonna drag this creep wave all the way down and put it in between the tier 1 and the tier 2. So, just holding on to this creep wave for the moment, and that'll basically deny a wave here from the Troll. And you can see mid right now 8-2 to the 8-1 of SF. Pretty even thus far. Neo on this Pangolier. Karatic playing the safe lane SF. DK, which we've seen do pretty well overall. He went fire fast. I didn't see right there. I'll be honest, I was not looking.
夜眼中塔正受到攻击。
Innocence
天
find
辉
over
上
this
塔正
Nyx
受
and
到攻击。
try to fight a little bit. Darkseer only at 4 and 3 thus far, and you can see Karatic enjoying his time of the moment. Stormhammer action on a Noticed, and they've got that War Cry, level 3 here for Noticed, as he's 7 and 3. He's getting some solo experience with Nyx Assassin out of the lane. Charge coming through over mid onto Squadix, just for a bit, but nothing doing. And the 3-minute Lotus is going to be picked up there by the Phoenix, so they'll have control of that early regen, and now Stormhammer after the surge. Notice going to get far enough away or not. Shiro might be able to get this if they committed but didn't want to go under the tower. Not really willing to risk going under the tower at that point and give anything potentially up if Nyx Assassin were to return to the lane, as right now Nyx Assassin looking like he's going to get a courier.
天辉信使已被击杀。夜眼
But
信使
Karatic also
已被
losing his
击杀。
courier, which is got some items on it. Noticed. Not really having the best time. 9 and 3, that's it. Start to really worry. As Nyx Assassin again just cutting the creep wave. There's going to be a charge all the way through. They'll bring Shiro over, and if this charge connects, this might just be First Blood. They've also got the Stormhammer, and it's looking like First Blood already. Charge going to be stopped so Shiro can get First Blood, and LGD looking pretty good so far.
天辉信使已被击杀。
Can't be unhappy with that. Dr. Bum gonna refill the bottle here of this puck, but Notice trying to surge away, and now the charge connects after the Stormhammer, and they have the extra control to get another kill here for LGD, already up 1,000 net worth. So early on, a lead for LGD. Nothing early, nothing really answering from Virtus Pro. At least not yet. And again, maybe that comes once Puck is level 6, but we'll see. Darkseer route. Really not getting anything out of the lane. Another charge, Ion Shell, the creeps trying to do some damage with these double Ion Shells. They'll even bring over the Phoenix now for the side of Virtus Pro. Impale lands, PYW in some trouble. The vacuum back, the kill is there. They'll at least have this. That gets the ball rolling for the side of Virtus Pro, finally on the board.
天辉军团正在扫描。
Echo coming over. So is Shiro making a rotation here. Impale, Spike Carapace. Shiro looking to get this kill and eventually will. He's run down Dr. Bump all the way towards the triangle, of all things. This has left Karatich to just farm, and he's doing a pretty good job right now, but a charge is coming all the way his way. Swashbuckle, charge lands. Karatich also bashed. TP over from the Phoenix. Karatich going the 2-1-2 route, so he's got that Dragon's Blood to help heal up a little bit. You're looking for Darkseer to come back into the game. You really would like to get Pipe and some other things as Innocence runs the other way, goes to the War Cry, and now Noticed even trying to protect, making sure this Wisdom Rune is picked up here by Dr. Bone, which he will get. We want that 6 quickly as well on the Nyx Assassin. Thunder used bottom. Karatich, though, tanky enough to survive this, and actually Neo just using this and running away with it. Not the greatest of Rolling Thunder debuts. The whole time Karatich is just farming, and this mid-matchup didn't really go the way of this puck. Skladix getting beat by about 800 gold, and Dr. Bum doing his job, standing near these creeps with Ion Shell on him. Well worth it. Getting this damage out. Honestly, kind of ridiculous here as they'll go for another stack, maybe give him another Ion Shell. It's the stack shield rune available now on Echo. And Sven gonna come up here and see that there are some stacks, and Noticed gave the Ion Shell onto Dr. Bum. Trying to get this stack, trying to recover a little bit. Sentry's just getting denied. Stormhammer, Spike Carapace, Impale on Echo. Chase on a Dr. Bum. The wall is committed. The charge is coming through unnoticed. Vacuum on a 2 into a Dream Coil from Skladix, avoiding the charge. No. Comes out of the phase shift, still hit by that charge, and on the run. Raises don't land. They've got the obs down, giving them some decent vision as Shiro now right-clicking, trying to steal these Ancients, but eventually Noticed will get it. And the wall is used, the coil dropped down, and nothing is gained from the side of Virtus Pro. Thunder now focusing their attention on the Skladix instead of going after the Phoenix. With that hitting, they're able to get a kill here onto the puck. So an LGD really moving pretty quickly here over Virtus Pro. We're going to take a tier 1 tower through mid. So clean up the creep wave with these raises, and there's a tower for Echo as well as he's sitting second on the net worth. Troll having a wide open game all by himself, and he has got 5,500 net worth. Going Ag's first item for Shiro. I have to ask Rojo about that when he gets back. PYW, he's getting close to that level 6. We're about 11 minutes in, so the support's not getting the benefits of a lot of experience thus far. I think right now the only thing that's really working for them is Kiritich, who's farming pretty well on this DK, but Troll against him is still way far ahead. So another tower gained, more pressure being put on. Virtus Pro starting to lose their map pretty quickly. Got to be careful on the side of Virtus Pro not to lose too much of this map and make it almost impossible to farm your way back in. But level 6 here for PYW gets a bash after the charge on the Nether Strike, and that's another kill, a solo kill for PYW. Just easy workings here for LGD thus far, and not really anything just stopping this. News coming over, charge is coming through, Notice gonna surge and will be hit, but there is no Nether Strike, so they don't have a way to control up Notice any longer than they have him, and Dr. Bum gonna stay under the tier 1 tower.
天辉上塔正受到攻击，夜眼下塔正受到攻击。 天辉上塔已被摧毁。
Couple of raises, stealing this ancient stack and getting even more gold. Charge coming all the way through towards mid. Virtus Pro got to find some answers. Kiritich doing a good job of keeping up on farm, but the rest of the team behind when it comes to their matchups is Shiro getting even more here, now shifting over to bottom after getting that tier 1 top. Last time we saw a Troll, though, it wasn't Ag's first item, but this time it is. At least I believe it wasn't Ag's first item. I could always be wrong with that. So, 14 minutes in, or just about 14 minutes in. We haven't really seen a full-on team fight. LGD just getting a couple kills by putting the pressure on to solo pickoffs. Dr. Bum is level 6, and Iron Shell did hit Shiro for a second. He actually didn't see that coming, and maybe even thinking about turning this one with Nyx Assassin nearby, but a sentry placed down, and they do have the vision on Dr. Bum. Waning Rift. Echo. Thinking about the Requiem, not going for it. Has the sentry down. Spike Carapace raises out. Nothing doing there is another stack. PYW just able to TP out, so they've got to protect that stack. They're giving it over to the Darkseer, who's starting to get his way back into the game. Early BKB here for Kiritich, which is going to feel nice there, too. So, with all this advantage that LGD has been working with, to me, yes, they've shortened up the map by getting these tier 1 towers, but I would have liked to see them do a little bit more with this. And I think so far, Virtus Pro, they've done a good job of kind of keeping the bleeding from getting out of control. Charge onto the Phoenix. They've got the Nether Strike. They'll get the kill there on terrain. Shiro even farming the opponent's triangle. Dr. Bum seeing Neo. Aquatics going Blink Dagger after that Witchblade, and Innocence placing down that Vision. Echo coming over and Vacuum throwing him up onto the cliff. They have invaded the triangle and made sure that there's nothing Virtus Pro can do about it.
夜眼上塔正受到攻击，
Thinking about the Rolling Thunder, but not exactly on the mark there for Neo. Without Rolling Thunder, you know, a lot of the lockdown is kind of gone. Dragon Tail is used, holding the Vendetta, playing very patient and looking for this Shadow Fiend. As the Impale will come in, they've got the Dream Coil to get the kill on Echo. They took out Innocence before that. Supernova was used, and they get a couple of kills here for Virtus Pro, and they took a Tier 1 tower over mid, their first tower of the game. This opens up.
夜眼中塔正受到攻击，
This opens up the map for him. At least a little bit by getting that mid, and allows the Nyx Assassin to walk around a little bit more freely once that Vendetta is off cooldown. There's that Blink Dagger for the puck.
夜
Falling
眼
out.
上塔正受到攻击，
It's not easy to hit this Stormhammer at all on puck. If you're going to be going for him, you got to really catch him off guard. Rain spots these LGD heroes. Icarus dives away and will get away from harm. Snew doesn't find anything.
夜眼上塔正受到攻击，天辉下塔正受到攻
Tier 2
击，
tower might be in some trouble. They've got to respond. They're not doing it so just yet, but they do glyph.
夜眼中塔正受到攻
No
击，
smoke, walking over, not finding anything just yet. They are in the Vendetta here for Dr. Bum. They've got some vision here. They do spot Neo. They've got the Waning Rift, the Spike Carapace, the Mech is early, the Impale is there. They've got the Dream Coil. Do they have the damage to get the kill here onto the Pangolier? Sunray eating and soaking a lot of that damage, and even a Requiem used, so Virtus Pro don't get anything out of that. Five-man smoke now without Requiem. Trying to make something happen. If they
夜
can.
眼下塔正受到攻击，
Not finding anybody just yet, but charge in. They find this Hawk. Phase shift illusory orb, keeping up with the vision, not entirely, as he gets into the trees and walks away from the chase that was on. And the Tier 1 tower top now in trouble.
天辉军团正在扫描，夜眼军团全面加固， 夜眼上塔已被摧毁，
So now in Roche, after taking that Tier 1 tower, they've got heroes up here, but
天辉下塔正
let's
受
see if
到
they can
攻击
stop this from happening. Blink Dragon Tail onto the Sven. Tanky hero with the War Cry. Elder Dragon form runs out. Icarus dive off to the side. The charge is in. Rolling Thunder, they get the kill into Dr. Bum and Virtus Pro. They're going to lose at least one, maybe even a second, with Rain in a lot of trouble. He does have that Supernova, but he is surrounded, so this is an egg that gets squashed quick. Yes. It will blow up, but it does allow them to get the Vacuum Wall into the Dream Coil, but they just don't quite have the damage. Kiritich without this Elder Dragon form is starting to get lit up by Shiro. The raises are in. The kill is there. 3 heroes dead on the side of Virtus Pro, and LGD take that fight pretty cleanly. that, Roche's bottom. The first Aegis is going to go the way of LGD. Charge on mid as well as a TP coming in from the SF.
肉山已被一眼击杀。
Can't quite connect there. Aegis in the hands of Troll. And a 4,000 net worth lead, so definitely some time taken here for LGD to get a little bit more. They get the Wisdom Rune. They're going to be able to get the Tormentor as well. Shard there for Innocence, and I mean that upgrades the War Cry. That makes you much more tanky on these heroes for the side of LGD. Spike Carapace, oh, popping that ult. Shiro's gonna chase Dr. Bum. They've got the charge. A little bit unfortunate there as they don't get that kill. I saw the idea, but Dr. Bum unable to execute it. Almost was able to take out that Aegis, but now that they know his ult's down, maybe they fight when he's back up. Only down for another minute or so, though. Pressure back on the tier 2 tower.
天辉下塔正受到攻击。
For Squadix, silence, but the Stormhammer does actually land on the puck. Don't quite get the tower, but do stop that push. Really felt anything from Virtus Pro in a while. They're down 5,000 net worth. They're trying to farm their way back into the game. Heritage is 3,000 behind, and they get PYW. Dr. Bum's the one who gets that. That's off in their jungle while Dr. Bum is trying to survive, looking for the Requiem. And Swashbuckle eventually gets that kill, holding the Requiem. Is a trade for supports, but notice now, hit with the Stormhammer, trying to surge away, and is able to do so. Sven, position 5, won't be able to get the damage for that kill. Going up to the high ground, though, and just forcing Darkseer away from his own Ancients. Notice forced to come to the other side, and he's trying to farm up anything he can on this map. Giving a lot of farm priority over to Kiritich, trying to find some open time and space. And right now he was top, but nothing really going on for him at the moment. Charge connects, lands onto the Phoenix. They have Nether Strike with an additional bash. Supernova with a Dream Coil, and they're trying to get a kill here onto the SF, and they'll kill him off. Echo ends up going in too far. After that Supernova, just too much damage to eat.
天辉上塔正受到攻击，天辉军团正在扫描。天辉中塔正受到攻击。
We're going to be able to get the Phoenix, but kind of get baited into this play where Puck is ready to go, and they kill off this SF, which was dominating Squadix, but now net worth-wise, they're pretty even. Dr. Bum, I like this. We've seen Nyx Assassins kind of feel worthless after just going Dagon 5.
正受到攻击，
I know the Nyx Assassin's there, and he will TP away.
夜眼下塔正受到攻击，
Rush back up in about 3 minutes. I can see it slowly kind of trickling back in terms of favor towards Virtus Pro. As time kind of goes by. BKB for this Nyx Assassin. Not going to see that coming, honestly. Didn't really think it was going to be just BKB like that for Nyx, but maybe expecting something else to be coming his way. They still want to go for more. Shiro doesn't have an Aegis anymore, though. He doesn't have a BKB to work with. Thickers dive into this Supernova, and now they've got the Dream Coil to control. LGD need to be very careful. He does have that Axe to work with. Supernova does explode, but no damage from LGD. A wall committed on that, but they didn't really get much out of it if you're the side of Virtus Pro either. Charge towards middle. Just constantly
天
staying
辉下
invis.
塔正受到攻击，
Finally lose this tier 2 bottom as Virtus Pro just not showing that they have any damage at the
正受
moment.
到攻击，
And
天辉下塔正受
now
到
they'll
攻
go up
击
onto the high ground, so LGD, they're forcing these heroes to come back knowing that there are no ults available for the side of Virtus Pro as they just got used. Shiro looking to just grab a tier 3 tower. There's no Dream Coil, there's no wall. They know they just used it. Now Dream Coil finally available, but Shiro should have his BKB ready to go, and now they're going to go for the center axe. Yule's up into the air, Rolling Thunder used, LGD trying to control up Noticed, and BKB Requiem right on top of this Darkseer. They get the kill on a Notice. They'll look over at Kiritich. He's forced to pop his own BKB. Dream Coil snapping on every hero. Dr. Bum is here. The double impale. They've got the Blood Grenade. But Dr. Bum doing no damage. Neither is Kiritich. He's standing his ground going after this Shiro troll. But eventually, Kiritich is going to give. They'll use that ult. They'll get the kill. Kiritich is dead. 3 heroes without buyback. As LGD is up 11,000 gold. Squadix behind them, but not able to clean up the creep wave. And not great.
天辉下路兵营已被摧毁，夜眼军团全面加入。天辉下路兵营已被摧毁。天辉中塔正受到攻击，天辉
Still
中
has
塔
tier 2
已被
towers
摧
to
毁
work with. Phase shift to
天辉
avoid
军
that
团
charge.
全面加固。天辉信使已被击杀。天辉中塔正受到攻击。天辉中塔
Not really sure how they defend. No Kiritich for 15 seconds, and it doesn't even feel like Kiritich has any damage. Dream Coil used, and wall is down. They don't really care. There's truly nothing to care about.
路兵营已被摧毁。
There is no damage here for the side of Virtus Pro. LGD have free reign of this game. They really, really have free reign here. They're in Roche once again.
烈焰中塔正受到攻击，后山已被运忍击杀。
So Aegis in the hands of Troll once more.
烈焰中塔正受到攻击。谢谢你的奖励。
31 minutes into the game, it feels very one-sided the entire time. Virtus Pro, they're going to need a lot here to get the damage to even get these kills. They need it seemingly double the lockdown that they're using at the moment because they just can't get anything within the Dream Coil parameters. It really feels like they just have nothing going their way at the moment.
天辉上塔正受到攻击，一眼军团正在扫描。 夜眼下塔正受到攻击，一眼
They smoke up on both sides and just spamming these illusory orbs. They're gonna run up onto the high ground. They've got the banner, the blink, the dragon tail, as well as the Vendetta, the Supernova in the middle of the fight. They go to the Requiem, they get the kill and a notice. They'll take out Neo. That's gonna be the Pangolier dead, but two heroes got on the side of Virtus Pro, both buying back immediately. They'll go for Innocence. They'll get the kill there as well as Echo. Dead on this Shadow Fiend Icarus dive, and Shiro, he still has an Aegis to work with, but everybody around him is dead. If they can just get to Shiro, maybe they can kill him twice. Notice trying to catch up. Doesn't have Vacuum for 5 more seconds. Illusory Orb, the chase is on. Maybe they could buy back on the Spirit Breaker if they needed to protect Shiro, but even with this Aegis, they don't even get that first life out of his hands. A good fight there, though. It did cost 2 buybacks, however. Take a look again, and Niu dies very quickly. That means there's no Rolling Thunder. BKB used very early by Shiro, and that ult there too, but good Supernova. Nobody able to hit it, and they were able to explode and lock up these heroes. They also get PYW. The only one who don't get is Shiro. They have the charge on Dr. Bum, and he's got no allies near him. This charge is potentially going to be committed all the way through. And it will be with the Dust, the Nether Strike, but up on the high ground, so somehow getting up there. I would say if they killed the troll, it would have felt like the comeback was possible, but they still have not done that either. Eight 0-5 so far for Shiro. Please. Reload. Come on. Don't do this to me, Clean Feed. Technical difficulties. We're back. Ooh. Dragon Tail, Rolling Thunder coming through, bouncing around, trying to get the Requiem off. They will. They'll go after Kiritich. They've got him locked up for a second. The charge is coming through with BKB being popped. Sunray there. Right click's coming through. Shiro trying to survive, standing his ground with this Aegis. Pops the ult, gets the kill. On a rain, looks over at the Nyx Assassin. And they get Dr. Bum. They don't lose anything. 2 heroes dead on the side of Virtus Pro, one of which doesn't have buyback. So it looks like it'll at least be Mega Creeps here as we lose access to this Clean Feed again. I don't know why. We can, and failed to start playback. Okay, thanks guys. Really killing me. Very frustrating at the end of the game. But we're back. Make this a little bit louder. Troll lost his Aegis. Must have timed out. Rolling Thunder in. Notice gonna get hit here. He's got Pipe. He's got Guardian Greaves. He's got a Blink Dagger to maybe make a jump, but they just can't catch anybody. And it's an 18,000 net worth lead. Ags being built here for Echo. Shiva's then Ags next for this Darkseer. But for right now, I mean, his farm is pretty low. He is the lowest of the cores at the moment. Not really getting much of anything. He's actually almost being caught here by both supports on the side of LGD. Charge all the way through, and that's not going to help. He's dead again. No buyback. Going for the tier 4s. And another strike is used. They have found themselves the Nyx Assassin. So 2 heroes without buyback. Tier 4 is exposed. They're in this base, and Elder Dragon form is going to be used, and they're going to jump in with the BKB looking for the damage in the Dream Coil, but they don't have a vacuum. They don't have a wall. Supernova, Sunray trying to heal up this DK. They'll call GG, and game 1's going to go to LGD. LGD take game number 1, 24-9. Very convincing one-sided fashion. Really not much doing there for Virtus Pro the entire game. Kind of crazy. But they call GG, LGD. We'll get game number 1. And we'll play some ads, play some music, and be back in a little bit.
Volume just increases, the resounding echoes grow. Till once again I bask in morning stillness I love so. The target that I shoot for seems to move with every breath. I tighten all my arteries and make one last request. Divine creation hears me and squashes me with fear. I think that this exact thing happened to me just last year. You're silent in the morning, you found your voice, it brings me to. You're silent in the morning, found your voice, it brings me to. You're silent in the morning, found your voice, it brings me to. You're silent in the morning, found your voice, it brings me to my knees. Silent in the morning, found your voice. Truth in action, yes, you believe it anyway. I was riding down the road one day, someone hit a possum. Riding down the road one day, someone hit a possum. Road was his
right, we got a draft. LGD taking game 1 over Virtus Pro, and we'll see if they can take the 2-0 over Virtus Pro if we're going to get ourselves another game 3 in the early workings of this 4 series day.
Yippee! I was really wondering the whole time I was going how Dr. Bum might be doing. It's weighing pretty heavy on me.
How Dr. Bum might be doing?
Yeah.
Not well in that
Is
last
he okay?
game.
Ugh. I worry about him, you know?
Yeah, well, nobody was able to save him last game.
Very unfortunate. We do see a early Rubik ban from LGD. Also an early Doom ban. So kind of, I mean, we actually almost never see any of these heroes that LGD first phase banned being banned. So kind of interesting from them. Hoodwink to come out.
Shocker. Weaver being a first phase pick. See how that
I
ends
like
up
it.
doing it. I mean, it is a little bit of a pick takeaway because Karatich likes this Weaver a lot.
Yeah, Kiritich is quite good at the Weaver. You can flex it potentially. I'm sure the LGD supports are quite experienced on the Weaver. Not a crazy hero, been pretty meta as of late. Still pretty strong, I'd say. Happy to have the Hoodwink though, of course. I'm looking at currently, there still is the Jakiro in the pool. There's still Brewmaster in the pool. Those are the two big ones for me. Phoenix as well, I think is quite strong, but LGD might need a little more lockdown, so it might be hard for them. Ember Spirit, Pango. A lot of pretty big ticket heroes. As I've kind of said before, it feels like... I mean, actually lately, I feel like the games that we've been playing, the drafting's a little more akin to how like professional league drafting is, where there's like this hierarchy of heroes. It's just not quite as limited as League tends to be, but
Yeah.
More so in Dota now than it has been in the past. They do end up taking DK. But the interesting thing when there's not like a ton of there's not like a super wide variety of heroes that are being played, especially at a specific event. It kind of just seems like it depends on their mood, what they want to play. I think you definitely prepare draft to an extent, but you know, they just pick up this Weaver. I feel like in any other, you know, they might have picked up Jakiro if this was yesterday. Hoodwink could have been Jakiro. They could have been, you know, Beastmaster. So it kind of just depends on their mood, what people want to play. Ends up going for Dragonite. I do like that the Dragonite has the flex. It actually is quite strong on carry from what we've been seeing. That being said, Brewmaster, Jakiro, so definitely two strong heroes. I think Brewmaster is extremely obnoxious. So much damage coming out from Jakiro. Keeping the flex open.
I like the Jakiro. I like the Brew. We haven't seen much Brew today.
Yeah, he's another one of those heroes that it feels like it kind of depends on the mood. That being said, Brewmaster he kind of comes in and out of meta as he pleases. He's either, I think, typically really strong or really weak. Currently, I think he's quite strong, not as much as he was a little bit ago, as he did receive, I think, a nerf a few patches ago, but that being said, I still think he's incredibly strong. He's nice at carrying the auras. You have the potential to go this kind of like Radiance build and be greedy. Most of the time we've been seeing kind of Spirit Vessel Pipe, which I think is good as well. You keep the flex open, so either of these lanes can be strong. The Jakiro or the Weaver support with the Brewmaster. I'm going for Snapfire. This is a hero that we've also seen ignored as of today and kind of yesterday as well. Definitely high, like super high prio at Riyadh from what I was seeing. Not as much in this tournament so far. They do end up picking it up anyway. And I'm curious to see if they flex this here at all. or if this is something that they just strictly want to play in the support role.
Snap kind of prevents Phoenix from being chosen as well. I mean, Snap and Hoodwink kind of do.
Yeah, I mean, I do think you don't. I mean, it is nice. Phoenix is strong. You probably want a little bit more lockdown on the side of LG.
I don't really like this Pango. Also, my Discord crashed again. Okay, my Discord is crashing. There we go. I'm back again. Discord's giving me problems, and Troll
Everything's
picked
giving you
up.
problems.
Yeah,
Problems
today is a rough one.
Today's a rough one. I like the Troll. I think one really nice thing of this hero is people have been going this kind of Ags build on Troll. I think Shiro also. If I briefly saw what was happening in the last game, it looked like Shiro was incredibly strong when he played this last game. They don't have a ton of ways to deal with him this game either. Once he does get to that BKB specifically, their heroes kind of struggle into that. The Ags is also very strong on Troll for dispelling Shield Crash is a big one, dispelling Scurry is a big one, and then anytime that you can dispel, Breathe Fire, slows from Hoodwink, slows from Pango, slows from Snapfire, it feels quite nice. So I think it's understandable they pick up this hero, especially considering the game that it had last game. Unfortunately, you do drop mid priority in this sense, so Ember Spirit gets banned, which is a hero I was looking at for LGD. It gives them nice tempo, gives them nice lockdown. VP probably going to ban another mid hero. Stay with the TA. Troll is also, I guess, nice in the sense of he kind of has pseudo lockdown. Not a lot of carries do outside of, like the Sven and, CK maybe, but a lot of heroes kind of struggle to keep on top of heroes on their own. Troll is not quite like that once he starts to get his items, starts to get those roots. The slow is very annoying. Curious to see if they have, if LGD... Okay, so I was thinking a Spirit. I was going to say Void Spirit, Storm Spirit. This is the fourth one, so you kind of... I think all of the spirits are viable in this meta, which is cool. They end up going with Earth Spirit, which is the one that we see the least, but is probably my favorite to watch. Should be mid on the Earth Spirit with the support Weaver. Last pick is Centaur, so very beefy draft here from VP. Based on just seeing these two drafts, I could definitely see a world in which this VP draft is very comfortably strong. I mean, it has really good lanes. They have really good item timings. They scale pretty well. They have a ton of stuns. So I like what VP has in terms of consistency here, but I do like a lot of the responses from LGD. And I think if they're able to be annoying, which is kind of like the core function of their draft at this point, and kind of play around Shiro and get him to that BKB timing, get him into that Satanic later in the game, play around his Ags, I think they have a pretty decent shot here on LGD.
I'm always worried about this Earth Spirit because if it doesn't get off to the races pretty quickly, it falls off pretty hard. We see it struggle, which worries me.
I love Earth Spirit. One thing about me as a mid player, I would say Earth Spirit might actually be, not to, hear my own horn, but I think Earth Spirit might be one of my best heroes, actually. I don't play him quite as much as I used to. I love watching this hero. I love playing this hero. I think he's very cool and nuanced, but he is quite weak in lane. That's kind of the issue with this hero for quite a while now. As position 4, it doesn't really do anything in lane. And then as a mid laner, you just kind of get your boulder smash, hopefully contest runes, get CS where you can, and then eventually you're looking for rotations around the rune timing, around your level 6, maybe a TP. So you can be very impactful, but you can also be very useless. This hero, it has high base damage when it gets levels for it, but when it doesn't, it's not quite able to get running. It doesn't farm particularly super fast. That's why I'm a big fan of Midas on this hero. Not the best Midas patch, so you might not be able to go that on Earth Spirit, so you're just hoping your lane goes well on Echoes here. Should have an okay time into Pango. Definitely not Earth Spirit's best matchup because you really can't do a lot into the Pango. Kicking him under tower is pretty difficult, and the Shield Crest mitigates most of your harass from Boulder Smash. Should be good for Squad X, but you can definitely survive if you'd like. Stun out from Kiritich.
I'm not sure how I feel about support Weaver as well.
I like support Weaver. I think it is a decent Spirit Vessel game as well, so maybe we will go into Spirit Vessel. It might also be, as we've seen, that Brewmaster might go that, and then Weaver will go for more of like a core build, like Gleipnir, the kind of the way that we see Hoodwink.
I mean, there's 3 vessel builders on this team.
That is true. I think Earth Spirit, generally, if he doesn't have to buy it, I think he should try to avoid it. It's just a little bit... It is really good on the hero, but I feel like Brewmaster doesn't suffer as much if he builds into the Spirit Vessel, or the Weaver who builds into the Spirit Vessel, and they don't get a lot of out of it. Earth Spirit kind of can definitely fall behind if he doesn't get a lot of kills off the back of it. Weaver support, though, I think it's solid. It definitely might struggle a little bit in this lane. It's going to be Dragonite, Snapfire, but you're playing with Brewmaster. You're playing with a Jakiro in the top lane, so you have decent rotation potential into that lane. I think PYW will have a decent time, assuming that he doesn't have a really bad time into these lanes. Should, I think, be generally useful, generally annoying. Try to steal Wisdom Runes, buy Gleipnir and whatnot.
And truthfully, it should be a pretty aggressive lane for them on LGD, right? You have Cinder Brew, you just Shikuchi through and attack.
You would think so. That being said, it is Snapfire DK, so they have a lot of return damage. At level 1, it seems like a trade went pretty poorly for them. Rain opting for the little Shredder at level 1, which is quite strong when you're able to have a stun, and especially if they're tanking creeps. So it feels pretty good here for the side of VP if you can end up harassing this lane, and New is getting quite low on this Brewmaster. So is Kiritich, though.
How willing are you to walk up? And of course, for some reason, Little Shredder is really strong early on these days.
Yeah, Little Shredder, it's really easy to underestimate how much damage it does, especially... It's kind of annoying to just have the Dragonite just walks up to you and stuns you, and Little Shredder comes out and you lose like half your HP. Not the easiest to deal with. So should have pretty strong lanes here for VP in general. Gonna have to figure out ways to mitigate your losses there. Side of LGD. But Jakiro and Troll Warlord can definitely do that, even if they're behind a little bit early. Not always the biggest deal, because they can just randomly pull a kill out of the hat. Really nice try from Echoes there, but doesn't land, unfortunately.
Troll last game went first item Ags and just kind of was off to the races, and Virtus Pro never really had the damage answers for them. I'm a little worried they might fall into that again.
Yeah, I would be worried about that too. I really like this. Oh my god. Rain.
That was really impressive.
Really clean. Very, very clean. Stopping the shenanigans from this Weaver gets a first blood. First blood on supports is actually generally quite nice. You kind of get into buying a lot of early regen. You can definitely tend to kind of push that further into a lane advantage because you don't have to really build into much. And they go back on to New just to do a lot of damage.
It really is just a little Shredder. Oh, a third of your damage is gone, or half your damage is gone.
Yeah,
Like,
PYW was not expecting that. Don't blame him either.
So let's see. You know, you've got Earth Spirit not doing as well as I'd like, but Kiritich taking a lot of damage. No Shikuchi under the tower, even with the creeps. But now they commit to it, and now they're going to continue to go with you in the Thunderclap, and they all of a sudden get a kill on a Kiritich, and Rain needs to be careful too. I mean, there's creeps here where you could make a move, but a good kill nonetheless, and slowing down this DK, and one of the big parts of this Virtus Pro lineup that we saw fall off last game.
Yeah, this is nicely done by the bot lane here of LGD. Unfortunately, Rain is just out of mana. Seems like Kiritich is also kind of slowly running out of resources. So wasn't quite able to use that first blood to meaningfully get a lot out of the net worth. Ends up getting the kill, which is really nice, but isn't able to get the courier, isn't able to get regen on it. So pretty nice and simple dive from LGD. They did get the Lotus as well, which is always a big win in these early side lanes.
Certainly a big plus when you're trying to control the lane.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, regen is generally how you win lanes. Oh, new. Wishing it a little
Control
more, I
again,
bet.
Jesus. He just dies so quickly, and I was gonna take a look at if he was queuing up Spirit Vessel, but he hasn't gotten that far yet. Bushwhack landing. Up stomp double edge from noticed on the Shiro, and you can see the damage from Innocence, but all of a sudden just an acorn shot, and now a double edge, dual breath. Shiro might be able to get a kill here on a Dr. Bone, but the Bushwhack, the double edge, and now Shiro's the one in trouble. Innocence kills Dr. Bone. The Ice Path allows Shiro to get away. And Rain
Nice
dies,
outside.
but PYW is traded by Kiritich.
These lanes are quite aggressive here. Not exactly sure who it's favoring at this point. It seems like it's playing out actually relatively even so far. It seems like most of the roles are pretty matched in net worth. Rain is definitely feeling pretty good about it on the Snapfire, so could be a little bit worried about the damage between these two supports, the little Shredder on Rain, the Hoodwink.
Here's the first rotation. This is kind of what I was thinking. You know, Echo kind of has to get off to move pretty quickly.
Yeah,
And
does get something out of it, which is always nice. So the kill is almost always worth the rotation on the mid lane when it happens like this. That being said, you do give up pretty much a wave in mid and also gives a shield rune over to Pango. This might come back to bite him in the next minute here or so. Really nice
good roll
dodge.
blocked. Now allows the Rolling Thunder to go and chase him. He doesn't have everything on cooldown, so he just has to dodge everything he can, and unfortunately can't do so.
Innocence on the other side. Kiting Kiritich quite nicely. Has to TP out.
下塔正受到攻击。天辉下塔正受到攻击。
So 4-4, but
天辉下塔
I guess the winner right now, truthfully, LGD is doing well in all three lanes gold-wise.
Yeah, it definitely feels quite nice for them. I think, especially too, it is only 400 net worth, but Shiro being ahead of where the Dragonite is pretty nice. I think shutting down this Dragonite is one of the best things that you can do, considering how strong his hero tends to be in the early laning phase. So just to lay his timings, he does scale a lot nicer than Dragonite usually does because of the facet that he took, and it's kind of how that hero's been in this, this meta. Scales a lot nicer than Dragonite used to before facets.
Yeah.
That being said, you still don't want to be behind on this hero. Gonna be kind of awkward in terms of timing. Could potentially see, I assume there's probably gonna be some kind of Spirit Vessel coming out from LGD based on how many heroes can buy it. Innocence.
Hey, 3 heroes
Not
trying to
quite
go
able to
on
catch
him, but a
anything.
roll through to pick up a haste rune. That's pretty well done by Echo, and a magnetize to follow it up. So they look like they'll get Dr. Bum at least, and that'll be 1 kill. He doesn't even look at him dying. Actually, Innocence gets credit for that kill, forcing out the Stampede, and unable to follow up with anything more on that roll. So they
That was crazy by Echoes.
to pick up a haste to go in that far, very, very risky, but Primal Split comes through, Rolling Thunder. They should be able to get a kill in a rain as well. That's both supports dying, and after this roll, Squadix might be in trouble. The Void Panda pulling to keep Y safe. Going to get this kill into the Pango, but a good bushwhack. That's all right. They'll have a Centaur coming over. PYW is going to die here. Squadix getting a lot of damage as Dr. Bum gets the kill into PYW, so back and forth they go.
It was actually Echoes who he's sitting right next to the cliff. I think he pushed Innocence up onto the high ground with Boulder Smash. So that was a little bit cheeky. I really like the mechanics here from Echoes. You can tell he's quite confident on Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
I think that's a big thing to look out for on this hero.
Can Void Panda pull allies?
Yes, it can.
All right, I just want to make sure that, just in case. Ooh,
that you weren't spreading misinformation.
Potentially.
Always a good time spreading misinformation. Echoes is I feel like every time that we've watched LGD, even if their games haven't gone well, he's impressed me. His mechanics are very good on Echoes. Even, I mean, still quite far behind in the laning phase, but this is pretty much what you expect from Earth Spirit.
Right.
I feel like he's done a good job of just like keeping his pressure up on the map, getting the runes where he can. Unfortunately, when you press... Sorry, it's my brother.
Gosh, Innocence dies pretty quickly there. Pango's got a lot of farm. Meanwhile, Troll, as well as Brew, top of the net where Shiro... Is it Axe again this time? It is Axe. Looking like first.
Yeah, these these supports are kind of attached to the hip with Squad X, it seems. Just sitting on this mid lane, it kind of makes sense. The heroes are so strong together. I'm gonna pretty easily take this tower, except for PYW gets a deny.
Ooh, good
nice dodge.
Again, Echo, Rolling Thunder coming through, and now they've got something to look at as they were looking to maybe make a move there.
Yeah, I think this was nice by the VP supports to just recognize how strong they are and take this mid tower. Good as well by PYW to just get the deny there, so definitely shuts down some of their aggression. I think a little bit the supports have been playing a bit too much for Squad X, who's already having a strong game.
Yeah.
I think he could have handled the mid lane a little bit better on his own. I don't think he quite needed both the supports there, so Dr. Bum and Rain are suffering a tiny bit in terms of XP, and as well, they've lost the bot tower, which is a pretty big deal.
Losing the bot tower, opening up the map. Bottom lane is just the Brew, who you get yourself into a pretty decent position with this pipe, the Crimson Guard. Did they not go Vessel on anybody, or did the Weaver pick up the Vessel?
I think Weaver has an earned. Also a very awkward smoke attempt here. I fail to see how you're going to kill a Brewmaster with Primal Split. Oh, does he get the...
Oh, that feels so bad.
You hate to see it.
From
You hate to see it.
200 gold to getting nothing at all. That sucks.
I think I would rather just feed a kill to the precision one. I think that would feel better.
Yeah, you might be right. He's got time lapse. Doesn't have to be too scared. Now the Magnetize is out. They're going to go for Notice, who's stampeding away. Roll connects. They've got the Void Panda for the pull and the Macro Pyre. Blade Mail, Host Stomp. Damage is going to be there to get this kill onto Notice. Dr. Bum also taking a lot of damage. He's forced all the way back and almost has this Ags on Troll. Decent timing,
LGD is... Yeah, this is going to be pretty good. LGD is, they're locked in here. I really feel like they're playing the map really well. They're getting a lot out of all their map movements. And they're kind of, I mean, I just like that decision to send so many heroes in the top lane. Get this kill quickly onto Centaur, pressure this top tower with Nu and Troll, and everybody else kind of like divide and conquers, walks across the map. PYW is getting farm in the mid lane. So they don't end up actually really losing a lot. They do lose a tower to Kiritich, but should feel okay.
No
PYW doesn't get hit by that.
Juking. Oh, actually, the cookie saves him. Because it stopped the sharpshooter from hitting him, and now they get the kill to Dr. Bum instead, and Mortimer's kisses are kind of really off the mark until the end, where Echo forced to roll out of the fight, and they might even re-engage on this. But they find themselves Echo. They'll get the kill. Noticed has that with the Blade Mail. Neo on the run. He doesn't have Primal Split. Cinder Brew to slow him up. Swashbuckle, though, with the Shield Crash. Ice Path freezes him for a moment with the Dual Breath slowing him down. And they get away from that. Echo thought he was going to survive, but had to deal with a Centaur coming through to hit him in the face.
Oh, PYW is
14
going to get
minutes.
this.
Yeah.
That feels very good for PYW.
Feels really bad for the supports on the side of VP.
It does. Rain is only level 6 at the moment. Doesn't have kisses, so his impact feels super limited.
They don't have Primal Split again, so
Yeah.
this is another kill on a Neo and allowing them to just stay aggressive.
I guess he doesn't need much more on Rain. They don't need Wisdom Runes. They don't need anything on these supports.
They
They walk
got
around
the
with their
top
big,
tier
strong
one.
Pango. Yeah, responding nicely here from VP. Getting that kill onto Echoes definitely alleviated a lot of pressure across the map, and then Squad X off the back of that gets a DD rune in the mid lane. So even though Echoes is playing quite clean on this Earth Spirit, I think, you know, you're facing into Pango.
Roll hits. Have the kick.
Can be worrisome.
Good roll again. Magnetized now. Cookie to get some distance and the double jump with the shield crash, but Squad X, the roll, they can't catch him. Oh, wow.
He's out of there.
Good TP out. Roll over again.
Shiro,
Shiro
however.
slows up Rain. He'll die. Echo gets that one at least. Has that Ags now, but you
Axe
need more.
timing. You do need more, but this one feels quite nice. I think one of the biggest things is your strongest hero on the side of VP is pretty evidently this Pango, which they unfortunately don't get the kill on. But this Axe is going to do a lot for Shiro against that hero. One of the biggest strength pretty much of Pango at the moment is just how much shield and barrier you get from that shield crash facet. And you can instantly purge it on Troll Warlord pretty much off cooldown.
Right.
So it's nice into that hero. That being said, you can't particularly fight into the Rolling Thunder if he gets on top of you.
I'm a little worried about Echo and, well, not as much Echo's net worth, but this Brew's got to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, thankfully at least he's young Pipe, so we'll always be happy in that sense. They get a really nice pick off on the PYW. Clean chain stun there.
Yeah. Rolling the
Cure Tish has
Cure Tish, this
benefited
would be
quite
a
a
big
bit.
kill. Boulder smash, but there's the Stampede getting the distance away and actually bringing heroes up here to potentially fight.
Yeah, Stampede is pretty nice into this LGD lineup to just disengage.
Kisses.
Trying to kisses. Maybe a little premature there.
Yeah, ambitious. Not great. Troll going Sanjin Yasha next, Crimson Guard, so it's just a straight Aura Brew.
Doesn't feel like the Brew we've seen in the past as much, but any hero can feel like a very impactful part of the team if they just have the auras, as we've seen. Definitely don't hate it. I think they can mitigate a lot of damage with both those items. They don't have a lot of purges either on VP to get rid of the Crimson Guard effect. Getting kind of close to Ags on Squad X, but Echoes himself.
He is missing a little bit.
Spirit Vessel is finished, by the way, on the PYW, so it looks like he ended up buying it for the team. This Ags could be a really big problem, though, on Pango. This is a very early timing. This is definitely nice, though, because the Pango going straight into the Ags means that he's really kind of 3,500 net worth less than he seems. He's not... Once he hits that Ags, he's going to be incredibly strong, but he's not strong enough at the moment to contest this Rosh. It seems like they don't even know that Rosh is going on, so really nice sneak here by LGD.
Yeah, gets him an Aegis, gives him time to farm, but they are down about 3,000 net worth. They need to get this Aegis, and I would say kind of fight out of it, too.
Yeah, hopefully you're hoping to get something out of it. It is... I was realizing as well how nice the Stampede and the Rolling Thunder are in this lineup. They're going to go for Echoes, who's...
Echo is in trouble. Sharpshooter comes through, and he is dead so quickly. They have this gut punch that kills heroes of any size and stature right now.
Yeah, Echoes is going to have a hard time playing without the BKB. He is building into it, but that is not an easy task for Earth Spirit to play these fights. Has to roll in, doesn't have the cooldown. anymore, in a sense. Very quick, so back-to-back pickoffs for them.
Even with this Aegis, like, it doesn't feel as though Virtus Pro are afraid, and they're just catching these heroes that are solo out.
Yeah, they have... They have... Like, if you see the vision on VP, it's lane warden top, lane warden middle. It's right in the triangle here, so it's very aggressive, this vision setup from them. So any misstep, I think they even have a ward in the lane, so bot side, so they have this like holy trinity of just lane wards right in the middle. None of them have been dewarded. Feels pretty hard to walk into this.
They're still split up, and they've got this Gleipnir, or this Rod of Atos now on the Hoodwink, so...
Yeah, I don't know how you fight into this VP lineup as of the moment. You need to try and dodge, but Echoes can't necessarily do it.
Blade Mail Echoes again, just straight up dead. And this is one of the things that I worried about with the Earth Spirit, is that you just fall off. You don't do anything after a while, and they're going to look over at Squadix as the ult is even popped here by Shiro, just trying to get a net or something. Bushwhack doesn't land, but they've got the host stomp, and this is Troll's ult already down. He needs to leave. This Primal Split was executed, and it's not getting them anything, and I almost want to say this is the fight that can kind of solidify the lead here for Virtus Pro, and it kind of has.
Yeah, this Earth Spirit does have this problem of not being able to hit item timings if he falls behind. SquadX is so far ahead of Echoes on this Earth Spirit that no matter how well Echoes can play the Earth Spirit, no matter how competent he is on the hero, sometimes not having network just means that it's impossible to do so. It doesn't have the BKB yet, chain stun constantly. Feels like he is not really able to enter the game at the moment, and having to go with this, early BKB means that he's also lacking a nice farming tool, such as I really like Midas on Earth Spirit, but he does not have the luxury afforded in this game to get one of those.
Neo doesn't have split anymore. He's still looking for this Crimson Guard. We've definitely seen the more aura approach for Brewmasters these days. No more Radiance or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, auras are just really, really strong at the moment, so it does make sense. That being said, I do think there's merit to this Radiance build. I think people are a little bit afraid to step away from the early auras, because sometimes if the team that you're playing against decides to go for them and you don't, you have a very big power differential for a while. Because, if you buy a Radiance, you spend all your net worth on a Radiance, and then the enemy offlaner shows up with a pipe, he pretty much nullifies not only your item timing, but probably a lot of other stuff from your team. Feels much more impactful for a while. But it's all about scaling. Unfortunately, New is not going to scale quite as hard with this kind of sacrificial build here. And neither is Echoes for the moment. It definitely feels like in order to get back in the game for him, you're going to need some pretty big kills, some decent team fights.
He almost has to be initiating after the Stampede. Blink Dragon Tail on Echoes. Ice Path is down with the BKB pop, though. This is Echoes popping his own BKB. Roll into Kiritich. There's the Magnetize. They go to the Stampede to try and keep up. Kiritich on the run, but, Shiro, he's in the middle of this, and he does have his ult eventually to use. Kiritich going after PYW, but look at the Bushwhack, the cookie, the combo. Shiro finally just gets the ult off and is starting to get some right clicks out, but it's not easy. And looks over at Kiritich. They take out this Aegis. Armwood toggling away, getting the kill into Innocence News here onto Kiritich still, as they are just trying to kill off this DK, who they eventually get with this Aegis. Notice has got the Vessel on him there too. They'll put the Swarm on him. They'll chase down this Centaur, get another kill. Cinderbrew, Sharpshooter, eaten by Niu. The slow, thanks to Shiro, and another kill for LGD. That went way better than I thought it would.
I think the fatal mistake here by VP was actually killing the troll. Funny enough, I think the Aegis was only like 10 seconds left around the time that they killed the troll warlord, so I think they thought they'd have more damage for him initially,
Right.
And then if they were able to kill him early on in the fight, it wouldn't have felt so bad. But they kill him towards the end of the fight, pretty much run out of everything by the time that he respawns, and he just walks on them. They have no more damage left. Aren't able to contest him.
Kiritich also goes to fight like the Weaver on the back, like on the low ground. As this fight goes later and later, you're going to watch him look over. He gets to this point, and PYW is over here, and he just follows him down to the low ground.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely awkward by him. So maybe that was part of the reason that they thought they had more damage for this troll. Because look how long he lives here. They thought they were just going to pop the Aegis right there, and then he ends up getting a kill under Rain. Kiritich just reconnects to the fight after trying to chase PYW, and the Dragon form runs out. So good call there. Good. It was really awkward by Kiritich. He definitely should not have chased PYW. The worst part too is PYW lives here, manages to get the Spirit Vessel, places it onto Notice, gets the bugs down. Going right back into the action. That echoes.
Dr. Boom, or Dr. Bum.
Dr. Boom.
He's dead again. PYW getting that kill.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of turned on a dime, and now you're looking at Shiro, who's level 17, close to the BKB. So now I'm wondering, is Shiro going to do the same thing he did last game?
Right.
I mean, he showed that he can do it. He showed that he is quite consistent on this hero, and his timings are really impeccable here. Keeping up with Squad X, who had an incredible game, but this net worth feels really, really impactful on Troll. You know, the Ags, the BKB, and Crimson coming out from new. So another good thing about VP taking these engagements is that even though LGD on Brewmaster and Echoes have not really been able to farm, if you walk into them, it's pretty easy to gain net worth that way. Sound Yasha as well on the troll. I think he got that before the BKB, so
right.
I'm feeling really difficult to take down Shiro. I also noticed, and I think it was one of the last fights up in the base last game with Shiro. He's very patient. The way that he kind of like buffers his immunities in a sense, like with the ulti, the BKB, if he has Manta or has Ags, he uses them all very sparingly and very well. Makes it very hard to deal with him. Notice is on the front line.
Kiritich, Ice Path. And they are going to get PYW here. They'll lose Rain, who will buy back, and they are putting the right clicks onto the Centaur, as they are going to get a kill here on Unnoticed. And Squadix trying to survive. He's rolling up. Kiritich, great bushwhack. Uh-oh, that is going to be 3-4 heroes dead. Dr. Bum getting a lot of revenge.
Yeah, I mean, the bushwhack completely trended. It was looking kind of rough, actually, for VP. As they're walking away, the T supports, Rain starts getting the kisses. Going into that bushwhack, the bushwhack onto 3 people with the damage that Hoodwink can output and that we've seen before. Does expend 2 buybacks, and they don't actually secure the Roche. Not the biggest deal for LGD, but definitely not what you were expecting. Squad X has to run away from the 2 supports on LGD, considering how strong they are.
There's Roche. Roche back up. Gleipnir finished.
Yeah, getting close to Bloodthorn as well in Kiritich, so he's kept up really well in the net worth. Feels like they shut down. This troll was supposed to have a really, really strong timing with this BKB. So they definitely managed to shut that down a little bit, which is a very good thing for VP. Starting Roche a little bit early, though. LGD definitely know about this.
As they should. So.
Ward is on the high ground. They walk out of the pit.
Smoked up, and seeing that Roche is pretty low, truthfully. Kiritich smoke going to break. They've got Primal Split. They back out, and they will close down this vision. They've got that high ground ward, and Shiro goes into Roche. They're going to blink Hoof Stomp. So now the Ice Path, the Macropyre, Kiritich, he is in some trouble. The Radabatos is there. Rolling Thunder used. Shiro putting his attention on a Kiritich. They need to get this kill. BKB's going to be popped as well as the Stampede to run away. Echo puts down the Magnetize. Shiro running away from the team now and focusing back onto Roche. And I'll go to the Mortimer's Kisses as now Blink, Dragon Tail, Echo in trouble, and he is dead. He doesn't have buyback to get back into the fight. Shiro's going to pop the BKB, but does he have the damage? They never got the Roche. He's starting to right-click away as the Ice Path is down, locking up the Centaur. They get the kill to notice. He doesn't have buyback either. Squadix in trouble. Right-clicks continue. Kiritich jumps in. They still can't get this kill on the Squadix just yet, but Kiritich, he's in and dead. He doesn't have buyback either, and Rain's going to fall, so 3 heroes dead.
A really good part from LGD. They weren't... I mean, you can see Shiro at this point in the game, he's almost full HP at the end of that engagement. They're not quite able to deal with this troll, especially considering how high duration the BKB is. Felt like they were waiting to turn on to Shiro, but it's pretty much impossible. Just believe it's... I mean, that was either his 10-second or the second usage for 9 seconds there. Very long duration. Uses the ulti as well with the Ags. Get a nice clean fight there. New as well. With the auras, not easy to walk into. Primal Split is extremely useful. Only awkward thing there was kind of the Echoes going in and then Echoes dying and buying back. But you'll take it. Every day you'll take that. Secure an Aegis on Shiro.
You can see that Kiritich jumps in and like get this save unnoticed. And he just ends up dying for it. Like, it just puts him in such a bad position. Like, we'll watch it. I mean, they get Echo here. He doesn't initially have buyback. And
Yeah, they try to... You can see, like, it looks like they're getting ready to turn on to Shiro. But there's not an opportunity to. The auras are too much. The BKB is too much. Kiritich, as you were saying, goes in to try and save them. But can't actually turn it around. PRW has an Orchid, by the way, with an Enchanted Quiver, so dealing quite a bit of damage on this support Weaver, who is relatively close to net worth to the support Earth Spirit.
They've got this Aegis now. They can push in pretty hard. Could take this tier 2, take the tier 3 on the high ground if they want.
Guess we'll have to see what Dr. Bum has to say about it. Decent poke from the side of VP. It appears that if it is an Ogre Seal Totem, it seems like Enchanted Quiver is also a nice option for most of these heroes. There is one on Squadix, which adds to the poke from Pango here. One on PYW to give him a good amount of harass.
Niu kind of has to be careful.
End up getting a melee barracks. I'll take it any day. Bloodthorn is out from Kiritich. So hopefully with this Bloodthorn, they're able to get a burst onto potentially, I think, New if you can get him before the ulti. He doesn't have it at the moment, or before the auras come out. Echoes with no buyback. So lots of high value targets here. You're smoked in a pretty good position.
Rolling Thunder and BKB. And all of a sudden, Shiro and Niu are dead. I mean, Shiro is close to dead. He ends up surviving, gets that ult. Off for a second. Noticed is gone. They'll trade the offlaners. Kiritich with the Vessel on him. You can see PYW just hitting away. Slowly but surely, we'll get that kill. Shiro surviving once again.
Oh, wow. I thought... I was like... I was gasping because I'm like, oh, Shiro is... He's dropping really low. This fight could be really bad.
Wow.
And
then just gets that ult off and never even dies. I lied.
I also remember that he has Aegis, so...
Yeah, but to keep the Aegis and everything, and now they've got the Silence, the Roll, Spirit Vessel on him, Geomagnetic Grip with the Silence, Orchid Burn. This is a kill on a Squadix, and this could just be... They just used their last glyph.
Yeah. This is the last glyph they have, so they're definitely at least giving up this Rax. I don't think Shiro by any means will be able to end here, but Gonna be super hard to contest. He can Satanic Heal off this next wave if he feels it necessary. Looks like he
That's what
wants
will.
to.
Yeah, that's what it'll do immediately. Just
Now,
focus
how
the
do you
racks
deal
again.
with Shiro here?
They're gonna try and fight, and the rest of the team's not exactly here right now. But mid set of racks is gone, and now you just go for top and clean it all up, right? Oh my god, Acorn Shot is stupid sometimes. Even though it's on a losing team, the bounce range on that is insane.
Still 40 seconds on the Aegis. Also, Echoes went for a very interesting build. He went Bloodstone this game.
Right.
I don't know if I necessarily love it as much as some other items, but it should be impactful nonetheless. I think it's a strong item in general and on that hero. Going on to Noticed, doesn't look like he'll go down, but they do have to use Stampede quite
You say that, but the BKB forced the cookie. The Host Stomp's not going to do anything, and now they get the tier 3 tower. Looking for the racks. Magnetize still going, and they're going to get this racks. To look over as Shiro has this Aegis still for one more second, and it's going to expire, so now he needs to be very careful because he's low. Niu's going to die. They already lost Echo. They'll buy back on the Snapfire. Niu not going to die. Squadix is actually the one who falls. He's got buyback, and Shiro is back to full health. Notice with the two-man hoof stomp, they've commit the buyback on this Pangolier. Ice Path is down. BKB from Shiro, killing off Notice. He doesn't have buyback, and they'll back away.
It's so, like, I mean, it's both the times that they've picked Troll, the way that he's itemized, and then on top of that, the fact that it's Shiro and that he's playing it so well. It feels like they don't have, like, every time that you think this Troll is about to die, he has an Aegis, he has the Dispel. You buy Bloodthorn to hopefully try and, deal with him. He has BKB, or a Satanic that he can just pop at any time to Dispel and give him Lifesteal. There's an infinite number of ways for Shiro to prevent himself from dying, and he's playing just incredibly well around them, playing very well with the auras, knows the limits of this hero incredibly well, and it shows. I think off the back of this Troll Warlord, and of course a lot of utility around it, they're managing to make magic happen here on LGD. 20k gold lead. Kiritish is actually sitting on a ward.
Yeah, Gleipnir picks up the amplified damage, pops the BKB, but everybody's here. And he is dead, no buyback. That might just be the mark to finish this one off.
Yeah, I guess they're not going to call it GG yet. Trying to hold on to it. A little bit of hope that they have. But this one is not looking too hopeful for the side of VP. If you didn't have the damage with Dragonite, it's going to be hard without him.
Mortimer's Kisses, Rolling Thunder, Shiro. Lotus Orb on him, Bushwhack connects. He's got to get the BKB off, pops that ult, but now with the Gleipnir and the right clicks, he's got to make sure he doesn't just accidentally travel into their base, and as I say that, he kind of steps in. They'll call GG, and LGD will get the 2-0 over Virtus Pro.
Looks like you're not even safe in the base.
No, not at all.
Wow. Really quickly fell apart for VP there.
Definitely.
Really good early game, but Shiro on this Troll Warlord. I really like, I really like Shiro. I think as a player, he's been just impressive. I really like him on Troll. I think we saw him, it was a few days ago as well. He picked Sven 2 games in a row. People just keep letting him get the hero that he beat them with, and every time he just kind of comes back and says, okay, I'll do it again.
Yeah.
Looks very consistent. Very hard to deal with.
Yeah, looks very good, and that'll be the end of this series. LGD take it 2-0 over Virtus Pro. Next is Team 0 against Team Spirit, so everybody get some water, hydrate. We'll be back in a little bit.
Yippee. I'm going to finish my Chiluka here.
All right, I'll be right back.
是一场老干爹对阵 Spirit， 所以都还是一个中外对抗，但是他们的对手都是同样的一个对手 Spirit。
对，那老干爹的话，后面这场要是出战，应该还是大家比较有期待的。Ruyi这边的话，也算是之前拿下一个边三了。看看能不能从 Spirit 身上再等一个下来的话，其实对老干爹来说是比较有优势的嘛。
是的。
现在呢，一小组排名，那我们这边的话，前两场的这个边三上赛，首先到此为止结束了，我们稍事休息，然后期待之后分组场的比赛，再见。
Hello?
All right, I'm back.
Hello, hello. We've got a draft started here.
Hell yeah. What is this? Is Team
Quite the draft so
Zero
far.
against Team Spirit?
Yep.
So let me change the title.
I could see the potential for this one to be a real rager.
You think so?
I know that, I mean, the power differential in theory between these teams is pretty big. I mean, I think most people are expecting Team Spirit to be pretty commanding, but Team Spirit looked pretty good today compared to what we had seen the other 2 days. So maybe feeling a little bit better today. Maybe something clicked a little bit for them. I also think that they have kind of a nice, like annoying style that might be able to kind of mess with the stuff that Spirit wants to do. Hoping that they can give us a pretty good series, because I want to see this Team Zero team kind of grow into themselves.
I mean, I thought they were grown into themselves before. I thought they were in a good spot because they qualified for TI, but they've been shaky on Team Zero.
Yeah, I mean, qualified for TI, which is very, very incredible for them, but kind of bringing this out onto LAN, I think, probably brings things into a different kind of light. Nerves can play a big part of that, and it is also their first LAN before TI, so hopefully they can use this experience to kind of propel themselves into TI with more knowledge than they might have had. Monkey King was the first pick for Team Spirit. Mira is definitely a pretty strong player on this hero. I've seen him do a lot of really wacky things. He's been playing this hero for a long time. That being said, you can also play the Monkey King mid. Laurel is quite good at it. Yatoro is also, I mean, he plays every hero under the sun, so Spirit actually has a pretty true flex in this Monkey King. Most people just defaulted to 4, or most teams. Might not be the case on Spirit here if they're throwing this Nyx Assassin into the safe, or into the off lane here.
Interesting. This is going to be the second Monkey King we see today.
None of this, none of this.
It was 0-2 after the game we saw.
Yeah, I mean, the hero's still very strong. 2 games is not the best sample size, but it definitely can fall off in the support role to some degree. Team Spirit has a nice, these 3 picks are really nice in that they provide lockdown, they provide damage, they scale decently if they're able to get their items, can kind of struggle in farming on most of these 3 heroes from Spirit, but very good trio of killing power here. Not incredible team fight if they aren't able to get the initial chain stun, but very aggressive overall, and a nice part about it for Spirit is that they have so much flex open. These heroes can be played in so many different roles that kind of feels useless on Team Zero to guess where they're going to go, because Team Spirit might just change it up as the draft progresses. We're going to see what they value here. There is, so Sven ended up being banned. They have the Weaver and the Phoenix. Wouldn't be that surprised to see the Phoenix go 1. They pick up a flex hero themselves in the Wind Ranger. Brewmaster is banned as well, so looking at those heroes, go for Spirit Breaker, Wind Ranger. So Weaver or Wind Ranger. Looks like they're both going to be cores. Flexing 2-3 on the Weaver, unless you want to do something weird like the Spirit Breaker off lane. Kind of the flex is the name of the game, I guess, for these teams. I find it hard to You know, they're kind of just playing like this game of chicken of, you know, what do you want to, do you want to guess what our lanes are? Do you want to,
Yeah.
do you want to risk picking something that you think is strong into these heroes in general, or like a lane counter? Probably not. I would assume that Spirit goes for, I mean, I would say they're probably looking for a flex of themselves again, just to keep things interesting. Kind of need, I feel like, a little bit of damage and follow-up in some type of core here. Need to figure out where this Monkey King is going. Probably between mid or carry at the moment. But there's always the opportunity for Snapfire mid as well. I'm not quite sure what the pick is. I'm a little bit at a loss here, just considering like the amount of things that they can just do with the heroes they have alone here.
Feels like it. I was gonna say I thought it was gonna be an offlaner, but Puck straight up is interesting.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking offlaner or mid for the most part. Puck is an interesting one. It is quite a good Puck game. Any of these heroes that get dream coiled can die pretty easily. Silences are quite annoying. Their lockdown is not consistent, at least. Spirit Breaker can be quite annoying for Puck, just because the instant chain stun can come out. But overall, not the most reliable lockdown on Team Zero. So they just go for the Puck. Now you're going to end up banning mid laners, because when you see Puck on the enemy team, generally the first instinct is, how can I abuse this in lane? Is there a way for me to kind of shut this hero down, ensure it doesn't rotate a bunch, ensure it isn't as obnoxious as this hero can be? In days before, it might have been something like the Kunkka in the mid lane. That hero used to do quite well in the Puck. Unfortunately, that hero has fallen off the face of the earth. So not much potential there. You do still have the Pango, which could be nice. Wouldn't be surprised if Team Spirit banned that one. Team Zero electing to get rid of some key collapse heroes. Mars, Doom. Don't think you can go wrong there.
What else is available offlane? Jesus, so many offlaners banned.
Underlord is.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I would be... why didn't they ban Underlord? Oh my god. I Spirit just go Underlord, right? Am I crazy for thinking that? It seems...
Truthfully, both teams could.
Yeah, but Spirit has the first pick here. I'd be surprised if they don't go for Underlord, but I'm open to some kind of special cook here if they haven't. But Underlord looks obvious for sure.
Shadow Demon. So offlane Snapfire?
Yeah. I was thinking actually earlier in the draft, Team Spirit, they did pick Shadow Demon yesterday. It is a quite good Shadow Demon game into the Wind Ranger and the Spirit Breaker. That being said, I'm really surprised that they don't go for the Underlord there. It could have been such a nice game for the Pit of Malice, and now they're going to have to end up buying Auras and Snapfire, which can be a bit finicky at time. Team Zero needing to decide where their heroes go. Ursa is still open if they want to play that, but quite difficult into the Shadow Fiend cleanse, or the Shadow Demon cleanse. Could potentially just put this Weaver in carry, which I would like. I guess probably more than likely is what they're doing. I guess they're looking for an offlane, maybe Underlord themselves.
There you go. Pango. That's
Pango.
crazy to me.
Okay.
Underlord just getting completely ignored. With what we've seen that hero do, shocks me.
Yeah. Interestingly too, Hoodwink was not touched at all in this draft either.
Yeah.
So Hoodwink and Underlord just going completely untouched in this one. Kind of seeing what the team's prio. I don't mind the Pango, I just think it can be an awkward matchup into the Puck. It also struggles a little bit into the cleanse as well, considering that Pango nowadays is a lot more about the shield crash, so being able to just constantly break that shield from Shadow Demon is quite nice. Can break the Chainstone with nice disruption. Could be a tough Pango game. That being said, Team Zero does have a lot of just raw power in their heroes. And Spirit is relatively weak in the early game, barring some kind of shenanigans, which they do have the opportunity to do with a Monkey King. Yatoro will be playing it. So first pick overall in the draft, going to Yatoro. Curious to see what he builds on this hero.
I'm interested
Personally,
to see,
oh, go ahead.
I'm interested to just see if they can overwhelm them on the side of Team Zero. They do well in lanes. Like, that's what we've seen. It's just missteps from, like, 7E, where he goes in too far. But their lanes have been good. It's just throwing away that advantage.
Yeah, they seem to get a little bit lost towards, like, this transition period. Around, like, this, like, 10-minute-ish mark. Sometimes around the rune timings as well. 7E is just a little bit bold. I think he seems to be kind of one of those players, at least at the current moment, where, you know, maybe his mechanics sometimes are taking a little bit like so much energy from him that he neglects looking at the mini map. So he gets overzealous from time to time, but overall has still been quite consistent in terms of laning. Still is very good mechanically, ends up usually, you know, being quite useful no matter what his net worth is. So curious to see how the game goes for him. I just think the thing is, like, Team Spirit has so many good answers to what Team Zero has in the draft. It's a very good Nyx Assassin game. It's a very good Puck game. Shadow Demon has quite a few good targets to cleanse, quite a few good heroes to save. But you can, hopefully, if you're Team Zero, you can just overwhelm them by your heroes being so front-loaded. Because Team Spirit is, I mean, really they just kind of lack the ability to farm and get out onto the map. Their lockdown is a little bit awkward if they're behind, and it is also, let's get this out of the way, it is offline Nyx Assassin with a position 4 Snapfire.
Interesting.
That is very interesting. I wonder what elected them, because they picked Nyx Assassin after seeing the Weaver, and they're now willingly playing Nyx Assassin into the lane of Weaver, which obviously quite nice to have the Spike Carapace into Shikuchi, but other than that, I don't see a ton of value from it. Will be really strong if we can get items to potential building the one-shot, but does not build auras. Those are going to be on more than likely your Snapfire. It does apparently do a lot of damage level 1 though with the little Shredder Mirror. Spills first blood.
Damn. Already first blood there for Mira, and ZZQ does get collapsed. What does this Nyx Assassin get in a game like this when you're in the offlane?
More than likely, I'm imagining it's something like Dagon into Blink. Maybe some weird kind of late BKB just so you can play the fights. But that's what I would be expecting. I think he is probably going to go burst oriented to some degree, and then back into a utility item just to try and get early pickoffs onto the Wind Ranger, the Phoenix, the Weaver. These heroes can be kind of squishy in the early game. Could have some value in that sense. 7E trading really nicely into Laurel. Quite high, or quite far ahead in the CS at the moment. Another kill onto ZZQ.
Man, they really can't get away from this early combination of just this Snapfire, and we've talked about how strong Snapfire is early on. And when you're weak like Phoenix and you don't have level 2 for the Icarus dive, it gives you a lot of issues.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Phoenixes kind of overestimate how strong they are in the early levels. You want to be lower HP, or you want to trade and kind of be low HP because of the facet that you take, the Dying Light there. Or he might have taken a hotspot this game. Either way, your Phoenix, you're going to lose a lot of HP from trading, but you are quite good at it. But without Icarus Dive, you don't have a way to get out if they commit onto you, so Collapse just connects multiple times onto the Phoenix. Stun plus the little Shredder is a little bit overbearing. And the minus armor onto a hero like Phoenix is so impactful, considering that he has so little armor at the start of the game. Even brought a Ring of Protection to try and mitigate it, but not able to do enough. Snapfire Nyx Assassin also notably universal heroes, so getting a lot of just broad damage from Iron Branches, Circlets, and what have you.
Right. Salve used there by Ponlo, and Yatoro 14-2. We saw the support Monkey King, but this time the safe lane Monkey King, I'm excited to see, should be a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I love watching Monkey King. That's such a fun hero to see. I think it's fun in the support role in the way that it does like stupid things, and that's interesting to watch, but really cool in the safe lane to see kind of the different styles that players go for. Some heroes are very farm oriented on this hero. They like to go for Battle Fury, your Gleipnirs and whatnot. Some players are very aggressive. They like to go into the Echo Saber, Orb of Corrosion.
Used to see Diffusal on that hero too quite a bit.
Yes. Usually Diffusal is quite good. This game I don't think he'll opt for it. Looks like he's going for the Gleipnir, which I like quite a bit. Will give him good catch. It's good for farming. And you're ultimately going to need a way to lock these heroes down, get on top of them. Potentially ways to deal with the Wind Run, considering this is your offlane matchup. Gleipnir is an okay way to try and mitigate that.
And there's that level 2 where you now have Icarus Dive to get away from the aggression.
Yeah, but it still doesn't feel good the way that Mira level 1000 aura and walks up to you. Can't really do anything on the side of Phoenix as well, especially considering too that with this level 2...
Oh god, yikes. And the blood grenade?
And the blood grenade. Oh, I thought he
not a
canceled the
kill.
salve. Didn't quite, unfortunately. You can't slow the attack speed, at least to a meaningful degree, on the little Shredder, so losing a little bit of value of the power in the Phoenix thankfully hasn't affected Erica too much in his farm.
ZZQ right back up to full health, and we've seen it before. They're just full bore being disgusting on Sapphires. And Collapse,
Yeah.
you know, this is a Nyx Assassin that's going to have an early 6.
Yeah, it is. I think you're going to be pretty happy in the sense that Mira and Collapse are getting levels. Usually these heroes can struggle if they aren't getting the experience that they need. But the earlier that they get it, the more likely they are to get some surprise kills off the back of it. This little Shredder. So nasty. Pretty quiet game overall, though. Mid lane is going quite well for 7E, which is always good to see.
It's usually what we do see as well, until he makes a move behind a tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it's this is the curse of mid lane players sometimes.
Just being overly aggressive.
Yeah, there's definitely varying styles of mid laners, but this is definitely an archetype of mid laner you'll see from time to time. Just the very mechanically skilled but kind of tunnel visioned. You know, always wants to outplay the enemy even when it's not necessary.
Right.
You know, and I'm speaking on it from experience, because sometimes that's me. So I definitely understand where 7E is coming from. I think it's, you know, at the end of the day, you want to argue that it's limit testing.
Right. Happens to the best of us.
Sometimes it is limit testing. Sometimes it looks really cool. Other times it feels embarrassing when it doesn't work out. So not the same kind of consistency from those type of mid laners. ZZQ.
Oh, God.
I'm trying to walk onto the Wisdom Rune here. It looks like Spearbreaker is still going to try to contest it, so being a little bit cheeky here. I don't think he gets it there in time. Maposhka as well. Press Q.
Oh, wow. Beyond's got
Beyond.
it. Cast time's pretty long on Disruption.
Yeah, I think... Or I was thinking that he should have denied it because I thought Maposhka was going to right off the stun. Really nicely played from Beyond.
Shackle doesn't connect onto a tree, but there is a charge coming. This is taking a lot of attention.
Does he deny the neutrals?
And can he get the deny on the neutrals? No, he can't. Beyond gets the kill eventually. Feels semi-worth.
Yeah, I've been enjoying Beyond. I feel we saw him on Wind Ranger one other game, and it felt like he did really well. So far, doing pretty decently this game too. What were you saying?
It does take the attention of 3 heroes, where you are pulling a bunch of people over, and at the end of the day, yeah, now you get to refill Laurel's bottle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Disruption once again, illusory orb, and there's the shield crash as Laurel.
Does end up getting the rune. Laurel took the curving puck orb, which I think is quite fun.
The Zoe orb, yeah.
Not something we see very often. The last time that we saw the puck, it was from Squad X. He took the Waning Rift facet. But I really like this curved one here. I think it's fun, if nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Collapse sitting at the highest net worth, by the way. Don't necessarily know how that happened, but if I had to guess, it involved pressing W on creeps.
It's always easy to just press one button, kill a creep.
Yeah, and it's nice too, because most things in the game that do that are, like you think of Arrow and like Pudge Hook stereotypically, but Nyx just has a point and click. No, other creeps aren't gonna block it. You can't kind of zone him away from like a hard camp or something. He just walks up, zap zap, on to the next.
Thing is, now he's level 6, so I want to see him get moving with early Vendetta. Because there's certainly plenty of heroes that you can blow up.
Yeah, he looks like he actually is trying it. He just popped it, so he's walking through this this kind of mid jungle here. Kind of looking onto ZZQ in the mid lane, but walking all the way to top.
Yeah. Well, get Maposhka, and Rolling Thunder was used. You're going to have a Vendetta behind this, but I don't know how much it's going to be worth it. Erica even shows up here, and I believe, yeah, they've got vision, so all of a sudden Collapse, who's trying to use an early Vendetta, does somehow get beyond. So at the end of the day, yeah, he got something out of this. He'll lose his life to Erica, but, man, I can't believe it. He got something at least.
Yeah, I mean, the Dagon is, like, incredibly early from him, so I don't think Beyond, I'm sure, was a little bit shocked when he died there, because they hadn't seen Nyx assassin on the map. Looking to defend this, though, it could be a really big Dream Coil.
Charge in on the tree. Yatoro.
Oh, there is no Dream Coil.
No, there is no coil. It is on cooldown. I thought he was TPing in because he had coil, but now Yatoro just dies.
Yeah, I thought that too.
That is... okay. I don't know what they were expecting if he didn't have coil.
Me neither. And Mira does have the kisses here, which are really nice, but they're actually kind of walking onto him. Shield crash is so absurd.
Yeah, and Collapse does get a kill here on Apollo, but Erica's got another one, and he kills Mira now on a killing spree.
Yeah, this is partially what I was hoping that Spirit would actually avoid. As I was saying, Team Zero's draft is just kind of... it's kind of loaded in this early game. You have Erica just running around, almost killing Laurel.
Charge is coming through. They're going to keep the vision on him. He needs to continue to run.
Erica does give up the chase eventually. But yeah, I mean, this draft has a lot of front-loaded power. They're going to get this top tower off of it. Yatoro suffers a tiny bit from it, giving that kind of unnecessary death I don't think he wanted to. Laurel using TP, having to run back to base, so losing a lot of time around the map. Finally, we do see Miposhka's level 6, though. I think this could be a pretty big deal here. Specifically into this Pango, who's been monstrous. The shield crash is not going to be as big of a threat.
Right.
Considering it will just be damage. Hopefully, he may be able to catch Beyond. So they're looking with the kisses and the cleanse, hoping that these two heroes alone can get something out of it. But just taking stacks on 70E, they don't know that this is happening. Pretty hard to guess as well that a Pango at 12 minutes would just be clearing like quadruple stack Vengeance. They will get Beyond, though.
Yeah, Balance Strike, Primal Spring. Eventually, Beyond will die here to Yatoro.
A little bit of a nice net worth injection.
Always nice. But you're seeing Erica top of the net worth, and I'm a little worried that this Weaver's getting more than they can handle.
Yeah, this is definitely one thing that you wanted to avoid on Team Spirit if you could help it. An early Gleipnir could be really devastating for the tide of Team Spirit. They don't have good ways to disengage, but they're trying to fight. That is rather...
They still have disruption. They do have some damage here, and they will use the Dream Coil to get Ponlo. This kind of leaves them pretty open. Balance Strike stops the Rolling Thunder. Mira going to be focused by Beyond. And Beyond is going to get the kill on Amira while they lose 7-8. Supernova was committed. They'll get off to the side and actually set up this illusory orb to jump once the egg pops. Balance Strike, though. Laurel taking a lot of damage. Icarus dive in and Collapse hits the stun. They kill ZZQ. Erica will at least get Maposhka in return, but now they need a little bit more. Collapse in trouble. The Nether Strike into the shackle. Connects on the tree behind him. And eventually Collapse will die. Another kill for Erica.
Yeah, Erica having a really nice early game here. It was super good for Spirit initially. I think also that stun, it should be said, was quite impressive from Collapse hitting the Phoenix on the way back from the Icarus dive. Not easy timing there. They get 7E, so overall I think still pretty good for Team Spirit, especially considering you want to just be slowing down the side of Team Zero. End up getting a few kills off the backside though, so not feeling horrible about it on Team Zero. Well, suddenly, kind of in 7E fashion, feels like he was pretty far ahead of Laurel, and then this bot play happens, he dies at the start of it.
And
now Laurel's
behind.
ahead of where 7E is. I think a lot of that was also just the DD. I felt like Puck just does so much more damage with that rune. Obviously, most mid laners are able to utilize DD quite well, but Puck is able to use, the mobility spells to get on top of you, just continually doing right clicks as well as the increased damage from spells. Ponlo, not quite enough damage.
Yeah, Collapse just not getting that kill, has that Dagon. I'm a little worried too because, we've talked about Nyx Assassins just going into the Dagon and wanting them to get a little bit more. Something a little bit more varied in terms of their builds.
Yeah, the nice part is at least that he opted to not even go for boots. So he's got a very bare bones build here. Once he gets the shard, he is going to do a lot of damage, but beyond, he does something very interesting on Wind Ranger that we don't see as many other players on this. He goes auras. He's building a pipe right now. The first time that we saw him play Wind Ranger, he went Guardian Greaves.
Mm-hmm.
So willing to play that sacrificial kind of aura hero on the Wind Ranger, which is not something we typically see, but it feels quite effective. This is also a nice counter to the kind of Dagon Rush Nyx Assassin because pipe is OP. Simply put. So could be a little bit hard to fight into this pipe from beyond. Gonna try to Z-push the wave, but Team Zero's showing up most of their heroes here.
7E behind the tower.
Yeah, it's an Orchid.
Jump on anybody.
I really like this Orchid purchase from 7E, but it could bite him if he's not able to get use out of it.
He needs to find Laurel, and that's the one they need to stop. They roll in, and they get the kill on the Laurel, making it look easy.
Yeah, and Yatoro is so low from taking, presumably, I think, an Ancient stack there, that he's not really able to contest anything. Does have the Gleipnir on Yatoro, but I'm assuming that Erica is just around the same timing. How are you going to respond to 7E's Orchid, and is it going to be one-shotting him?
Yeah, Laurel needs a way to survive. But apparently so does 7E because Collapse just gets this kill very easily. There is a Gleipnir available here for Erica. The chase is on. They'll kill Baposhka. Now they're looking for Collapse, who has no way out of this. And Collapse, he's able to get kills, but he's dead to rights usually right after.
Yeah, I mean, still worth it, I think, in this case, because taking the Pango with an Orchid off the map is quite impactful. Might allow you to get some kills in the mid lane, but Ponlo...
Mira just kind of standing his ground while Erica kills him.
Yeah, fancy feat from Ponlo there, kind of dodging all the kisses in the Dream Coil. Wasn't quite able to get the last bit of damage off onto him.
Oh, they caught him again. Gleipnir.
Yeah. There
Silence there from 7E, and Team Zero are in a really good spot.
Yeah, this Orchid purchase was really smart from 7E. This is the kind of thing that you can see from your kind of maybe, you know, manic mid players if you have it. Sometimes the things that they do that you wouldn't normally think of feel really, really impactful. This could, of course, as we've seen many times, come back to bite him a little bit later when he doesn't have, you know, say, a defensive item to help himself. But so far has felt really, really nice, and the big thing is that Laurel, it takes so much space away from him on the map. It feels like he kind of can't be anywhere at the moment. Between the Spirit Breaker, the Orchid, Erica just walking him down anywhere he goes. So you really need the Yules. Pretty much not a hero on Puck is what it feels like for the moment until you have that Yules to dispel this Orchid, which means that Team Zero is going to recognize that and just go straight into Roche. Weaver, probably one of the best heroes at doing it.
There's nobody to stop this, really.
Really good recognition from Team Zero here, getting it right as well before it switches, so... I mean, even if Team Spirit did know about it, there's pretty much nothing for them to do. Collapse as well is playing, again, Nyx Assassin, so kind of awkward at times to feel his full impact in something like if they do go for Roche. CZQ gives up a donation, if you will.
Definitely felt like that's the right word, and we haven't really felt the presence of Yatoro just yet, and it's going to be a little while. I feel like he still needs an item or two, and they're just trying to buy some time for him to kind of be the 4v1, right? Or the 4 protect one.
Yeah, it's pretty much going to be just damage from Collapse. Hopefully able to make it a 4 protect 1 versus 4. The damage from the Yatoro is quite good. But,
kicked right out of his own Wukong. 70's going to die to the Dagon. They've got the disruption. Erica's right on top of Yatoro. They'll miss the cookie, though, and now the Boundless Strike comes in, but the charge is on as he's chasing him all the way behind the Tier 2 tower. Gleipnir used their pulling him all the way in. Ponlo ends up dead. Collapse is there, too, in his own grave, as Erica, taking a lot of damage all of a sudden and needs to be very careful about risking going in any further.
Pretty well played from Team Spirit there to... It could have been a lot worse for them. Getting that kill onto 7E was a really massive deal from Collapse, just sniping that one there. Feels like he's kind of always, like, you know, he's being a bug. He's playing Nyx Assassin on Collapse. He's just being annoying. Getting these every time that he gets a kill, he seems to die for it, but he seems to be pretty happy about it. Definitely makes it feel a little bit better for Team Spirit that they're fighting into an Aegis and weren't really able to get anything on Team Zero.
I'm not sure I'm totally on board with this Blink Dagger from Collapse.
I like it. I think one of the nice things about having Blink on Nyx Assassin is one of the easy ways to kind of try and deal with Nyx Assassin is you just sit on wards and sentries.
Right.
And try to basically limit his map. Make it feel like if he walks into a certain area, he might just get punished for it. With the Blink, you're able to just kind of play team fights. It's kind of the only way that Nyx Assassin can play team fights outside of being a stun. Because if you're really quick about it, you can Blink, stun, ulti, Dagon, Mind Flare, and the damage that usually you have to put yourself in such a risky position for. You're still putting yourself in a risky position, but it happens so instantly. That's hard for much counterplay to come out. Does actually end up going for the Ags instead on Collapse, which I don't quite like as much, but could be annoying to deal with. Walking up into Collapse here, they are going to break the smoke on it, so they should know this is happening.
Yeah, gets dusted immediately, looks at Beyond, has the stun, but there's the mech the Gleipnir used, and now they've got the control with the Shackle Shot. So Collapse won't get a kill this time, and he will fall, as it's another kill for Erica. He is now godlike at 10-0.
Weaver doing Weaver things. I will say Yatoro is keeping up very nicely in the net worth and the XP with Erica for... I mean, how much Erica is getting? 10-0-2 at the moment. Yatoro's neck and neck with him, so... Can't feel too bad about that. Also going pretty impactful items on the Monkey King, so it feels like he's able to farm and he's able to fight as of the moment.
Thinking about the charge.
He does a really nice, or I like this a lot too on Yatoro, is that he goes for the early shard on Monkey King. I think the shard is really, really strong, allows you to one-shot waves with Boundless, and it allows you to deal a lot more damage and have mobility. Ultimately offering just a lot for the hero. He already has a BKB, so how are you going to punish this?
Yeah, but it is Wukong's for just Ponlo, right? Like, now you're going to lose Mira. It doesn't entirely feel like value.
Not probably what you want for your 10-second BKB on Yatoro. You're still stalling out the game a little bit, so probably not the most upset, but yeah, not what you want from your 10-minute BKB, especially onto a measly little Spirit Breaker. Miposhka.
Dust?
Beyond, I believe he went the Guardian Greaves again. So pipe Guardian Greaves on this Wind Ranger. Playing very supportive, but still keeping his farm up quite nicely. Laurel hasn't died in a while. Was having kind of that rough spot against the Orchid from the 7E. Now has the Yules, so he's able to play the map, but suffering a net worth from it.
See if they can find anything on the other side of the map. My stream flickered for a minute.
That's always scary. That's a scary feeling.
It's worrying.
I like Ponlo's item build this game, going Glimmer into straight BKB.
Dream Coil.
But using a lot to kill him.
Yeah, it's always just for Ponlo, and I don't know if that's entirely worth it. They're going to try and get this Supernova BKB, but now Yatoro has to leave. The focus fire is already on him. Its Supernova explodes, and they get the kill, and now all of a sudden you've not killed this Weaver, but you've killed the Monkey King, and it gives you an opening. And Laurel's also dead.
Wow. I am actually... Well, I think the Supernova was very nicely done from ZZQ. The chain stun from 7E was really impressive there. The blink dagger back in to get that second stun was 100% necessary to get the kill there. But Beyond is so... I mean, he's doing good damage as well with these items. He's sitting on Pipe, Guardian Greaves, and it feels... I mean, he feels so impactful. I'm really impressed by this this kind of adaptation here on a hero we're used to seeing have such a static build path of kind of the Gleipnir BKB.
Yeah. You're able to do something a little bit different and show up, and by a little bit different, I mean way different considering what we've seen in the past, like you said.
Yeah, and Wind Ranger is a hero that typically wasn't changing up their build for a really long time. Ponlo.
They always have dust, so this Glimmer losing a lot of value.
They've also been really good about that. Beyond is always carrying dust. Ponlo always carrying dust.
And they caught the vision enough for the charge, enough to force a disruption. And eventually Miposhka will die, and it will be another kill for Erica.
So both teams starting to think about next Roche at this point. 9 seconds, and we'll see the timer on there. I will also say, I mean, the difference here, if beyond just net worth, is so much more useful than just what it's at because of the items that he's bought. But you're also looking at Collapse, and I mean, he's been pretty quiet the past, like, I want to say almost 7-8 minutes. It feels like he hasn't done anything particularly interesting. No kills, no trading deaths for kills. Looks like he is on the Wisdom Rune here and actually manages to break a smoke, but doesn't get the Wisdom Rune and is going to die for it.
They swiped both Wisdom Runes, and they're going to get this kill, so it's such value for Team Zero.
And a really nice thing as well about the Weaver and how farmed Erica is that this hero is really good at doing objectives. The Tormentor and Roche specifically, Swarm is just so good for doing it. So they took the Tormentor early, they got the Roche pretty early, and now it is alive on the top side if they want to start walking into it. It seems hard to contest this Roche on Team Spirit, which is pretty difficult for them if you manage to secure an Aegis on Erica at this point, because you're already struggling to deal with him.
I see
yeah,
Roche.
Straight into it.
Focus fire, and there's
Phoenix
the
as well.
Swarm.
Phoenix Weaver. I mean, Roshan is just so easy to do. The Beyond as well, just pumping damage into it this whole time. Look how slow he hits these bugs.
You just don't accomplish anything as Team Spirit. It feels as though the fights are always so... Oh, you killed Ponlo for something important, like Laurel, Collapse, or Yatoro.
Yeah, or BKBs and pretty heavy commitment on cooldowns. Collapse is also building into these Ags, which he hasn't gotten to. Going straight into the supports.
Yeah, Mapochka already dead. Wukong's is used. Boundless Strike, Waning Rift, Dream Coil, Mira dead. ZZQ and Ponlo, all supports are gone. And Yatoro already forced to flee the scene with the BKB and TP out. Just so much damage coming in from Team Zero.
Yeah, I mean, that Boundless Strike saved them a lot of grief there. Yatoro kind of being their shining light on Team Spirit this game. Keeping them in it, really, by, I think, all accounts here. Keeping up really nicely, and now I mean, Erica is so far ahead, and it just feels like Yatoro's been right behind him with how accelerated he is, but unfortunately the rest of the team is not on that same level. Daedalus finished here for Weaver. Blink Dagger, Gem, Orchid sitting on 7E, so has, kept up in farm as well very nicely on 7E. I believe he had an Ags as well, so dealing a ton of damage. So tanky. So hard to deal with here. I don't know what your response is. I mean, usually I guess it's hoping that Laurel and Collapse might be able to get a sudden pick off, but Team Zero's a little bit brighter than that. They bought an early gem to try and stop it, and they have a dust everywhere you walk. Not even Ags yet on Collapse, and I struggled. Oh, well, that's one way to get use out of the hero.
It's a good way to get an Aegis.
Yeah,
and it maybe stops a high ground push.
Pressure. Yeah, alleviates some pressure for sure. Beyond might end up passing the cheese to Erica, which could feel good. There is a Hex out on ZZQ. This is a bit of a throwback to I forget who it was, but it was the initial Team Falcons roster, their support player. He loved rushing Scythe on Phoenix, and it looked very, very strong. This game, ZZQ taking a play out of that book. And, I mean, Scythe is pretty good. Scythe is pretty good at 31 minutes. It's even stronger. Pretty much going to kill anybody in the duration of this Scythe if you're coordinated. Ooh. Enchanted Quiver as well on Erica. Another blessing here for Team Zero.
Do you mean, snaking?
Snaking did like doing it. I believe, it was a different player too. He's very good, but I haven't seen him. I think. Let me.
It was me. I'm sorry. I play pro games under the under a different name.
Oh.
Yeah, obviously.
Well, I mean, obviously, obviously.
Yeah.
Let's see. It was. Let's see. Was it not Falcons?
Somebody said it's Kaori who likes doing
Kaori.
it. And Erica's
Yes,
just
it is
dead.
Kaori, not Falcons.
Whoa, Supernova dead immediately. They get it. Laurel gets credit for that. They bought back on the Weaver, but if Weaver dies, and he won't because they kill off Yutoro. But that is such a commitment to a fight like that.
Yeah, they still have buybacks on the side of Team Spirit, so this is a little bit all in from Team Zero. This is one way to throw it. The Ags is... he's so far back in the base.
Wow. All of a sudden, the net worth is dropping towards even, especially if they kill Beyond here. And they just don't, but that could have been devastating.
Far in that amount of time. 6k gold, I believe it went down. He's also opting to go for Eternal Shroud on Erica, which I actually do like. But not, at this point, I'm not even sure it's enough based on how much damage they just did on 270 there. Full Midas as well. He was able to kind of just one-shot a Midas. It's really funny. Collapse now has 3 different ways to instantly kill creeps. Between Dagon, Mind Flare, and Midas.
He's getting charged while being in this vendetta.
100%. Should be. Nice BKB from Palmo.
And there's the follow-up to get that kill. If you're Spirit, do you try to find Erica and just kill him so you can push down a lane?
Easier said than done.
Of course.
I would say. Ideally, but I think Yutoro, one of his superpowers is dodging enemy smokes. So, I don't know why I'm saying that. You're talking about Erica. Anyway, Erica is a little bit, he's smart as well, so I don't think he's going to die to a smoke here from Team Spirit. They also are lacking a crucial bit of the damage with Collapse dead. The team is sitting behind him, so not going to be possible really to catch him off guard up until I think Collapse is here.
Still 20
Shouldn't be an
seconds.
issue though. 20 seconds is probably enough to lose this tower, but not much beyond that if I had to guess.
Still trying to force the high ground. Still trying to make it happen with Collapse dead for 7 more seconds. Charge in on a Laurel. Icarus dive all the way through. Laurel able to avoid the charge. Bottom lane. Cleaning up a creep wave. Backing away.
Yeah, this Monkey King shard allows him to farm so fast with how early he got it in the game. Very impressive. I mean, this is also another one of Yutoro's superpowers that is relevant this time. Just getting an obscene amount of net worth out of seemingly nowhere. Definitely benefiting them at this point. 1Q, 1 wave. Almost Lincolns. I will say ZZQ and Palmo are starting to become a pretty big issue though. Here, the Scythe, the Glimmer Cape going into Aeon Disc. Shard now onto Palmo, who does have a BKB as well. These support scale very, very well. And you're playing into the Snapfire Shadow Demon, which certainly aren't useless by any means, have some very high impact spells, but do not feel quite the same as Phoenix Spirit Breaker.
They're actually going to smoke, knowing that Roche might be up soon.
And right around this timer, we'll see if it even ends up spawning early. Could actually be bad for Team Zero if the Roche spawns too early and they try to go for it. Another 2 minutes, so it looks like that won't be happening to them. Is the initiation from Spirit going to be clean here, sitting on top of a ward?
Erica and spotted. BKBs popped by both. They'll go to the Wukongs. Good amount of damage done here on Erica, but he's getting a 3-shot Mira, but they've got the stun, and Erica just getting the time lapse off the buyback on ZZQ as well as Mira, as they will find this Nyx assassin. Collapse, shackled up, killed off, gone, no buyback. Boundless strike lands. Erica glimmer caped, and they're not able to hold on to him. So Yatoro in trouble, charged up, because the charge went through to Laurel, which hit Yatoro. They'll get Laurel as well, and all of a sudden, no Yatoro for 90 seconds.
I mean, the Eternal Shroud paying dividends here. Looking to go on to Mira. Nice, I believe that was the Psychic Headband for Mira to stop the charge onto Palm, though. Supports helping supports. Not quite enough here in the case of Mira. Wow, I mean, that was the difference of 50 HP 2 times on Erica. This game could have flipped on its head so fast if Collapse gets that initial kill onto Erica.
Yeah.
And if at the end they're able to just pick up Erica, but ZZQ, Glimmer Cape, Sunray, definitely showing the value of Phoenix as a hero in general, but also how well this hero scales into the game.
Really well done here by the side of Team Zero and Erica. You're going to watch him get low here twice. This one, the first time.
60 HP.
Able to time lapse, and then the focus is on the Collapse here, who is in his little burrow, but doesn't quite matter. They've surrounded him, and Yatoro still can't get this kill. And then a good job here by Pondo to charge to Laurel to also stun up Yatoro.
Yeah, it was absolutely crucial to try and shut him down here. Now Erica's sitting 6k gold above Monkey King. Very hard to deal with these Team Zero supports at this point in the game. You picked Phoenix, you picked Spirit Breaker. Felt like they were really strong at the start of the game and kind of getting out of that early laning phase, which is typically where Team Zero struggles. Now at this point in the game, they're even stronger.
We got no time.
And Maposhka, oof.
Yeah, Erica going in. He has the BKB going after Yatoro. Supernova's there. They've got the Nether Strike. Radon getting low. Mira's dead. Laurel's gone. Both don't have buyback. BKB's not going to matter. They hit that. GG is called by Spirit. Team Zero take game 1. Thank you for the raid, Lizard.
A rampage for Erica at the end.
Man, that
just beats the buzzer there. And I mean, that one was certainly well deserved. Erica had an incredible game on this Weaver.
And what an amazing Weaver game. And Team Zero started this tournament not doing well, and they have turned it around, and you get a win over Spirit there, and you start to feel like legitimate TI contenders.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is... Any team is going to feel good about this one. Team Spirit, to be fair, at times can... I've really seen them drop game 1s when you wouldn't think they would. They always seem to power up in this game too, but can't feel bad for Team Zero, especially Erica's got to be feeling really nice after that one.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, you get yourself a victory there. You get yourself the 1-0 lead, and... you know, they'll hopefully come back on the side of Spirit to make something else happen, and it's something else meaning a win other than what had happened in this game, because the Weaver just got so damn much. Ooh, whoa. I did not mean to accept that one. That is a ban. No. And there you go. And that will be, yeah, that'll be the end of game number 1. We'll be back with game number 2 in just a second. As, this is us on screen right now. We look pretty good.
We do.
Or, well, we did. We were
Very
on screen for a second. Yeah, that was
very professional, us too.
B-Cop Perfect World and Rojo Perfect World.
Mm-hmm.
In a MCU crossover event.
Yeah, definitely not here with Taco Bell on my desk. Shirtless at home. Couldn't be
Yeah.
us.
I'm shirtless, icing my heat rash. It looks very sexy.
I think, yeah, I mean, not us though. Just, what people think we might be doing. Obviously, since we're at Snow Ruyi,
Yeah, we're definitely
very
there.
professional.
We're definitely there. This is us. We're actually going to go off the ski jump.
That is true. I've actually never seen B-Cop and Sean White in the same room. No further questions after that.
You just call me a redhead?
Is that what you got out of that?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Well, I also, to talk about Dota for a second, even though I know we really hate doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Palmo and Beyond, I think also, I mean, everybody on Team Zero had a very nice performance this game. 7E, I think this is how you hope most of his games will go, compared to what we've been seeing. But I really liked the build from Beyond. It felt like the whole game he was just so useful, always landing nice shackles. 7E had very good target priority on the Pango, but just Palmo and Beyond are just giving so much in every single fight, so much disable, so much utility. I think their item builds especially just worked so well for the game that they were in. I'm just there's not much else that I have to say other than that. I was just impressed.
Yeah, they played really well.
Game.
I think Panwa was really impressive to me. The charges were really great.
Mm-hmm. He was really kind of everywhere, and I really liked my Team Zero. I did not see a single time an Invis hero on my screen on Team Spirit walk away without a dust being popped. It's it was refreshing to see. I'm sure anybody who has played pub Dota at any point knows that doesn't happen very often.
What would you say the percentage is?
Maybe 1/10 of 100th of a percentage in both games. In a pro setting, you definitely expect it more, but a lot of times you don't want to necessarily spend the money on a dust or like a bunch of dust. But Team Zero had no issue with it. Always had one on the heroes.
They want us to lip sync the people on the screen.
I think that would be very difficult. And also
disrespectful.
Probably, yeah. It'd probably not be a very nice thing to do.
All right. I'm going to get more ice in this bag that I was using as an ice pack. And we'll be right
Sounds
back.
good.
As my body is starting to really hurt.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry.
I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Go back into my cocoon because I have a blanket, but I'm not really wearing it because my body's like overheating. But then my body is also cold because this heat stress rash is killing me.
Yeah.
So I can't regulate my body temperature right now, which is really making this awful.
Horrible feeling. Yeah, that is a horrible feeling. Hate being cold hot. Can't ever get comfortable that way.
Yeah.
I will. This is like a completely different side tangent, but what site I think is just so horrible?
Pornhub?
It's just so. Yeah, I mean that's a good one. That one's up there.
Very horrible. Yeah, go
Um,
on.
But Twitter, oh my god, I hate Twitter. So I love Twitter. Like I love looking at Twitter, but every time I go on there, it takes like maybe 15 seconds before I'm like, wow, this is the worst thing I've seen ever. And every time it gets stopped, it's impressive. I don't. Twitter is a real place that exists.
There it is. There's the first sub.
THX for stream.
THX for stream. You're welcome. Fry 1, 2, tie my shoe. 3, 4, buckle my. Oh wait. Isn't it 1, 2, buckle my shoe? 3, 4.
Something more.
Yeah. Something like that.
But he kind of lost the joke there. Sorry, B-Cop.
What can you do? Oh, gosh. Trying to stretch as well. I always feel like stretching is the way to feeling better when you can't regulate your body temperature.
Stretching
could be a
good.
lie, though.
Yeah, I think stretching is probably generally not harmful if you're doing it in a well-informed way. I'm sure there's ways to stretch that are stressful and hurt, but just even like simple ones that most people know, I feel like aren't ever harmful. I'm lazy and I don't, but I probably should. Probably everybody at home should be.
Interesting.
What?
No. Just Twitter things.
Yeah, I told you.
Just Twitter things.
I think the worst possible mistake that you can make on Twitter nowadays is clicking on the post and looking at the replies. I don't know. I mean, well, I kind of know what happened, but replies are just like they're just the worst.
They're just degenerate.
Yeah, I avoid clicking on them like the plague because it makes me upset so fast. It doesn't even matter what the content of the post is. It's always just like it's like engagement baiting. It's just like so blatantly stupid or like AI or something. It's just horrible.
What am I looking at here? I don't know. I feel like I never know what I'm looking at on anything.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I don't know. My head is like hurting. I think I have some of that stress rash on my head, so it's just like making my head hurt, and I get like these spike pains in my head, and I get nervous because I'm just like, am I dying? Is this death? This could be death. Who knows?
Seeing the pearly gates.
Yeah.
Gonna start commentating your ascent to heaven.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say my death.
I've cast on Peacocks.
Point or
Just inevitable death.
ZA2TV3 subbed for tier 1. Thank you very much. That is now 20 subs. Hell yeah.
I was consoling you quite well there.
Yeah, thank you for consoling my pain. Oh god, I can't get comfortable. This is terrible. Hold on. Give me a second. You said you needed money, and I have a message for the people watching. Don't stop gambling. You're just one overdog bet away from retirement. No, stop that. You're one Twitch sub away from retiring.
True.
Hell yeah.
That's the Gate Quick Rich scheme. It's chill on Twitch.
Chill on Twitch. I said I needed the money because I am currently dealing with a company being terrible.
That's never happened before.
Yeah, they're being.
They are.
They're really being awful.
Being very terrible.
So, whatever. We'll cross that bridge when I build it, I guess.
Oh, you'll have what probably almost like $23 in subs to help support your journey.
Hell yeah. You said you
That's a
needed
class
money, and I have a
action.
message for the people watching. Don't stop gambling. You're just one... Stop that. You're one pub away from ranking up. I'm actually a couple pubs away from ranking up, but whatever. It's fine. I'm, I think 2 wins away from another star in my medal.
What medal is that become?
Now it's legend.
Ooh, that's pretty good actually.
You know, I'm getting there. I've gained about 1,200 MMR recently.
That's a big number. That's a big jump.
Yeah, it is a big jump, and I have just been using Ancient Apparition to do it. I've literally just been one-tricking.
No shame in that, brother.
Hell yeah. Although now I'm trying to think, like, do I want to try some of these supports that work in pro games? But that's how I always get baited.
Speaking of sports and pro games, Monkey King.
Could be a carry. Oh, just, replaying here.
Yeah. If you need also B Cup, you can always, like, take a moment, adjust, whatever.
I have ice on my back right now. I feel okay. But if I have to walk away, I'll let you know.
Okay.
I might have to lay down for a second. I'll probably... I mean, if this series goes 2-0, I'll have 15 minutes to lay down.
True. I'm just saying, I can handle the... apparently the same draft from last time.
Yeah. That jump is more MMR than half of chat. That is true. That's right, chat. I think you're all 2K. I was there once. I can now say it.
Like a month ago.
Yeah, actually. But now I can actually speak in Twitch chat.
Oh yeah, now that you're high MMR.
Yeah.
Legends figure higher. They do end up banning the Wind Ranger on the side of Team Spirit, so it looks like they had a similar read to us. That Beyond is just simply too good at this hero. But they let Sven through.
And both these heroes are pretty flex.
Yeah, super flex. Flex seal on your draft.
I cut this boat in half. That's me.
Sven kind of does feel like flex seal on a draft, doesn't he? Just doesn't matter what heroes you pick. Either it goes 5 and is like the most net worth efficient hero in the game, with literally caps out in usefulness at level 8, and or you just play position 1 and even without God Strength you hit for 500 damage by the time it's like 30 minutes and you're 6k net worth up on the next hero below you. Feels really good, this Sven hero. So I wonder what the response from Spirit is. There is still Hoodwink open. There is as well, let's see. Hoodwink is one of the big take-it ones for sure. Mira is also incredible at that hero. There is still Darkseer as well for either team if they want to take that. Pangolier looked quite nice. Dragon Knight has been a little bit contested in this series. Or not this series, but in the previous series was very contested. So Hoodwink there. Pretty overall decent game so far for it. The stun setup can be very, very obnoxious. But I imagine you're going to try to keep the flex potential open a little more on this Monkey King.
Ooh, DK.
So there it is.
I mean, that
Dragon
keeps the
Knight.
flex open, right? Because DK could technically go safe lane.
Yeah, it can go 1, 2, 3, realistically. Monkey King can go... let me think here. How many fingers do I have on my hand? 1, 2, 3,
7.
4, 5. Monkey King can... except for off lane for the most part, but I'm sure Collapse could make it work in the off lane. Monkey King is a ridiculous hero.
Pango and Batrider. Okay, so nothing has been told in this draft. Cool. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
Yeah, this is drafting in current day and age. I feel smart for calling out so many of these heroes, but we've seen them like these heroes like twice as much as any other hero. There's like, it feels like at this point there's like at least 60 something uncontested heroes in this tournament, which is a bit disappointing, but at least it's fun to see what like how these heroes develop across the tournament, as opposed to how like League works, where I was kind of comparing this to League drafting, where it's very central around very similar heroes. Dota has a lot more flex potential for where your heroes can go. League, you're a little more role locked for most of them. In this case, you've got a lot to throw around. Spirit, I might look for an offlaner here. There is still the Centaur. There is also still Ember Spirit if they want to play it in the mid lane. I'd be happy with either of those. They end up going for Star.
Oh, okay.
I don't hate it.
It's something different.
It is something a little bit different. We actually have seen, I think the one other time we saw Slardar is from Team Zero on 7E.
And then he
We will
went
not
past the
comment on
tier
his
1 tower.
performance.
Sorry, never mind. I didn't comment.
We did not comment on his performance. So technically you can send this mid. It has a decent matchup into the Pango. And not as good as you might think it is, but it's still pretty good. You reduce the effectiveness of Warcry, good at revealing the Weaver so that you can potentially burst them down with the chain stun that you have. And really the biggest part of Slardar, I think, in this draft is Corrosive Haze reduces armor, which increases the damage of Hoodwink. Which is obviously Acorn Shot is what you should be drafting around. End up banning the Timber Saw, so it is a little bit interesting what... It's so easy to call it the first few heroes because they're all so OP, and then it gets to this point in the draft and it's like, I guess they could pick literally any position, so... Guess it just depends on what they play and what they value. They do end up banning Oracle, so maybe they're kind of feigning a Darkseer. I probably expect an offlaner the most from Team Zero. They could always throw the Pango there, especially if they're afraid of this Slardar matchup, or even DK in the mid lane. Not the best lanes for Pango. Could actually be an interesting game for TA if they want to play that in the mid lane. Has good matchups, like has quite good matchups. Can be a bit actually annoying. Like DK can be a bit annoying, as I've talked about, because that hero just it's so annoying to lane against. Speak up, it's so annoying to lane against. Anyway, TA is also quite annoying to lane against.
Yeah.
And a good TA will always get farm. I could see it. I could also just see them going with a consistent offlaner. So that's kind of what it seems like Spirit is thinking about. Timbersaw was nice because they could also just flex it as soon as the draft is over. Sometimes that's ideal if you have the kind of first pick, but Team Zero has last pick overall. So they get to choose what they want, and they have a lot of reserve time going into it. Spirit don't quite have as much. Is this Monkey King mid lane? Is it safe lane? Is DK safe lane? Not quite sure what hero they want to play here. It is funny enough, actually a pretty good Shadow Demon game again. Maybe they could even go for like the CM, as I think happened before that we saw. That was really nice. I personally think a nice 5 pick could round this draft out.
Phoenix not available.
6 seconds left here. What do they want to go for? Bane.
Okay.
It's not quite what I was thinking, but along the lines of it, a strong position 5 is a pretty classic counter into the Pangolier. So now you have to wonder what you want to do with this Pango. The nice thing as well about picking the 5 here on Team Spirit is that, as I was saying, now you have a true flex, which is you get to see what Team Zero picks and then decide where you want to put these heroes, rather than locking yourself into lanes just based on draft. So whatever matchup Team Spirit wants to have, they can have. Team Zero looks like they go for, I think the like reserve time disappeared, so I thought they picked.
Yeah.
Looks like they're still. No, they're still picking. It's just anyway.
I'm trying to see. It looks like they still have a minute 20. If you look at the computer closest to us.
Oh, that's a good little indicator there.
Good little I Spy. Trying to see what they're thinking about clicking. Enigma was highlighted by the person who's sitting in front of us for a second.
Enigma's pretty cool here. I think offlaners is along the lines of what I was thinking. Centaur is still open. They could go. I mean, Enigma is cool. Centaur can kind of get bursted down. Let's see. Obviously, Brewmaster, Beastmaster not making it through.
What about Razor?
Razor is risky. I think Razor is risky, but it would be a pretty good mid-Razor game if they wanted to put the Pango into the off lane. I could definitely see flexing the Pango into the off lane and picking a mid here. Question is, what mid laner are you confident on? So Snapfire, another. Okay, so I guess another kind of true flex.
Yeah, not.
I don't know anything. I'm not gonna try to make analysis. I don't want to sound smart. Because I don't know.
Or try.
I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it, and then suddenly Collapse is gonna be on Nyx Assassin, and at that point, all sense goes out the door.
Well, if it was drafted in this game, I would say you might be right, but there is no Nyx Assassin.
I know. That's the most surprising part. Just does it.
I guess I'll wait for us to see in game who's where, but do you like Team Zero's draft?
I don't know. I like Team Spirit's draft, I think. They have so much just manpower. Like, they have a really nice front line with supports to deal a lot of damage and offer a lot of disable. Their lane should be pretty decent. I think really you're just, honestly, like, one of the biggest turning points in the game, I think, is going to be Rolling Thunder, Mortimer Kisses. I think those two are going to have big impacts, and seeing how Weaver comes out of the lane is probably going to be the biggest thing for Team Zero here. If it's Erica Weaver, which it very well might be, could look to run it back. He looked very good in that last game, but overall, I think it's a little harder to solo carry this game. The Bane it was a really nice Bane pick in the sense that it's pretty hard for them to just get a stun or a silence onto the Bane immediately. This Fiend's Grip probably most of the time is going to end up going at least 2 to 3 seconds if he's positioned correctly in the backline, barring getting Blink Lassoed, which, you know, could happen. And Poshka is a player who, at times, we've seen die. Sometimes 14 times.
True. Truing. He has to be very
and
careful
really, I
because
do want to
Bane's
see
fragile.
the lane matchups.
Yeah.
Yes. And Poshka loves fragile heroes.
Show us Team Zero, please. I'd like to know who's where. So it is that 5 position. Sven, and it is Erica back on the Weaver. Okay.
I think that makes sense.
Mid-snap.
Yeah, mid-snap fire. Should do okay into whatever lane it is. I do like mid-snap fire. Can be a bit awkward though, beyond on the Pangolier. D-Ward is really nice for Palm though here. 100 gold into his pocket.
Denying? Full deny or no?
I guess there's no real reason to full deny it yet. Maybe when he wants to walk back to lane, he will.
I guess. I mean, they saw him put it up there, but like, I guess we'll see if they even get the sentry down.
Yeah, I think he's just, at this point the ward is still providing some value, so no reason quite to get rid of it. Because as of the moment, Collapse is going to walk on top of this room, but kind of taking a lot of damage. Does end up getting 3, which is really nice for them. The biggest thing about getting a bounty rune over your opponent, specifically, is mid lane, because bottle, really. It is actually mid lane Monkey King, so that hero doesn't end up buying bottle. But if any bounty that you get over your opponent is actually a pretty big gold difference. So you can get a bottle quicker. Sometimes it prevents you from getting them before the runes on the team that loses them.
He's actually one of those few heroes that gets the Wraith Bands over mid that we were talking about yesterday. We had this conversation. Wraith Bands, Null Talismans, and Bracers.
It's also, I think he's getting kind of prematurely ready for Little Shredder. Because 7E is going to press E. And then Laurel might disappear into the night.
Ooh,
really nice body blocks by Mposhka.
Yeah, that allows that camp to spawn.
Yeah, he even tips him. I love that from Palmo. Just like,
Respect.
yeah, well played.
Yeah, because that was as perfect as it gets. I mean, Jesus, to body block so well and get that camp to spawn is pretty solid. It's pretty big in lane.
Not familiar with Mposhka's game. We actually were. He's a TI winner.
Double. 2-time. Erica talked about this hero kind of getting out of control, and I'm wondering what the build's going to be this time around. How much are we going to see minus armor play a game?
I mean, the Gleipnir is pretty much a given at any... on really most of the cores that we see these days, if they can use the item decently at all. Gleipnir feels very strong. BKB or Manta is definitely going to be a necessity, just to get rid of this corrosive haze. Maybe a Linken's this game. It is quite strong into the Bane, the DK. Nice to not get hit by the corrosive haze. So I could see, we used to see in the past, we were going Linken's kind of first item, or like Maelstrom with no boots into Linken's. I could actually see something like this game, but might just go for this like kind of similar build as he did last game. Maybe change out an item for Manta style or the likes of that. So far doing okay. Laurel having a pretty tough time so far in the mid lane. I would say mid lane is one of the more difficult roles to play Monkey King at the moment.
Right.
Mostly because so much of his power comes from tree dance. And if you look at the mid lane, not a lot of people know this, but there aren't trees in the river right in that mid lane area. So unfortunately can't always get usage out of that the same way that side lanes do. You also gain a lot of power from the Jingu, which means you're not putting points into your tree dance. So it feels a little bit awkward from the mid lane, but it is really nice when it comes time to start rotating. So from this point, Laurel is probably going to only put points into the tree dance. 2 points in Jingu is enough for him, especially into a Snapfire, which he'll very rarely actually end up proccing it on. But not able to super contest 7E here, just trying to pretty much squeeze out what he can.
Not that bad of a lane for him, not trying to squeeze water from a stone or anything that difficult. But 21 and 8.
Snapfire.
What'd you say?
I said squeeze water from a Snapfire.
Yeah, basically. And
Collapse is doing quite well. So, I mean, lanes are relatively even. Erica is not quite off to the start he was before. Ooh, nice fake out from 7E. I always think the mischief... Oh. The mischief shenanigans are always fun in lanes to see. Specifically heroes like Snapfire that have like the wind up.
yeah,
Because you see them kind of pump fake it, and really good Monkey King players will like hold it because they're like, oh, you're not gonna press it, and then it's just a fun little mind game that you have between opponents. Taking so much damage from Mposhka. Thankfully, you can just press the Nightmare onto Palmo, stop that aggression. 11 denies on 7E here. Definitely feeling a little
That's
bit of
pretty
pain
crazy.
here.
that's actually really crazy. Of a number 12 already. Acorn
so much
shot,
damage on
Slithering
Erica.
Crush, missing the Bushwhack though. Thought
As if
about
you
it.
need to hit, as if you need to hit Bushwhack on.
Seriously.
13 denies. Oh my god.
Yeah, to the 4 of this Monkey King. He actually is almost denying more than he's CSing on the Monkey King, which is
Yeah.
kind of crazy.
Having a very good time. So this last pick panning out pretty well so far for 7E in Team 0. This is also, I was going to talk about last game, but I didn't quite get the chance. One cool thing about this mid matchup, in terms of players, also speaking of rotating early Monkey King.
At level 5, just knowing the lane's not feeling that great for him, Balance Strike, but the shield crash is not going to be enough. Oh, maybe it is. No. Maposhka gets it, and Mortimer's Kisses on to Radon. Oh, gosh, just not getting that kill by a
that does
sliver.
Not feel great.
It's not awful, I would say, just because now it's Radon out of lane.
Oh, do they kill?
Yeah, they just kill him, right?
Here?
Nice
they just transfer
kill
the Nightmare.
both,
Actually, do they
but
just
Beyond
kill
is in. Balance Strike, and now they get the kill on a 70. This is where it starts to feel bad, because you've got Mira. You'll get another kill here on a ZZQ, and I think Laurel is all of a sudden having himself a game.
Yeah, I mean, now a higher net worth than the Snapfire once the time that he takes his wave. Really well played from Poshka setting it up there, and then Laurel adapts. This is also one of the nice things about Monkey King is you can put skill points into your spells just, you know, willy-nilly, however you feel. He ends up putting the 3rd point in Jingu, which normally he wouldn't have ever done that, but now that he has, like, you know, he has these Wraith Bands, he kind of got the opportunity to walk onto heroes. He adapts and does that for himself. Kind of, I think, wishes that he could be on this Wisdom Rune with Maposhka. This is a little bit overzealous here by Maposhka. Oh, just barely gets on ZZQ.
Desperately needed that, Maposhka, and he'll TP out.
Having really good start of the lanes here for Team Spirit.
Not that Team Zero can't catch up, but that first movement is so good, and the fortunate ability to get that amplified damage rune, and now Laurel again making another move, looking towards top, and it's only level 5 on the Weaver. You start this off with the Bushwhack, and you've most likely gotten yourself a kill.
Yeah, really difficult here. Weaver is the same level as Mira. Laurel dancing around with the tree dance. Always a fun time seeing this hero and playing this hero. Now he's ahead of 70. Because 70's just spent, he had this lead, and now he's just TP'd to 2 different lanes, hasn't gotten anything out of it. Feels really desperate. ZZQ not hitting all the Mortimer Kisses, so not going to be able to get this kill onto Laurel. If he was a little more precise, I feel like he could have. Erica is running him down now.
Maybe Erica can, and they did get the kill on Amira. This could open up for Erica if they're not too careful.
Oh,
they'll have collapse. You need to be careful. He does have time lapse, and there's the brain sap. They get the kill on the ZZQ. Maposhka burning a little bit. The chase is on from Erica. The Shikuchi and the right clicks are there to get the kill. But 70 is dead again.
Yeah, Laurel is playing this very, very nicely. Suddenly, whatever happened in lane, kind of, like, you know, the Men in Black erase your memory. Never happened. I don't remember Snapfire having any denies.
All of a sudden, 70's a support.
Yeah, and it's funny because this all started happening. I was going to start talking about the player matchup in the mid lane here is... Laurel is... He's a very good player, but by a lot of accounts, in terms of the high-level mid player, ZZQ, by the way, is... by a lot of accounts, is a very, very consistent mid laner. He isn't quite as flashy as, say... your Quins, you know, what have you. He's a very consistent player. ZZQ is going to go down eventually here to the support duo. He's very consistent on Laurel. I feel like it's very rare that you see Laurel just come, like, beaten out of the laning phase. He pretty much always gets farm. He's always useful. I feel like his read on the game is just very nice. In a way, he's a little bit of a rock for this team. Just always able to do something, always able to find something. I feel like I would love playing on a team with Laurel if I was one of these supports. And on the flip side, you have 7E, who, in that last game as Pango goes this early Orchid, kind of like, you know, splits the game open, makes a lot of opportunities, plays extremely well in the Pango mechanically. But then you have him this game on the Snapfire, where he's kind of completely destroying him in lane, and then gets a little bit, like, distracted, you know, chasing the laser pointer, TPs to lanes, doesn't get anything.
Yeah.
And now he's super far behind, so... Different style of mid laners here.
Laurel. Rolling Thunder.
Ooh.
Mortimer's Kisses. This would be a big kill for them to get. And they do get it. It's Beyond who gets credit for it. Maposhka bounced up, knew where he wanted to put himself again. And the little Shredder is there. They'll get the kill. Beyond's on a double kill there, looking for a killing spree as Mira's under the tier 2 tower, and they'll focus their attention on the tier 1 with Collapse waiting in the wing. And I don't know if Beyond caught vision of that, but he will activate that Watcher and certainly have it.
Really nice by Team Zero. Really, really nice here. That was an angle that was hard to find. And as I kind of said at the start of the game, Rolling Thunder plus Mortimer Kisses are so impactful. So anytime that you aren't able to use them effectively, there's a lot of potential lost around the map, but anytime that you can connect them like that, kind of shuts down the game that Laurel was having. Might come back in a second here if they're able to get the Fiend script, but Beyond, really nice read. I don't think he actually had any vision of them. I think it was just kind of a Spidey sense tingling there. Gets out of dodge.
Looks over at Collapse, hits him with the little Shredder. And Snap, staying ahead of the Monkey King for a second.
Yeah, they're pretty even now, so it feels like they both kind of taken sacrificial roles. Fiend's Grip with the Wukongs is a lot of damage, but it isn't enough damage at the moment, but we'll end up...
Oh, Willie?
Oh, I wasn't able to get the cancel on the Rolling Thunder there.
Not quite. Not quite. And
yeah, I'm pretty sure Laurel could have gotten that kill if he should have just boundless and then stepped off the tree instead of trying to channel the primal at level 1. Oh my god. Wild Hoodwink.
Seriously.
Throws a Pokeball at Batrider.
And Pongo doesn't have Lasso, so... Everybody's here. This is kind of crazy.
Everybody's here. I will say Radon has a armlet. It's quite strong, but the Mortimer kisses this spell.
Yeah, it's going to be really strong to get Collapse and get Mira, and that's 2 kills for the side of Team Zero.
Yeah, and one of them's going over to Erica. I don't want to be premature or anything, but you definitely don't want to give over kills to this guy.
I think what, Erica died 1 time last game?
Yeah, I think it was once, maybe twice. I mean, overall, just incredible performance from him. Yutoro, that being said, is having a very nice game on the Dragonite. Already towards that armlet, which I've been liking this armlet build from the carry DKs. Feels very hard to bring down, but not really, not really any juice in the tank here.
Oh,
nice
Cookie and the War Cry. Sharpshooter actually eaten by 7E. They'll go and find themselves Ponlo. Stormhammer is not going to save them. Aposhka has the Nightmare, and they're still going to catch up to ZZQ.
So back and forth here. It feels like both teams are just so... I mean, Mortimer's Kisses is honestly kind of the big thing here. Seems like every time it's up, Team Zero feels quite strong. Every time it's down, they don't really have damage yet. Looking for Maelstroms on both 70E and Erica. Spirit Vessel finished on Beyond. So definitely a glimmer of hope here for Team Zero. The laning phase towards the end felt pretty dicey for them. Managed to get a couple of really nice kills. Team Spirit manages to get back to pretty much where they were before, 3k net worth lead. Curious to see what they play around the most here. They do have Fiend's Grip. Always nice to play around if you can bait heroes here. It looks like who's baiting who? Beyond. I think he is going to be able to run away here.
Beyond?
Fiend's Grip.
Fiend's Grip.
Just right in time.
Yeah.
It's not quite able to walk off.
And Erica's looking to maybe find a reinitiation, but there isn't much option.
Yeah, Sven's support feeling a little bit awkward here, honestly. This hero is incredibly strong, so I mean it's not like he's gonna taper off in value, but not really able to kind of provide the same damage as Hoodwink. And with the Batrider as well,
Oh,
it kind
no.
of feels like you are lacking damage.
Warcry again. ZZQ caught one more time. But not dead. He's just
okay.
so tanky. Maposhka is going to be the one who falls eventually, and ZZQ just avoiding the sharpshooter.
Very rare tip. I will say the tips have been very reserved in this tournament so far as we've watched.
I mean, we're respectful
When everyone comes out,
initially. Ponlo?
Yeah, Ponlo.
Is he still not level 6? Or is it just the
He
bug
isn't.
that he doesn't have his... He just doesn't have his lasso. Okay.
He just doesn't have his lasso.
I was going to
Which I-
say...
Don't know why. I don't know why he's doing that. I'm a big fan of not going lasso on Batrider. If you're a core, don't particularly see the value in not having it at all. At this point as a support. I mean, he is just looking, I think, to farm is kind of the idea, so I don't think it's a massive mistake, but you lose a lot of pressure by not having it. Feels that much harder to get kills with.
Yeah, it just seems very tough to get that lockdown, but maybe he feels like he can't get close enough to get a lasso off. It is very hard to have a lasso turn into anything with Bushwhack, Nightmare, Fiend's Grip, Boundless Strike, you know, Slither and Crush, Dragon Tail, all stopping you potentially.
Yeah, but it still is just nice to have the option if you do kind of smoke or get on top of these heroes, considering that you do have Cookie to kind of, you know, take up some distance here, Rolling Thunder as well. ZZQ is kind of making a lot of space here, but he could suffer for it, Beyond as well getting sunned.
On the run, Dragon Tail, Wukongs, and dead Beyond as they get ZZQ as well. 2 heroes dead on the side of Team 0. And yeah, for the most part, that was like the first fight DK even got in.
Yeah, Yatoro is very big though, sitting on Sanjin Yasha level 14. So it feels pretty good in this game so far. It's going to be also a little bit more annoying for the Weaver to deal with. Not in the same position that Erica was last game by any means. And it feels like there's a lot more ways to disable him, potentially kill him before he gets a time-lapse off, and this is one of the easiest ones.
Ooh, although the lack of Primal Spring? No.
He was hitting creeps is what it was. Laurel.
Jesus.
Either way, nice clean kill. They also get Roche, so a lot of successful moves from Team Spirit around the map. I mean, that's a quick, like, 30 seconds that kind of makes this game feel that much more difficult. Already wasn't in a great spot. Ooh. Palmo does have the lasso, but as he turns around to do it, gets stunned from collapse.
He really can't ever do it. It seems so difficult for him to even just get lasso off.
Yeah, and this is we were talking before about with the Nog about how we feel with the offlane Pango. Kind of experiencing some of the same troubles this game, especially more so into the Slardar and the Bane. Amplified damage is really nice to just focus down the Pango and Rolling Thunder, and then obviously Fiend's Grip is pretty notorious counter with the hero, so being useful here on Beyond is not as easy. Sitting fairly low in the net worth, can they find something at all? Your Toro has an Aegis, so it doesn't quite feel like it.
Where's your comeback potential here for Team 0?
Probably Mortimer Kisses. Maybe when the Aegis expires, but well, it's certainly not in a Bushwhack. Shouldn't go searching there if you're Erica.
Surprising that he's farming there, knowing that the other team was kind of in his own jungle.
Yes. Oh, very nice lasso. They finally get it off.
They need the damage on this, though, but the Boundless Strike with the Shard, Flame Break back, Spirit Vessel on him. Laurel's going to be dead. You get ZZQ,
really
they
nice
end
little
up
vision pocket there.
going to the Rolling Thunder, and Ponlo is also dead.
Kill him Beyond. He needs to just walk away. What? Oh my god. Whoa.
What the hell? That was kind of insane.
I mean, that was well played, but also, what was that damage? 7-8. Oh, his game feels so tough.
Feels over.
Yeah, 9K at 20 minutes. Wouldn't be that surprised if Spirit wanted to try to walk. Well, and they can't really walk on the enemy Tormentor. Wouldn't be surprised if they take their own Tormentor soon, with the Wisdom Rune spawning over there. But staying on the map is also a good thing. Monkey King, who had a really rough initial start to the game, is now ahead of Erica, or just about neck even there. Feels like you have no response for Yatoro. He still has Aegis for, I believe, about 2 minutes at least. Knocking on your tier 2s. Blink Dagger building into BKB. Feels unkillable. Game 2 Team Spirit, not a joke.
Yeah, really not a joke at all. 11,000 net worth lead. Just still in their hands. There's 2 tier 2 towers still remaining for Team 0. But I just don't really see how Team 0 kind of come back in with where Weaver's net worth is at. And now Collapse might wait for this timing and doesn't quite get the Tormentor. Tried for it, but here's Laurel. Balance Strike,
Yeah,
Harpoon Pull. There's 2 kills more for the side of Spirit.
Feels like here's
Glacier
Johnny.
too. Can't get into their base though. Ooh, Sharpshooter thinks about it. Blink forward. Beyond's dead.
Yeah, Laurel is a little bit scary here. A little bit of the boogeyman. If you're on Team 0 here, it does have that Gleipnir finish, but honestly, you know, Miposhka putting you into Nightmare, putting you into sleep, feels like he himself is a little bit of a boogeyman as well. He's gotten so much done with his Bane pick, and we weren't fully expecting it, but I really liked it. I think this is one of the heroes that I think had been uncontested. They go for it, and it looks really solid. Very impressed by what Miposhka has been able to do this game.
Just reserve time on the screen now.
Yeah, I saw that.
Rolling Thunder, and this feels like a last-ditch effort. They're going to try and kill Miposhka, but he's got the Nightmare to save himself. They go to the mech, and they Primal Spring in. They've got the lasso on a Collapse, but he'll never die. Sharpshooter lands onto Erica, and they'll kill off Beyond. They'll look for more. They'll call GG, and Spirit takes game 2.
Is there not something so sad looking about that GG from Erica? I know it's just in the little chat bubble, but just the lowercase GGs, like, right after they die. He's still alive, it's just, the game felt hopeless. Don't blame them at all for calling GG, and game fell apart really quick from them. Credit where credit is due. I think Laurel on these early rotations, even though his laning phase was so tough, still managed to be so impactful, so annoying on this hero. Collapse and Yatoro doing Collapse and Yatoro things, getting net worth when they can, and my personal MVP, Miposhka, just I kind of felt like he was everywhere.
Yeah, definitely. He was really everywhere, and I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think if I can last for another game. Because
I mean, yeah, if you can't, that's totally okay.
My body temperature is just not regulating at the moment, and I feel awfully nauseous. So I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, if you need at any point, you can lay down. Hopefully, I mean, I can sit here by myself on the stream for as long as I feel comfortable, but
I'll try to finish this series out, but we might shut down before the fourth series. It might be the play.
Yeah, that'd be understandable.
But yeah, I mean that was a great rebound from Team Spirit, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's kind of what we were talking about. Team Spirit sometimes they lose to game 1, and then I feel like Yatoro, sits up in his seat. Miposhka is like, okay, enough of this Nyx offlane nonsense. We'll play for real this time, and it's definitely felt like it. I mean, Team 0 is just a few mistakes, honestly, kind of just the rotations early from 7E that didn't end up landing, and the game just fell apart from there. It wasn't a lot the Team Zero did wrong before it just felt like the game was over. So this is what a world class team can do. What we expect from Team Spirit, just in this first game, they weren't able to harness it yet in that first game.
Right. So we'll take a quick break to get some water before game number 2 or game number 3, and hopefully see you guys back here in 5 minutes, 7 minutes or so. Should be about that amount of time, right?
Whatever feels good.
Yeah, we'll see what they put on the timer. We'll be back in a moment.
Oh, Charlie Brown just snatched the plate. Paging Dr. B Cop. 1, 2, 3, mic check. Appears he is not here at the moment, but that is okay. I am joined by my lovely co-caster, Precious, my dog. She's been a bit lonely, so I decided to bring her along for this one. I can pretend to be smart until Peacock gets back. So let's see here. Pretty normal bans coming out. They don't want to give the Monkey King to Spirit this time, which Team Zero let through twice initially. Also don't want to get the Weaver, so don't leave it open this time. Spirit with the first big Sand King. I do like this. You deny pick it from Team Zero. Instant responsive Morphling, which, first of all, fun. Love that. But is that also a nice counter to the Morphling, or to the Sand King, in the sense that it is quite hard to burst him. You don't generally build a lot of anti-heal up until the point you get Shivas on Sand King. Turning in and getting the Burrow Strike is quite nice. And one way to kind of counteract this in the early game is to just not have that many points simply in the Burrow Strike. That being said, Morphling is more about farming and getting to your items and your levels than he is about Morph. Curious to see what the response is from Spirit. Interesting as well, Brewmaster and Beastmaster have been left in the pool. Ooh. They opted to ban Spirit, or to ban Sven on Spirit, so Team Zero might be able to get one of those two heroes. I'm taking them if I'm given the opportunity.
Morphling Sand King to start.
I know. They really changed things up. They had back-to-back same drafts, game 1, game 2. And then both teams said, all right, this is a problem. And went in a completely different direction. Although I did like Team Zero, I don't know if you were quite here for it. It was Sand King, 2 seconds later Morphling. Like, almost instantly on Team Zero. That's what, that's what you like to see. A little bit of confidence heading into this game 3. Even if last game was tough, hopefully just from the confidence in that first pick, they've recovered decently.
Yeah.
Have confidence in a new idea. I like this Morphling. I think it's really cool. There are definitely ways to mess with it, and Spirit is trying to think on it. What could potentially be the best way to fuck with this Morphling? You do have Collapse as an offlaner, so there's a lot of different things that he can do. You can even lane the Sand King in the offlane. I typically like it the most in mid, but it has an okay matchup into the Morphling, just so much burst damage on Caustic with the Stinger, Burrow Strike. Taking a lot of time on this ban, so they're definitely recognizing how important this is. Beastmaster, Brewmaster open in the pool. Are they thinking about letting them through? Wind Ranger is the ultimate ban, so thinking we'll just leave those there. Team Zero does have the option to ban one of them and take the other. Could be quite good. They don't have to worry as much about the Brewmaster, considering that they already have the Morphling, which does quite strong in lane into it, so on my end, if I was playing Team Zero here, I'm looking to probably ban, say, maybe a Rubik to deny it from Spirit, and then
ban the
take
Doom and go for the
Beastmaster.
DK.
So they go a different direction. DK has been pretty high prio.
Yeah.
I don't like it quite as much when you have the Morphling, just in the sense that you can't flex it to position 1, which has been quite successful. I think, honestly, it's the role that we've seen DK do best in, surprisingly. But still feels very strong overall. Now on Team Spirit, they do have the option of going Brewmaster, Beastmaster. Collapse is an expert at both those heroes. I like Ember Spirit as well for Team Spirit. Hoodwink, Jakiro is open as well, so a lot of really high value heroes.
Oh,
Elder Titan, that also works quite well. So rather than going for these heroes like the Ember or the Brew, they take away some of the really high value supports, which makes sense because Team Zero also haven't picked any supports. So they're going to be scrambling. Might be Jakiro.
And I like Elder Titan. We just don't see it that often, though.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like a strong support that, like, left unchecked can really fuck your day up.
Oh yeah, it's, notoriously very good into Morphling. Max health damage on the ulti is really nice when he morphs strength, and he's a hero that has pretty much only base armor. Elder Titan's really good at getting that Spirit on top of you and bursting you. Timbersaw, a decent response, but can also be tough. I like the CM. I do like the CM. A little bit interesting that they drop the Jakiro, but CM actually serves a really nice purpose in this draft. The mana is always going to be useful, and then the Frostbite is going to have a lot of value into wherever the Elder Titan goes, wherever the Elder Titan wants to roam to, stopping him from walking onto you with a Spirit. And quite annoying for Sand King in the early game, not able to Burrow Strike away. Team Spirit with another pick here. Ember Spirit looks really nice in terms of being a Spirit Vessel buyer from the mid lane, but unfortunately doesn't have very good matchups. We've seen Laurel play the Zeus before. Maybe Invoker could be good here if you want to pick up the mid lane. Go for Ursa instead. Pretty decent Ursa game, all things considered. Not really threatened in lane. Not really threatened to be chain stunned very much, which is one of the issues this hero runs into.
Unless they were to get one more stun, and then you've got Frostbite, Dragon Tail, +1.
You can definitely be bursted. There's a... Also, I think if they decide to put this Timbersaw up against the Ursa, it's a pretty fun matchup to watch because good Ursa players are going to weave in and out, and good Timbersaw players are going to weave in and out. And it's a Slark and Ursa versus Timbersaw used to be considered quite strong, and nowadays Timbersaw players just like to go like 3-2-0 or 2-3-0 in these matchups and just like to burst them, but leaves them very vulnerable to ganks and to Elder Titans with disgusting amounts of damage. Most certainly looking for a support on the side of Team Zero here, so you're flexing this Timbersaw, you're flexing this DK between mid and off lane. Still I mean, they did ban Slardar, which is interesting. I wonder if they think it's a support Morphling on Spirit, or if they think that Slardar could go support here. Because I was under the assumption that they really need a support hero, but Spirit bans out Slardar. Maybe they know something that we don't. It's quite a good Slardar game in terms of the Corrosive Haze, but I'm not sure where you'd be fitting that in. Coddle is a really nice ban from Team Zero. I think that would have been devastating if they got that here on Spirit. I'm surprised I didn't call that out, honestly. Honestly, could have seen picking the Coddle over the Ursa, but I think Ursa is a very safe pick to go for. They are still keeping the flex with the Sand King mid, though. Something I'm overlooking a little bit here on Spirit. So they do have the option to go an offlaner. In that case, they ban the Brewmaster. Typically, CM Morphling would be quite strong into Brewmaster, but I guess they don't want to deal with Brewmaster plus Hoodwink. The harass is a little bit too much when they both press Q.
Yeah, that could be disgusting.
Beastmaster also just generally a very, very strong hero, so ban into pick here. Spirit does not have a lot of reserve time left. Personally, I'm definitely getting rid of a support here. Maybe the likes of a Jakiro. Something I could see, but kind of looking for lockdown. Spirit Breaker as well could potentially be obnoxious on Team Zero. They go for Earth Spirit. Still potentially convinced, I think, that this Morphling is able to be flexed to support, if I'm reading this draft correctly from Spirit. Could be picking a mid or an offlane. Underlord is still open, but it doesn't feel like a very good game for it for once. I personally really do like the Invoker here. I think the Spirit Vessel is really nice. You have a pretty decent mid lane. Could also see Ember Spirit come out, even though it doesn't have the strongest lanes here.
Go Darkseer.
Darkseer, I think this one is, it's interesting. I don't think it's bad by any means. Pipe doesn't have particularly as much value as it normally would. So I might see the build change a little bit from Collapse, but it's actually a very good game to go like the Blink Ags kind of Darkseer if this Morphling is in position 1. Pretty classic counter there because the Wall of Replica Morphling is usually scarier than the actual Morphling. What is the response from Team Zero here? Doing all your reps. There is still Phoenix in the pool as well if you want to opt for a damaging support. Could be troublesome in terms of lockdown. And they're playing into Ursa, so maybe the next assassin, maybe Rubik is still open. Feels okay. Troll Warlord. So
we saw this be strong before.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised here. It looks like it is a support Morphling. Unless they're playing some kind of position for Dragon Knight or something, but I really doubt that's the case. I'm really excited. You go into Game 3 against Team Spirit, you first pick Morphling and intend on playing its support. Seems like Spirit was generally aware that this was a possibility, so they probably scrimmed against it. I am not aware of this secret dark tech that Team Zero is summoning. But overall, it actually is a very good Troll game. One of the really nice... Troll has generally had a pretty good matchup into Ursa historically. He does this thing where he presses E and then you miss your attacks. Quite annoying for Ursa. But a nice thing now for Troll Warlord is people are kind of going this Ags first build. Very good game for the Ags on Troll. In the sense that you can get rid of Surge and you can get rid of Overpower with the Dispel here. Not quite as good on your self-dispel. There's a few things you can get rid of, a few slows. But definitely a pretty useful game for the self-purge. It also gets rid of the Astral Spirit from Elder Titan and the Scurry from Hoodwink. It's a very good game to have a purge if he likes to go for that build. Very strong lane with the CM.
Is there such thing as troll support?
I think there could be. I've seen something like it. I don't think it's as likely as support lane, especially considering that Elder Titan was picked in the draft. I wouldn't be that surprised if they were like, oh, well, now we know for sure we had this Morphling as a flex to support. Now we know that we don't want to play this full Agi morph that is going to eventually lose all of its armor to Elder Titan. But very interesting. I don't know how it lands. Erica is on, so it looks like Ponlo on the Morphling. He starts boots. God, this is so cool. I'm fanboying a little bit here. The question marks from Collapse. I feel like we need a little more weird looking question marks in our lives.
Yeah, those were odd.
Big fan
from Erica.
Oh, that's kind of sweet. I love when competitors just have that kind of respect for each other. Ponlo, you can see as well, he had a tip for it. It was a really nice play by Maposhka when he's blocking the camp. So I'm finding it hard to root against Team Zero here. They seem like a nice group, you know? Haven't really done anything to indicate that they're, rude or toxic, and they've had some pretty rough games, and they came into this day 3 really swinging. So I'm happy to see it. I'm personally rooting for them, hoping to see Ponlo do some really interesting stuff on this Morphling. It's quite good into the Sand King if he can have Burrow Strike on a high uptime. Taking a decent bit of damage from Yatoro. I did also mention at the start of the draft, you weren't here, but it is quite important. We are joined by a third member of the cast here on my end.
I heard
Precious. Oh.
I heard it was a dog, and somebody said, "Hey, can we hear the dog?"
Oh, I actually don't know if you can. She's not a
vocal dog.
No, she's very vocal, but not on command. More of like,
I'm hungry.
Somebody's knocking on the door. She's a Chihuahua mix, so if that gives any more context. But she's very sweet. She's sleeping in my lap at the moment. My mom's in the hospital, and it's her dog, so I think she's missing my mom a little bit. For Bullfrog in the chat, he's asking what big fan is. Bad Phantom. Okay, well, he answers before I can. Fan of Collapse. I think we all are.
As an LGD fan, no, I'm just kidding. Big fan of Collapse. He's a very cool player. I would never let that stop me from being a fan of anybody. The plays that they have made in the past and big moments like that have just been so cool. And Maposhka showing you that water, albeit maybe trying to be stiff, is easy to be punched through.
Yeah, this is one of the things about support Morphling with the strength. He does go for the early boots, but you have 0 armor because you don't have any agi. So you take a lot of damage when you try to pull the creeps, your ranged here without any damage block. You take a lot of damage from this, Elder Titan hero that clicks quite hard.
But thankfully, you, I mean, despite having -1 armor on Ponlo, he does have 1200 HP, 63 damage at the moment, so it doesn't actually feel horrible beyond. Kind of giving Miposhka a little scare. I'm honestly surprised he doesn't turn back onto him.
Yeah, you'd think that maybe even with the Morphling, just right-click away, try and get something, because that initial burst from the Timber Chain Whirling Death was a lot of damage.
Yeah, it really was. Wasn't quite expecting that. 7E at the moment, having a pretty decent laning phase here. Not the best matchup for DK, but as I've said many times before, what a rat of a mid laner DK is. Breathe Fire, suddenly you have 30 more damage than the enemy. So doing so pretty good so far in this early lane. 8 denies. I mean, hopefully he doesn't end up TPing to the side lanes and losing his lead this game. I feel like we've seen 8 denies on 7E before.
Last game, that's for sure. Laurel, though, I mean, this is into a melee matchup, right? So he should be in a decent spot overall.
Yeah,
like you said, the Breathe Fire is a problem, but it's not terrible.
Laurel's a great player. He's going to stabilize at some point. And worst case scenario, everything goes wrong. Miposhka goes to the triangle, presses W on the camp a few times, and then Laurel gets like 1,000 gold injected from stacks. So not going to be a huge issue whatever happens in this mid lane. Sand King very good at recovering. But you do want 7E in this position for sure. And you ideally want him to stay in this position.
If he can, that's, you know, it's been tough for him in the past, right?
Mm-hmm. It certainly has. But overall, I mean, it's hard too because mid laners like this, like 7E, who play this kind of risky, like high risk, kind of medium reward Dota. They do so many cool things, but a lot of times you don't really get to see it play out because when it doesn't work out, it ends up so poorly for them that the rest of the game just looks completely different. Palno is getting Ursa'd a little bit.
Almost dying. The waveform not in a great spot. Yatoro?
No way to get out of this. Palno showing a little bit of his ineptness on Morphling because he's supposed to be shifting Agi there so that he can shift back up. I mean, I guess he was afraid of the Earthshock, wasn't quite sure the cooldown on it, but not what you want to see. Palno's also sitting at the beautiful CS score of 0-0. Not doing a lot of favors for Beyond in this offlane. He's struggling a tiny bit into this Elder Titan Ursa powerhouse.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, the focus can just be on Beyond, right?
Yeah, and this lane, it's very contingent on who is ahead between the Ursa and the Timbersaw, because Ursa, when he's a little bit behind in levels, a little bit behind in items and regen, can get poked out very easily from the just pure damage from Timbersaw. In this case, the Ursa is pretty far ahead, has nice gold injection from consumables on Elder Titan. Miposhka, as we know, is a very sacrificial player. And he's just, he's solo zoning the two of them. Now it looks like they're going to take turns once the spirit returns to Miposhka, and he'll go solo zone the two of the heroes. Pretty disastrous offlane for the support lane so far.
Yeah, it really isn't looking that good for him. No wave for him, but it's not that far away. And just able to get right-clicked down by Yatoro once again. Just no escape from that. And it really sucks that, and I don't know how much there was in terms of confidence going into this support Morphling prior to the game starting.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure Ponlo's, I'm certain he's practiced it, but Morphling isn't always one of those heroes that, you know, you play twice in a pub and feel like you know everything about. This hero is very nuanced, does a lot of really weird things, and especially when you're going to play it in the support role. Feels hard for him to do a lot of meaning. ZZQ setting up 30 seconds early, saying, alright, I'm out of here. don't think Team Spirit is going to let him just get away with this one. He's also a CM, so he's not
下塔正受到攻击。
having a stun. Could be pretty difficult for him to secure this one. Can't cancel the sleep from Elder Titan. And Miposhka, I mean, they have good vision on ZZQ. Maybe he walks up and grabs this, but he knows the Watchers. ZZQ doesn't even try. Miposhka, a little bit smarter than that.
I think it's wise to not go.
I think so as well. Thankfully, 7E having a pretty good game. Laurel is not far behind him, but doing quite a bit of poke damage on this mid tower. One saving grace for Team Zero here.
CS-wise, he wasn't really getting much out of the lane from Laurel initially, but it doesn't really seem to matter. Laurel is only 300 gold behind.
Yeah, he maxed the Stinger, and now every time that the creep waves meet, he presses E on the 4 creeps, and they die. We love Sand King. This is interesting from Palmo as well. So far he's 2-2-0 or 2-0-2 on the Morphling. Doesn't have the Adaptive Strike, which I can understand. It doesn't really do much damage and it doesn't stun for long, but doesn't really feel like it's offering much at all. No pressure on the map at the moment. I kind of want to see Palmo just sit and soak up the stun in a lane somewhere. But Erica has a really nice movement here onto Yatoro up top.
He has that ulti, but you need to wonder if anybody could be here for him. Now that ult is used, the chase is on, the kill will be there, and nobody's there to save Yatoro, which is a little bit surprising.
Definitely a rare mistake from Yatoro, I think. Not expecting ZZQ to be in that position, but should have respected it nonetheless. Ponlo is kind of doing the thing I wanted down here. This is nice at least. He has so much raw HP that it's not really easy to dive him. Not easy to get kills at the moment on him. So hopefully able to get some levels. But
Burrow strike short. Will that end up mattering? Mira coming in as well, and now they're thinking about the epicenter. That gets used on 7E, and they will get the kill onto him. Burrow strike lands on a Beyond. They'll have the sharpshooter, which puts him in a precarious position. He'll end up dying to Mira. They do get Laurel, but that cost way more than they thought it would. And all of a sudden, Ponlo getting right-clicked well hard by Miposhka.
Oh my god.
Holy hell.
Mira and Miposhka,
support duo that's really getting away with a lot here. Miposhka's level 6. The air splitter's off the mark. Waveform in. Bushwhack lands on Erica. Acorn shot gets the kill on Erica as well. And now 7E's back in, but that wall and that damage, the two supports just went to town.
These guys should play at TI. I think they could really make something, this Mira Miposhka guy.
Yeah, they could even win, I think.
I think so, looking at also those Hoodwink balances. Mira, I think he had a series earlier where he's playing Hoodwink, and the balances weren't quite coming out for him in lane, so I think he watched the replay, channeled his chakra a little bit, getting perfect bounces onto Erica, which is exactly what they need, because this is the guy you're worried about when you're looking at Team Zero, when you're looking at the draft that they have. He has been a very, deciding factor in the games that they win. Usually supremely far ahead in net worth, but this game sitting about, second lowest on the cores, and right below him is a Timber Saw on Beyond, which not what you want to see for Team Zero. Yatoro and Collapse, keeping their net worth always up.
It's going to be one of those games again where it's just Hoodwink carry.
It is looking that way, but I do think that Miposhka is going to be really, Miposhka's already been really impactful, but I think he's going to continue to stay that way. Laurel is going to be able to provide a lot of utility. He already has the Blink Dagger, so opting for it very, very early in this game. Yeah, I'm worried about the damage that Mira can, the damage that Mira can output. I'm worried about this farm that Yatoro and Collapse are getting. I'm worried about this Timbersaw's net worth. Looking like a team spirit kind of game here so far.
Up 4,000 this early, definitely the case.
And I mean, Elder Titan is one of the heroes of all time. They jump onto Pawn though. He is actually mostly agility at the moment. Looking to use this. Oh, he max burst.
Sure. Seems good.
I blacked out for a few seconds there. Did something happen? My stream lag didn't see what happened.
I think he may have died in a heartbeat. Scooter, splitter, sharpshooter not even needed. Epicenter ends and they get the kill in the 7E.
I think I blacked out again. Why is Dragon Knight dead?
Good jumps. Good, very easy good jumps.
Yeah, but Laurel making it happen. Mira putting Clank on him. Pawn though is so far, I mean, doesn't have the adaptive strike to push them away. He can't morph any more into strength, so he's just dead. Running them down like dogs, taking their side of the map, taking their stacks. Not really any lockdown on this lineup, and so this is why it is a good troll game. I'm still a little bit shocked by their desire to play this Morphling in the support position. Definitely feels like they're lacking lockdown because of it. Not really able to stop this aggression onto 7E, but thankfully this time he doesn't go down. But now you're hovering 4 heroes in your mid tower at 13 minutes. They're smoking onto your Wisdom Rune. How are you supposed to get there without losing something serious? Looks like you are going to lose something significant.
Bro. I think he just went robotic for me. Uh-oh. 7E in trouble. And trying to get away. Has this haste to do so. Oh, Burrow Strike just short. See if we get him back in just a second. It could always internet things, you know. Internet's not always perfect. Is what it is.
My internet's perfect.
Mine's not. Ooh, God. Now, looking to catch the Timber. They get beyond. This is a massive net worth lead for this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a ton to to say about this one so far. I mean, Team Spirit, it's a very Team Spirit draft. I feel like these are some of their signature heroes. Maybe a little less on the Sanking, but this patch, he makes it look really good, makes it look really easy. Poshka, probably one of the best Elder Titan players in the world, even before the shield was so strong. But yeah, they get something. I didn't think that it was how that was going to turn out, so a little bit apprehensive on Laurel and them to actually go in. Laurel with this build doesn't have very much mana, so wasn't able to get the epicenter even if he wanted to. Ag's finished for Erica. He's pretty much your beacon of hope this game. 7E 7E and beyond aren't so terribly behind, but you look at the net worth on the Bear, you look at Roshan, you get a little bit worried for a second here. Yeah. Looks like this Roach is going to go down at 16 minutes.
That is an early
Aegis. One over to Yatoro for sure.
Very early Aegis. That game is... That kill is signs of life, but, like, is it really going to do you any good just to kill on Mira?
You know, it's better than not getting a kill on Mira, as far as we're concerned.
Who also went Mage Slayer?
He did go Mage Slayer. He's level 10, by the way, same level as 7E. Ponlo is quite a good Hoodwink player. Turns into it.
Yeah, they end up killing Mira back to back, but here comes Yatoro. Doesn't have any help from the rest of his team, so he'll just stick to the jungle and continue to farm.
Erica has the Ags, which, as we were talking about, is a very strong timing for the troll, but you're so far behind that you can't utilize it, really. So Erica's going to have to end up farming. Thankfully, he is good at that. But not much for Team Zero to do here. 70 is farming on a ward, so they could look to try and go on him. They're pinging him out, not even using a smoke. So 70, seeing the rotation under a ward of their own, probably going to elect to go back a bit here, but they know that he's on the second camp, so a little bit greedy by him to stay.
I'm not certain at all the Hurricane actually just saved 7E there from that burrow strike. Won't save his life, but almost. I don't know if that ward spotted them, right? Because they went through mid, and that I don't know if that
maybe
green ob
not.
saw them.
Maybe not. I assumed that it would have seen at least one of them. I do have to go let Charlie Brown inside really quick, though.
No, that's fine. So, mid's pushing in, and tier 2 tower. It's 18 minutes into the game, and Yatoro, burrow strike, right clicks in, dead Pondwa once again, and they are going to go for this mid tier 2. This Morphling, we really haven't felt the strength of, and that will be a tower top for Erica too. They place a deep ward there. Really looking to just finish his tower, maybe even jump into the base and get 7E. Thinking about it. Burrow strike. Kind of blind there and thinking that they have an obs on that side. Pinging it out, but it's actually on the other side that gave him that information. Meanwhile, beyond, gonna be spotted. Timber chaining, and the sleep will stop this TP. They've got the sharpshooter, they have that break, they'll have this control, and I'm not sure how much Beyond can handle, and it won't be much more as Mira gets yet another kill, and Troll is farming up top here, but not really seeing any answers from Team Zero just yet. 20 minutes into the game, still a 5k lead. They've kind of slowed that down a little bit with Troll farming really well. I think that kill to get would be huge. Burrow strike misses, but blinks and stays on him. They drop the wall on the 7E again. They are in trouble on this DK. Bushwhack lands. Panglo shows up. That may even be worse because he morphs in. Burrow strikes. Gets hit by a burrow strike of his own and will die here after the vacuum. And all things are said and done.
This is really tragic. I mean, mostly that Ponglo's game has been so rough. Speaking from experience, when you want to play something a little bit weird, a little bit off meta, and you feel confident about it, and then it goes really poorly, it is a very bad feeling. It's hard not to get in your own head and, I mean, kind of blame yourself a little bit on Ponglo. Obviously, the whole team greenlit the idea, so not by any means his fault, but doesn't look the most comfortable on the support Morphling in his own right. What to do, what to do. Team Spirit are taking your Tormentor, taking your tier 2, gonna sit on your Wisdom Rune.
Not many answers at all from the side of Team Zero, just kind of banking on this Troll to carry the game, it feels.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a man to do it, I believe that Erica pretty strongly is the one, but usually in order to do that, you gotta have a really nice supporting cast, and ZZQ on this CM not having the best time either. So you've got Morphling CM as your 5 and 4. Doesn't feel like they do a lot of damage. Doesn't feel like they do a lot of lockdown compared to the supports of Team Spirit here. I mean,
Finding Erica
Mira,
here would be massive.
Ooh.
Bushwhack, epicenter. They've got the control. They'll get the kill on Erica. He doesn't have buyback, and they're right across the river. Again, when you're taking out the only saving grace here for the side of Team Zero, you're going to grab a massive lead off that, and is now a 12,000 net worth lead. Radovatos here on Aponlo. Bushwhack follow-up. Hunter's Boomerang. The sleep from Maposhka, and they are literally waiting for him to wake up so they can take him out. And it'll be Maposhka who gets that kill. This is just brutal. One play after the next.
I know. Hard to find words in games like this for, because I feel like the instinct is you want to look at Team Zero, think of what they can possibly do, but they certainly don't know. Hard for me to know. I mean, you want to get some kind of blink initiation from 7E and burst a target, but you don't have much follow-up. It's pretty much, honestly, Beyond is going to have to be a lot of the damage for Team Zero here. And he went for Pipe. Not necessarily bad itemization by any means, but means their damage is going to suffer a little bit. And Team Spirit as well. I mean, they're taking it seriously. Game 2, they were taking it seriously. This game, it feels, even more personal.
Smoke breaks, Burrow Strike, not gonna land, and everybody disengages for a second, but he turns into the Sand King, kind of forcing this. Sleep lands on the 2. They've got the Earth Splitter Vacuum Wall combo, and that'll be 70 dead there as well. Beyond will fall eventually. Freezing Field is used, but ZZQ can only hold out for so long. And it is just the troll, but the blink, the bashes, the right clicks, and they want to kill off Erica. Can't quite catch him, but still making a statement. Bottom lane pushing in.
Ugh. This is a tough one for Team Zero fans, for Morphling, or support Morphling believers all around the globe. Very awkward kit this support Morphling has to kind of work with. The way that the facet works is you get, it's not cooldown reduction, it's like faster cooldown pacing, if that makes sense, on your spells. Very weird mechanic, very unique to this kind of style of Morphling. But in order to do it with this facet, you have to be full agi to get the most value out of it, which, I mean, is pretty awkward. You're playing the Sand King, and it doesn't feel like you have enough HP to even get more than one Burrow Strike off, so even such a cool, kind of faster cooldown cycling, not really impactful if you die instantly. Mira has now broken the threshold and is higher net worth than 7E.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Could be a problem. Thinking it might be a problem.
This feels
Last
very...
ditch smoke.
Yeah. Wink, Dragon Tail, all from Maposhka right now. But he's not dead. He'll survive. He doesn't get an Earth Splitter out, but ZZQ falls. 70 is dead. 2 heroes gone. Make it a third with Ponglo falling. Bushwhack, Sharpshooter, GG is called. Spirit finished this series up 2-1. There's nothing in the tank for Team Zero.
We're not able to finish the DLC here. Weren't able to take down Radon, unfortunately for Team Zero, in a pretty disappointing fashion, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Wish we could have seen a little bit more in that Game 3, but overall, I think it was still a fun series to watch. But feels like Team Spirit kind of strapped in their helmets, got a little bit ready past that first game, and didn't give any breathing room over to Team Zero.
No, not at all. And everything just seems such a fast pace from them as well. And Team Zero just never recovered. And the Morphling just felt like it never had a purpose.
Yeah, and I mean, truthfully, it didn't. I do wish that they just, played it as a carry, because they could have rounded out their draft so much nicer with a last pick support.
Mm-hmm.
Instead kind of seeming to commit to this Morphling. Maybe it worked in a scrim one time, but to so confidently go into that and then so decisively, you know, to politely put it, run the game down, it's just a horrible feeling. I hope the Ponlo isn't too down about it, because I've lost some series in my day in the high level NAATPC Division 2.
Right.
When you go into something confident like that, and you're like, oh yeah, this hero, perfect game for it, and it just nothing seems to work, nothing seems to connect. You lose a lot of confidence there. But you know, Ponlo, they all, you know, this Team Zero team, they seem nice. Honestly, this day 3 has been pretty good overall for them compared to the last 2 days. They're not in threat of being eliminated the way that this group stage is, so you know, you have a little bit of a pillow that you're falling onto at the very least.
Yeah, and nobody gets eliminated in this group stage. You just end up going to the lower bracket, which will be, I guess, you know, a bit of an issue for some. But it will be Team Zero in the lower bracket. Azure Ray will also be there with Talon. I believe that with that loss, Team Zero will be last, and they will play Azure Ray in the first round.
Oh, I mean, I haven't been able to catch as many of the
other groups games.
The other games, which I think makes sense. Vaguely kept up a little bit with the scores. I was under the impression that Azure Ray was, a pretty decent team at the moment, but the Chinese teams go in they have kind of weird cycles of power. It feels like
some roster changes have happened for that team as well. So
yes, I did think so.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like it's quite clicking for Azure, but should still, I would assume that Azure is still relatively favored heading into that lower bracket matchup.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. So we'll have to see that, but I think I am going to call it. I don't know if I can make it through this last series. My body is just in shambles right now. Unfortunately.
Yeah, you definitely don't push yourself.
But we'll be back with playoffs tomorrow. Playoffs start, I believe, 10 p.m. with the upper bracket round 1. 10 and 1 p.m. are the first 2 upper bracket series, and then we'll have Azure Ray against Team Zero ending out the night, and whoever takes 4th in the Group A, which could be anybody from, I think, Na'Vi to... there's a bunch of 2 and 2s, so there's gonna be some sort of tiebreaker happening for 4th place, but we'll see what it ends up being. But yeah, I'll play one last thing of ads, and then I'll send you guys over to John X Fire, because I can't. I just, yeah. Can we get a shout out to Rojo for being a legend? Yeah, obviously, Rojo is a legend. Legend in the making.
I appreciate that. I also feel like this is a good time as well to say I should be able to do games tomorrow, but if they start at 10 EST, I'll still be at work at that time. So
yeah, and take your time, and like I said, if you got other things going on, don't ever feel bad about it or whatever.
Yeah, of course. I appreciate it, and I'll keep it in mind. But I do like catching these. I think they're fun. I like I get to sit on a soapbox and act smart for a couple hours, so feels good. I'm having fun with these. I think it'll be cool to see these upper bracket games, considering that we've kind of missed out on half the teams at this tournament so far.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll keep you updated tomorrow. But just so you know, I most certainly won't be able to be here for probably the first 2-ish games.
All right, I'll see how I feel. I'll message Neff, and maybe John will join me on this channel. Who knows? And we'll figure it out.
I would love to do something with John. My only interaction that I've had with John X Fire, like officially, is we shared music taste in a lobby one time that he was casting for one of my games
in NATPC.
Yeah, but he just he just seems sweet. I'm a fan of John for sure.
Him and Mike are the sweetest. I love them. When I get the few chances to see them in person, it is always nice.
I know. Yeah, their energy is just so positive. Seem like very sweet people, but I won't keep you any longer. So thanks for having me. Thanks everybody for joining us.
And I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll let you know what we're doing, and I'll maybe it could be like me, you, and Neff, me, you, and John. We'll see, because now it turns into one stream after tonight, and then I'll figure it out. So I'll see if John wants to join or at any point. Or Danog said he might be available for the playoffs as well.
All right, sounds good.
All right, I'll talk to you.
I'm all
later.
for it. I'll see you, B Cup. Have a good one.
Bye.
Woo.
All right, chat. I'm just gonna wait for one more set of ads, and then I'm gonna send you guys over to John X Fire. I don't know. My body is just not in a good place right now. I'm getting stress-induced problems. I have been constantly in pain in the last 4 days or so. So I've been trying to figure it out. It could be a mixture of my medicine as well. And the change onto the late hours, because it is 6 a.m. We've been usually casting till about 10 a.m. Today started obviously a little bit earlier, and the days are going to be 4 Bo3s for the next 3 days. So I gotta, I don't know, just figure it out, and I don't know, but I'm going to be here for the whole of the playoffs. Hopefully, I feel better tomorrow. AC on, try to regulate my body temperature, figure it out, and see you for more snow Ruyi. But like I said, I'm just going to wait for this next roll of ads, and then I'll send you guys over. So we'll listen to some music while we wait.
I'm the man from the mountain. Won't you come on up? I'm the plowman in the valley with a face full of mud. Yes, I am stumbling, and I know my car won't start. Yes, I am fumbling, and I know I play a bad guitar. Give me a little drink from your loving cup. Just one drink, and I fall down drunk. I'm the man who walks the hillside in the sweet summer sun. Roses when you ain't got none. Yes, I can run and jump and fish, but I won't fight you if you want to push and pull with me all night. Give me a little drink from your loving cup. Just one drink, and I fall down. I feel so humble with you tonight, just sitting in front of the fire. I see your face shining in the